Hello everyone, Xeno What If here. Here to bring in part 20 of What If Sonic and his friends were in Remnant. Link down description of the fanfiction of this What If. Listen here YouTube. I do not own anything and this is not a scam. Chapter 43, Break the Ice. Diagnostics complete. Micro solar energy panel online. Solar energy and dust integration optimized. Energy levels at maximum efficiency. Repairs complete. System online. Commence activation. Penny's eyes slowly opened as all her systems fully activated. From her perspective, multiple data streams were seen to show her memory processing all the new data she was currently self-analyzing. But aside from that, she quickly took notice of her current location in Atlas, specifically in her father's personal laboratory. Said father was right in front of her, sitting on his personalized mobility chair, looking at his daughter with a smile. And standing on his sides were Tails and Seal. All three were smiling as they looked up to her. Even the normally stoic Seal had a small smile on her own face as well. They were now gazing and marveling at the new and improved Penny Polendina. Her skin appeared more realistic than before, her eyes were a brighter green and her hair appeared much longer, stretching to the back of her shoulders and curled inward at the tips with a black bowtie tied at the top. Her clothing had a similar design to what she had before, only much more natural. She currently wore a green German-styled dress with a black band wrapped around her waist with 4 golden buttons, and a white long-sleeved blouse. Her legs were clearly visible up to her ankles, revealing a pair of black metallic boots. "Darling, welcome back," Pietro smiled. Penny smiled as she stepped down, right before she wrapped her arms around him. "Thanks Dad." Tails almost felt himself go misty-eyed when he saw the two share an emotional embrace. He looked past them to see Seal as she gave a slight nod of gratitude towards the young fox, to which he nodded back. Only for them both to be grabbed and pulled into a bone-crushing hug by Penny herself. "Seal, Tails, I am so happy to see you both again." "We're happy to see you, too, Penny." Tails winced. "But, we can't breathe." Seal winced too. Penny let them both go. "My apologies. It seems I do not my own strength quite yet. Literally." Tails gave a slight laugh as he tried to catch his breath with Seal. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "My diagnostics is complete, I believe I am better than okay." Penny reported with a smile. "I can already see the improvements made to my body and physical systems. My internal skeleton is stronger, reinforced with a lightweight titanium carbon alloy of your design, Tails." In fact, she got a good look at her own right arm as she rolled up the sleeve. "My skin. Synthetic," Tails explained, "with microscopic solar panels underneath the first layer, so small that you'd need a microscope to see them. You don't just run on dust anymore Penny. And even then, the dust power core that you have is currently running on that artificial plasma dust that we were able to produce at Beacon. The energy from that alone would keep you powered for 2 years." Pietro added, "But its true purpose is to act as a backup power supply, as your systems are now primarily solar powered." "I can see that." Penny performed an internal scan to see how her systems were processing this new power source. Everything seemed to be functioning perfectly. "I am not only fully charged, but I can also store more energy the longer that I am outside and within sunlight. As I am now, I don't believe I would need to be charged by any technological means for up to 5 years, minimum. You are also capable of harnessing that energy into your weapons, too," Seal added. "In fact, Tails made sure that each of your blades has their own solar panel so that they can each hold an independent charge and not be too dependent on you. Yeah, I had to make some major modifications to your swords, Penny," Tails said. "No offense, but there were a lot more risks with them beforehand. And I'm glad that somebody was able to point all that out," Pietro commented. "I see it." Penny internally pulled up the blueprints for floating array's newfound modifications. "The cables are gone, now they are controlled wirelessly. They can return to me via these new magnetic generators you installed inside each of them and myself. And I see more weapon variations with them than before. Oh, they're programmed to auto-destruct too. If they end wirelessly disconnected from you or are separated from your main body by a distance of 100 meters. Seal said. Given how they are connected to you, Tails brought up the possibility that if the enemy were to get a hold of even one of them, it would make you vulnerable to a cyber attack. Which is why I installed a modification of my antivirus program into your cerebral cortex. Tails brought up as Penny looked at and processed the data of said program. A visual icon of a yellow spindish with 2 fox tails appeared in her point of view. This will not only protect you from any possible hacking, but it will also automatically alert you to the breach immediately. While the firewall beats back the foreign programming, you can join in and beat it back yourself. Make any modifications you'd like. Even Eggman would have a hard time trying to hack through that. Eggman, Penny muttered as she thought back to the battle at Beacon. Though she was put offline following her battle with Metal Sonic, her memory already had detailed accounts of the aftermath of the battle. So, Eggman was defeated. His forces were pushed back, and the entire kingdom of Vale no longer has any Grim. Yeah, sorry, I uploaded all the data directly into your memory core following what happened at Beacon. Figured it would save time trying to explain everything. Tails said as he nervously rubbed the back of his head. You asked me if that was alright to do, Tails. And I told you it would be fine. Pietro assured. Even Penny would have no hard feelings to it. And I do not. Penny smiled. I'm grateful to know of our friend's victory. Thank you, Tails. And thank you for helping my father with my repairs and upgrades. Tails smiled back. Happy to help. Penny, I do not mean to bring down the celebration, but you do know what else has been uploaded into your memory, correct? Seal reminded. The android girl's smile faded and became very serious. The creatures of Grimm are under the command of a humanoid Grimm by the name of Salem, who is currently aligned with Eggman. The Kingdom of Vale is liberated of the Grimm because Sonic has used the 7 Chaos Emeralds to perform chaos control and teleport Vale's Grimm to the surface of Remnant's sun. And now those Chaos Emeralds are currently scattered across Remnant. In response, teams RWBY, JNPR, along with Sonic and all his friends are now trying to find the emeralds before Salem and Eggman can, while also rallying any and all possible allies to take the fight to the enemy. And it seems more individuals from Sonic's dimension are here as well. That's right, Tails said. Weiss is here with us, along with 2 friends of ours, Silver and Blaze. 2 Chaos Emeralds are also on Solitas, and we have their general locations. I would like to help in any way that I can. As soon as possible, Penny said immediately. Once we've run a test of your combat systems, Penny. Pietro quickly said. You literally just came back online. We need to make sure you're combat ready before sending you back out again. Alright, Penny nodded. Though I do have one request. Yes, Seal asked. Penny looked at Tails specifically. I would like to get into contact with Ruby Rose. I'd like to let her know that I am back. Tails smiled. Sure, we'll call her soon. She's with Sonic in Mistral right now, and I'm sure they'd be happy to hear from you. Pietro couldn't help but smile himself. Tails had told him about how Penny was quick to befriend not only Sonic and everyone when they first met, but even this Ruby girl. From what he heard, they had found out Penny's nature as an android rather quickly but were still accepting of her despite that. Penny had made some friends outside of Atlas. As her father, he couldn't help but be proud of her. However, Seal received a call on scroll, prompting for her to answer quickly. Yes. What she heard though caused her to normally composed expression to almost fall apart completely into total shock. What? Her exclamation drew everyone's attention. I understand. I will let them know. She hung up. What's wrong? Pietro asked. There was an avalanche and collapse of the main SDC mine. Seal reported, surprising everyone. Virtually everyone there was caught up in it. This includes Weiss, as well as your friends, Silver and Blaze. I want an excavation crew down there, now. Ironwood ordered over the communications as he stood up from his main desk in his office, having just received the report himself. Have a unit ready for combat as well. I'll be sending specialist Schnee and Ebby. Yes, sir. Right away. Lieutenant Colonel Harper said on the other line. Ironwood then turned to 3 of his most trusted officers standing in front of him, which included Winter, Clover. Despite trying to keep a straight face, Ironwood could see the worried look in Winter's eyes, no doubt for her younger sister, as well as gratitude that she was being sent there to join in on the search and rescue. But there was another matter to be concerned with. Tails will be joining you too. He quickly informed them. Aside from helping in recovery, we only recently learned that a Chaos Emerald may be at that location. Both Winter and Clover looked in a special surprise. Sir, The former questioned. Tails recently made contact with Sonic and the others. The general explained. A Chaos Emerald was found in Mistral, and with that, they were able to get a general location of each of the emeralds, locations throughout Remnant. But not their specific coordinates. Clover said seriously. No, though we did manage to learn that 2 were in Solitas, and a 3rd near the city of Argus. Ironwood responded. I already contacted Cordovan to search the city and report back to me the minute she finds it. Hopefully she actually listens for once, Winter muttered. Your priority will to be assist in the search and rescue, as well as push back any possible grim activity. Ironwood told Winter and Clover. But keep a possible lookout for the Chaos Emerald, as well as any potential saboteurs. You don't believe that this collapse was an accident? Clover asked. Every instinct in my body is telling me otherwise. Ironwood said with a grave expression. It couldn't have been Eggman. Winter said. He would have already mounted a full-scale attack. Salem, maybe. Clover assumed. Or someone who works for her, but I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. Ironwood said. Bottom line, keep your guard up down there. Suspect everything. Yes, sir. Clover and Winter both said simultaneously before quickly leaving the office, leaving Ironwood alone as he sat back in his chair and turned it around to look out the window, allowing him to see the vast majority of the city of Atlas. And as he saw his beloved city, so followed the feeling of a strong weight on his shoulders. This was his city, and it was up to him to protect it. Before, that seemed a simpler task, certainly not easy, but doable. Atlas had the most advanced technology in all of Remnant, with an army of loyal and dedicated soldiers willing to do anything for the kingdom they all called their home. They were all good people whom he would fight alongside with any day of the week. But, with everything that had happened recently, Atlas no longer felt as secure as before. Salem and Eggman, 2 dangerous individuals hung over him, like a pair of beowulfs ready to pounce, and no matter how secure he tried to make Atlas, none of it felt like it was enough. They had to find the Chaos Emeralds. All of them. As soon and as quickly as possible. The fate of Atlas, no, the fate of all of Remnant depended on it. Weiss. Weiss. Hearing her name ring in her head, the Schnee heiress' eyes began to flicker open as she regained consciousness. The first thing she saw was the purple-furred face and yellow eyes of one Blaze the cat, who held her up slightly while crouching on the cold hard ground. Weiss slowly stood up with Blaze's help as she felt her head. Blaze. Wah, what happened? The mine collapsed, followed by an avalanche. Blaze quickly informed. We were separated from everyone else. Taking a look all around, Weiss found that she and Blaze were in an underground mining tunnel with scattered rocks and debris all over the place. That's when Weiss remembered what had happened. She remembered the avalanche with Silver flying up to stop it, right before the ground collapsed underneath her and... Where's Whitley? Weiss questioned, remembering how her brother was right next to her. I don't know, we just found you. You were probably separated in the collapse. Blaze shook her head. We? Weiss questioned. Blaze looked to a nearby rock just behind her. Come on out. It's okay. Slowly emerging from behind the large rock was a young girl, who looked like she was no older than 8. She had puffy brown hair and gray eyes and glasses, with her current attire being a blue jumpsuit with a pair of goggles over her hat. Who is this girl? Weiss asked in surprise, especially surprised by this girl's apparent young age. She was in the middle of the crowd of protesters, but she's not a Faunus. Blaze answered. To say Weiss was stunned was an understatement. Why was a girl this young in that crowd? And without her parents? Was she maybe an adopted child of a Faunus couple who worked in the mines? Well, whatever the case, the circumstances for this girl's presence didn't matter. All that did matter at this moment was that a child was here and all alone, and she needed their protection. The Schnee heiress slowly kneeled to the girl's level. What's your name? Iona, the girl muttered. Iona, my name is Weiss, and this is my friend, Blaze. She introduced herself and her companion. I know you, the girl named Iona gave a slight nod. The heiress to the Schnee Dust Company, my father's company works with yours. Is that why you were at the protest? Was it affecting your company as well? Weiss asked. Was your father there? The girl, however, chose not to answer as she looked away. Don't worry, we'll get you and everyone else out of here. Weiss offered her hand with a genuine smile of assurance, the kind that either Sonic or RWBY would give. Iona looked to Weiss, hand with a moment of hesitation before taking it and was led out from behind the rock. She then looked to the humanoid cat who had saved her from the recent collapse. "You're not a faunus." "No, I am not," Blaze confirmed. "Then, what are you?" Iona asked. "She's a friend, you can trust her," Weiss assured her, though she noticed a skeptical look on Iona's face. But the younger girl made no attempt to protest either, which was better than nothing. Hey, is anybody there?" A muffled cry caught all their attention, with Blaze following the source of it straight towards a large pile of rocks and debris on a cavern wall. Weiss and Iona were quick to follow behind her. "I hear voices. We got people in here who need help." "Robin." Weiss recognized the voice on the other side as she drew Mertenaster. "Robin, if you can hear me, you and everyone else step back as far as you can. I'm going to clear the debris." "All right," Robin called from behind the rocks. Weiss pointed her sword to the rocks at the top and created a glyph that pushed away the rocks from the top. She then lowered her sword and lowered her glyph at the same time to keep pushing more debris off the top of the pile, making sure to be careful not to cause a greater collapse and push the rocks more in her own direction and away from Robin and everyone else inside. It didn't take long for the pile to be cleared, revealing a large hole with Robin Hill inside, along with half a dozen injured faunus workers. Blaze was the first to come in with Weiss right beside her as they each offered their hands, with Robin accepting Weiss, first as a dear faunus worker accepted Blaze's, and everyone was quickly pulled out. Once everyone appeared to be safe, Iona was quick to hide behind Weiss once she saw all the faunus, something Blaze noticed. "Thanks," Robin said to Weiss, who nodded. "How is everyone?" she asked, looking to the workers who were taking a moment to collect themselves. "Nothing serious, but they could all use a doctor," Robin replied. "If you're down here too, I'm worried of who else could have been caught in that collapse," Weiss said. "My brother is missing too. Then we'll find them and get everyone out of here," Robin said as she pulled out her scroll and tried to call for assistance, only to look in confusion as she only saw static on her screen. "What?" She tried to call for any of her teammates, but the screen only flickered before revealing a blank screen with the words, "No signal," appearing up front. "I got no signal." Weiss took out her own scroll and saw that was the case for her, with a "no signal" alert appearing on her own screen as well. "Is it due to the fact that we're underground?" Blaze wondered, with Robin looking to Blaze in surprise as she now saw her appearance. "No, even in dust mines we should be close enough to a communications array to reach a signal," Weiss answered. "Either our scrolls were damaged or someone's blocking them," Blaze deduced. The ground however in the area quickly shook, alerting the group as Iona and the present faunus looked especially nervous. The source of the shaking appeared to be coming from the spot on the ground in front of them. Suddenly, 12 centipede-like Grimm emerged from the ground. Each of them varied in size and length, with the smallest being 6 feet with the largest of the group appearing 12 feet in length. All of them snarled at the group, with Iona and the faunus workers already screaming and panicking, which drew the Grimm to them specifically. The frontmost insect-like Grimm shot a green acidic-like liquid from its mandibles towards the people, but Blaze swiftly threw her hand out to send a plum of flames to intercept and burn away at the acid. Sentinels, Weiss identified as she and Robin drew their respective weapons. Insect-like Grimm that can burrow and shoot acid. "We have to take them down now," Robin stated. "Understood." Blaze dashed forward first, her hands set ablaze as she leapt towards the nearest sentinel and sliced her right hand like a flaming sword to cut it apart as she landed in between 2 more sentinels that tried to lunge at her, but Blaze thrusted her hands outward to throw streams of fire to incinerate both at the same time. Robin ran forward as her weapon, a wrist-mounted crossbow on her left arm, unfolded before firing a series of dust-infused arrows at one sentinel to blast it to pieces before a second one lunged at her. Fortunately, Robin's crossbow came equipped with a shield, which she used to block the lunge of the sentinel before the sides of the shield, resembling bird-like wings, unfolded into a pair of blades which she used to slice the sentinel with an upward swing of her arm. Weiss had stood in front of Iona and the faunus workers and created a shield with her glyphs to protect them from 3 sentinels as they shot acid at them. Weiss then retaliated by pointing Mertenaster into her glyph shield, infusing it with the lightning dust she had in her weapon, and sent bolts of lightning out to electrocute all the sentinels, with the one up front disintegrating and the other 2 being weakened. Robin saw this and quickly fired her crossbow at the backs of the other two before they could retreat, killing them in the process. Only 3 more remained as it looked like they were about to sink quickly into the ground, but Blaze acted even quicker as she slapped her hands on the ground and sent a wave of flame along the ground that burned and forced the 3 sentinels back up, with Blaze quickly dashing towards them with her burning hands again to slash and slap each of them, burning each sentinel on contact before they could retaliate. In a matter of moments, all the centipede-like Grimm in the area were wiped away. "That's all of them," Blaze announced, causing them all to lower their guard. These Grimm were noticeably weaker than the ones I've seen before. She analyzed a hole that one centipede emerged from. Likely the reason they attacked in larger numbers. And why it's best to kill them quickly the second you see them. Robin said, "These guys grow faster than most Grimm, and you do not want to see their alpha variants." "Do you believe there are more down here?" Blaze asked. "Probably," Robin assumed. "Then it's best we find everyone as quickly as we can and find a way out of here," Weiss said before turning to Iona and the Faunus workers. "Everyone, we're going to get you all out of here. But you need to stay close to us as possible. If you see anything at all, shout it. And above all else, nobody goes anywhere alone. Understood?" "Do what she says," Robin told the group. There were murmurs between the Faunus miners before they all nodded in understanding. Even Iona nodded as she walked closer to Weiss, looking more to the Faunus nervously. "And in the meantime, we can talk about what exactly you are," Robin said to Blaze specifically. "And don't tell me you're a Faunus, because I've seen plenty in my life, and you are not a Faunus." Blaze looked to Robin somewhat questionably, before looking towards Weiss, who seemed a bit nervous about revealing the presence of aliens on Remnant. Given the understandably tense situation they were currently in, revealing something as fantastic as that could cause more concern, fear, and negativity, which would inevitably draw more Grimm. However, one look in Robin's eyes and Blaze could tell that she wasn't just going to let things be unless she knew the whole answer. "Alright, but let's move as we talk. We can't afford to stay in one place too long," Blaze said. "Of course," Robin nodded. "I'll keep trying to call for help," Weiss said as she pulled out her scroll again and the group started walking down the tunnels. "Let me take a look at that," Iona offered. I know my way around technology. I've worked with my papa's machines, maybe I can help." Weiss looked a bit skeptical, wondering how someone so young could be this tech-savvy. But then she remembered how young Tails is, and he was probably the smartest person she knew. Worst case, it wouldn't work, but it may give the girl a good distraction to keep her mind off this otherwise tense situation. With that in mind, Weiss handed Iona her scroll as she began to look at it while the group walked through the tunnels. Meanwhile, in another part of the collapsed mine, Whitley held his head as he tried to shake off the stars he was seeing in his vision. The teenage boy heard multiple crying and whimpering sounds around him as he looked to find himself in a rather large chamber, with over 20, maybe even 30, Faunus workers all scattered through the chamber. Several were injured while those that weren't were trying to help one another. "Hey, you good?" He felt a nudge on his shoulder, causing him to turn and look to see May Marigold looking at him with concern. "I'm okay, where are we?" Whitley muttered. "In a pit with no way out," May answered bluntly. "And that guy being the only thing that's keeping us from being crushed." She gestured behind her, causing Whitley to look in shock at what he was seeing. It was Silver, who was standing at the very center of the chamber, his whole body glowing with his cyan-colored aura as he held his hands up, using his psychokinesis to keep the massive boulder of ice, rock, and dust from falling on top of all of them. Said rock was so massive that it was easily mistaken for the ceiling of the entire chamber. "Oh my gods," Whitley covered his mouth in shock. "Hey, good to see you doing okay." Silver put up a smile despite there being a slight strain in trying to keep the ceiling up. May took Whitley and moved closer to Silver so they could talk more seriously and not cause any trouble to the scared workers. How are you doing that?" Whitley looked in a mixture of fear and awe. He'd seen videos of some huntsmen do some incredible things, but nothing as incredible as this. In fact, the only thing that could top it was the Golden Hero's debut during the assault on Beacon. Actually, now that he got a good look at this silver-clad individual, he really did look almost like the Golden Hero. He had noticed the resemblance before when he and his sister had left for the mine, but seeing him display this kind of power. Wait, his sister. She was right with him when the mine collapsed. Weiss. Where's Weiss? I don't know, May answered, I just found you on the ground. Probably got separated when the whole thing collapsed. She then looked to the hedgehog in front of her. What's your name? Silver. He answered. Alright, Silver, what's the situation? May gestured to the large boulder he held up. I can hold this, I got it under control. Silver quickly explained. But there's a lot of weight behind it, probably a whole bunch more rocks above it. And I'm guessing all the glowing stuff is dust. He asked, referring to the colored veins that stretched across the boulder. Yep, May confirmed. Okay. Because of all that, I can't really do anything else. Silver explained. This thing is so massive that I gotta focus all my power to keep it from falling and crushing us. And since it's got dust inside, it'll make a bigger explosion and will probably blow up the whole mine. May said quietly as to not cause any panic to the people around them, though she noticed a panicked look on Whitley's face and quickly put a hand on his shoulder to keep him from acting out. Hey, keep it together, kid. We don't need anyone freaking out right now. I don't. Whitley held his head as it looked like he was already freaking out. Hey, Whitley, look at me. Silver told him, causing the boy to turn to the gray-furred hedgehog as he put on his best smile despite his current position. I got this. Nobody is going to get crushed on my watch. Like I said, I got it under control. But, something this big, Whitley gestured upward to the large boulder. Meh, I've handled worse. Silver said confidently, surprising Whitley. It was true that Silver literally handled worse, having fought giant fire monsters most of his life. But even he was nervous about their current situation given all the lives that depended on him keeping the ceiling above them. But he tried to put on a brave expression like Sonic or Blaze, keep everything cool before trying to figure out a way out of here. We're gonna make it out of this, trust me. Whitley was at a loss for words before May tightened her grip on his shoulder. Keep it together, kid. We're not the only ones stuck down here, remember? She said. Your sister's here, so is Robin, and knowing her, she's already trying to find a way to get us out of here. And I saw the rest of my team make it out in time. They'll call for help, and somebody will show up soon. But we gotta look after these people right now, cause they need our help. So, take a deep breath, and focus. Whitley did as instructed, seeing as it was the only thing he could do right now. He took a deep breath, inhaling as much as he could before exhaling. He took another deep breath and then let it out again, followed by a third inhale and then an exhale. By the time he took his fourth breath, he had calmed down significantly. He was still nervous, but it wasn't as bad as before. Okay, so, what do we do? He asked. Let's try and get everyone organized. May began. We'll get all the people who are the most hurt and see what we can do about their injuries. Anyone who isn't and is strong enough to move something big and heavy, we'll see what we can do about having them clear away some debris and dig our way out. Can't we just call for somebody? Whitley asked as he tried to pull out his scroll. Can't. Signals blocked. May answered as she already had her own scroll, showing the no signal display on it. I'm hoping Robin and everyone will show up, but let's focus on everyone else here first. Go on, help her out. I got this, Silver assured. Oh okay, Whitley nodded as he followed May and went over to a group of Faunus workers, who were sitting on the ground. Hey, anyone here who can't stand? She asked. As she addressed those in front of her, Whitley took a second to look around to the many other Faunus scattered throughout the chamber, all of whom were looking injured, scared, or both. These were all employees of the Schnee Dust Company, his family's company. Even if Weiss was the heiress, Whitley still felt a sense of responsibility for these people. With that in mind, he clenched his fists and focused on doing what he could to help them. He noticed a woman with bird-like feathers on her arms, holding her injured leg and kneeled to her level. Hey, let me take a look at that, Whitley requested. He remembered Klein giving him basic instruction on first aid, their family butler also being a doctor. Even if Whitley didn't have the knowledge of a professional, it was still better than nothing, right? Help. Somebody, help me. A lone female rabbit Faunus cried out as she was pinned underneath several rocks, which covered most of her lower body. She tried to push the boulders away, but she was stuck alone in this wrecked tunnel. Or so it seemed. Hang on. I'm coming. Hanlon ran onto the scene and began to push the boulders off her. It took a great deal of his physical strength, but the man was able to free the poor woman from her predicament, much to her relief. "Are you okay?" He offered his hand to her. Yes, I'm okay," she shakily answered as she accepted his hand, only to yelp as he yanked her up by her wrist, pulling her off from the ground. What are you doing?" "I'm sorry," Hanlon said as he held his free hand out in front of her face. Suddenly, a red vapor-like energy was extracted from her eyes and mouth and pulled directly into Hanlon's hand. She struggled with all her might, unable to so much as scream or cry, and could not escape Hanlon's grasp. By the time it was done, enough of her energy was drained to knock her unconscious as Hanlon gently set her down and literally held the raw fear in his hand. He then reached for his belt and picked up a sphere-like device, which opened up and absorbed the fear into it like a sponge would absorb water. Suddenly, an orange vortex opened up behind him as a certain humanoid platypus stepped out. Marvelous work. Thornmane did not exaggerate when he said you had a useful ability. Starline, right? Hanlon turned around to look at him seriously. Dr. Starline. The platypus corrected. Whatever. I only went along with you and Bram because you said this would help expose all the dirty work being done in Atlas. Hanlon explained. Ironwood and his partners in the Schnee Dust Company. The Silver Bullet Brotherhood. We would tear them all down. But you just attacked a mine filled with Faunus workers from Mantle. I know it may seem counterproductive, but if Atlas is attacked directly, we simply look like the enemy. Starline explained. After all, that's what happened with the White Fang. They attacked the Schnee Dust Company and were labeled as terrorists. But if Mantle is hit first, sympathy will soon form for them in the Faunus population, which will in turn provoke the Atlesian higher-ups to act a bit more recklessly. They'll see an opportunity to capitalize, and that's when we strike, make them lose control and expose their darker intentions. You make it all sound so easy. But how many of my own people have to be thrown away before we reach that point? Hanlon questioned as he picked up the unconscious Faunus girl. You know the old saying, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. Starline replied. But I promise, the sacrifices to the Mantle population will be minimal. But sacrifices are necessary if we're to push Atlas over the brink. Have patience, Hanlon. By the time we're done, Atlas will be forever remembered as a failed tyrannical regime, and Mantle will obtain the safety and security it so desires. But what do you get from this? Hanlon narrowed his eyes. What does some alien benefit from tearing down a kingdom he doesn't know anything about? I have my reasons, Starline answered. Now then, we have a job to do. He clenched his gloved hand, the one that held the orange gemstone on the back of his hand. It glowed as two more orange portals opened up, with Starline gesturing for Hanlon to step into one, which he did with the girl. But out of the other portal, stepped out for human females. One had light-colored skin, green eyes, platinum blonde hair boyishly spiked at the back with bangs at the front, and a tattoo under her left eye resembling a curling thorny vine. She wore a white and gray sleeveless tank top and brown stutter leather pauldron with gold spikes on her pauldron, along with those on a pair of brown stutter pants, red spiked boots, and a long white cape. She wielded a pair of dual prism-like blades. The second had dark skin, red hair tied back in a style that mixed long dreadlocks and pigtails, and crimson-colored eyes. Her attire was a pair of sunglasses, a white strapless leotard, black shorts that had gold spikes on the sides, a black collar with gold spikes, black shoulder pauldrons that also had gold spikes, red ankle-length socks and black shoes. She also sported a curling thorny vine tattoo on her upper left leg. Her weapon of choice appeared to be a large flamethrower-like weapon attached to her wrist with a hose connecting to a tank strapped to her back. The third woman was pale-skinned, had avocado green eyes and dark brown hair styled in a bob cut parted to her left. She wore a one-piece forest green jumpsuit, a brown leather belt with gold spikes, a loose sleeveless avocado green leather jacket with gold spikes, brown opera-length fingerless gloves, and reddish-brown boots. Like those around her, she also had a tattoo resembling a curling thorny vine over her left breast. Her weapon appeared to be a whip that looked like a long thorny vine. The fourth and final young woman had a slightly tannish skin tone, orange-colored eyes with two streaks of black face paint underneath, and puffy orange hair styled straightly with a partied fringe at the front and loose top bun at the back. She also had a pair of loose goggles over her head. Her clothing consisted of a charcoal-colored t-shirt underneath a lime green turtleneck sweater, a pair of two-tones black and desert white pants with a green and gold spiked belt, and thick black boots. Just like her teammates, she also had a curly thorny vine tattoo, with hers being present on her left forearm. She also wielded a pair of drill-like weapons over her hands. Team BRIR. Starline acknowledged. While Hanlon and I continue with our work, you each have your own assignments. Bianca, you and Roan will engage the middle Schnee and her party and keep them from getting in the way. Also do try and press young Miss Schnee into using her semblance. I'd very much like to see how it works and what its limits are. Understood. Bianca nodded. Ivy and Ruda, you will keep watch for any outsiders that may soon find their way into these tunnels and intercept them at your leisure. But if you feel overwhelmed, feel free to call for a retreat. Starline instructed. You got it. Ruda nodded. With that, Starline opened two more portals behind Team BRIR as Biance and Roan went into one, and Ivy and Ruda went into the other before they closed. Starline could only smirk as he proceeded to step into the only remaining portal. I'd say things are moving along quite swimmingly. He snickered as the portal closed behind him. Several Atlesian ships, including Winter's personal vessel, and more than a few medical transports had just now landed outside the collapsed mine, where Fiona, Joanna, Bram, and all the remaining Faunus protesters all waited. The minute the vessels landed, Winter stepped out alongside Tails, Clover, and Olive Harper. The latter was a young woman with light brown complexion, short black hair and olive-colored eyes, who wore the standard Atlas military uniform excluding a sleeveless collar top with black arm warmers. Once they stepped out, several Atlesian soldiers and AK units stepped out from the military dropships. We need a perimeter established now. Winter instructed the soldiers. Harper, you keep your eyes peeled for any potential Grim or other hostiles in the area. Yes ma'am. Harper nodded as she began to direct all the soldiers and AKs into setting up a perimeter in the area. Clover, help these people get medical attention. Winter told him. If anyone who needs to be transported to a hospital, get it done. Already on it. Let's move. Now. Clover waved for several medical personnel to follow him as they went to help all the injured Faunus workers. Several were already so scared out of their minds that Clover could see it the second he saw them. He silently wondered why a single Grim hadn't been spotted yet. You'd think at least one would have shown up by now. Winter and Tails quickly approached the remaining two happy huntresses along with Bram Thornmane. Winter. Bram greeted. Wish we could have met again under better circumstances. You know him? Tails asked in surprise. We trained together in the military. Winter explained briefly. What happened here? Where is everyone else? A huge avalanche just came out of nowhere. Bram explained. We tried to get as many of the people as we could to safety, but then the mine just collapsed right underneath. My sister. I know she was here. Winter narrowed her eyes. She tried to negotiate things out with us, Fiona answered timidly. But, your sister, along with Robin, May, and half of the protesters all fell into the mine when it collapsed. Hanlon Fifestone was among them too. Joanna answered for her shaky teammate. The avalanche buried them all inside. We'd dig them out but, we don't have the tools. Winter found herself looking with a great deal of worry, particularly with her sister, something Tails noticed before he got to work first. He pulled down a pair of customized visor eyewear over his eyes, one that allowed him to scan the area of the mountain and the collapsed mining site. Shifting through several vision modes in the light spectrum, he fist-activated his infrared sight and looked down past all the rocks and was able to pick up multiple heat signatures. I can see them. There's a whole bunch of people down there, and it looks like they're alive. Tails revealed, alerting everyone. For the most part, it looks like the debris is just covering up the hole. Looks like there's a whole bunch of tunnels down there. The mines. Winter said as she did her best to contain a sigh of relief. I'll call in for an excavation team. We'll need to be careful not to set off any dust veins down there. Hey, something's coming. Joanna pointed in the air, drawing everyone's attention to about a dozen airships flying onto the scene. Though the technology was clearly Atlesian, their design wasn't standard. If anything, the fact that several of these airships were shaped like giant birds made them look as if they were of Eggman's design. One white bird airship touched down just outside the newly established perimeter as the cockpit opened, revealing the one who was piloting the ship. It was a black-haired and bearded middle-aged man wearing a white business suit, with a half-black and half-white shirt and a red tie. What stuck out the most about him, however, was the cybernetic left eye over his face, as well as the black mechanical arm that was his left arm underneath his suit. "Let me through," the man ordered as he rushed forward, only for Harper to intercept him. "Sir, this area has been cornered off. Please step back." She pushed him back with one arm, but he slapped it away. "Don't you know who I am? Fort Lee Rockshow," she answered quickly. "CEO of the Starhead Industrial Company. But you have connection with the military and therefore do not have access to." "My daughter is in there," Fort Lee shouted. "Iona went off on her own and I haven't heard back from her. You have to let me through." "Sir, I know this must be personal for you, but," Harper tried to dissuade him. "I can help. I brought along several of my drones made specifically for this type of situation." He pulled out his own scroll and pressed several buttons. This caused many of his bird-shaped dropships to open up, allowing for over a dozen mole-like robots, each one being about as large as a motorcycle and having a drill installed in each of its faces. "I'll help coordinate with you too. But you have to let me through. It's my little girl. She's only 8 years old." "Sir, I appreciate you wanting to help," Harper still attempted to protest. "Let him through," Winter called to Harper, surprising her. "I've seen the work of the sick, and his drones are top quality. And if his drones can help in saving these people, I'll take it." She explained to not only Harper, but those around her. "And I'll take full responsibility with the general for allowing a civilian to provide aid." Though she was reluctant, Harper nodded as she stepped aside and motioned for the soldiers to clear the way, allowing Fort Lee and his mole drones to step closer. Waving his hand around, Fort motioned for his mole drones to spread out around the area and begin drilling. "Thank you," he said to Winter specifically, who nodded. Fiona looked rather uncomfortable at the sight of this man, something Tails noticed as he went over to Joanna. "Who is this man?" he asked her quietly. "Fort Lee, head of the Starhead Industrial Company, they're the top robotics company in Atlas." Joanna explained. "They've worked with Atlas in helping to build their defense drones and even are close partners with the SDC. Figures he would be here too. There's also been some speculation of the SIC being very anti-Faunus as well," Fiona added. Tails nodded in understanding before taking a moment to look at each of the drones, and despite being constructed differently, they couldn't help but remind him of Eggman's badniks. But despite that, he knew they were here to help with their present predicament. Using this, Tails looked through his visor for any possible weak points the mole drones could more easily dig through. But it was through this process that Tails was able to spot something. Zooming in, the young fox saw the spot where the entrance to the mine used to be, only to see that it was more buried in snow as opposed to rocks and debris. But shifting through to his X-ray mode, he found that aside from the snow, the main entranceway was still clear. "I found a way inside the main entrance," Tails told the group. "It's only snow. I'll fly over and get inside and see if I can locate everyone in the tunnels." "Wait, what do you mean fly over?" Bram questioned. Tails smiled as his twin rear appendages spun around like a helicopter, allowing him to fly over the fallen rocks and debris, as well as the working mole drones, much to the surprise of everyone but Winter. Tails quickly made his way to the main entrance and hovered just above it before drawing the dual energy blades of Hurricane Gamma. His backpack launched a fire dust cartridge, which he caught with his energy blades and used to fire a condensed beam of fire into the snow, melting it quickly and clearing a path. "I'm in," Tails said over his comms, which he shared with Winter. "But, I'm picking up an interfering signal coming from inside. It'll block the comms once I step in. Tails, if you do this, you'll be going in alone." Winter replied through the comms. "We won't be able to coordinate with you, and you have no idea the conditions of the tunnels down there. With my new visor, I can see ahead and map out the tunnels as I go. There could be people who are trapped." Tails replied. "I'll try and find the source of the signal and disrupt it, restore communications if I can. You've seen what I can do, Winter. I promise to find Weiss and everyone else down there. You have a resource that can best manage a situation like this. So, use it." Winter wanted to protest. Sending anyone into a tense situation like that alone was a disaster waiting to happen. But she had seen what Tails was capable of, and at such a young age. He was indeed the best and only person who could get inside quickly enough and find everyone, or at the very least scout the area and see how dire it was inside. If it gets too dangerous, pull out immediately. Winter ordered. Leave it to me. Tails waved to her before flying straight into the mine. Good luck. And please bring my sister back safe. Winter wished internally. She then noticed the strange looks the four around her were giving her. Who was that? Fiona asked. He looked like a faunus, but he clearly wasn't. That's classified. Winter said straightly. Right. Bram rolled his eyes. Are you going to pry? Or are we going to work together to save all these people? Winter questioned. Joanna was the first to nod with a serious expression. Then let's get to work. May and a muscular bull faunus tried to push a large boulder out of the way, only for it to reveal several more boulders behind it. Great. Dead end here too. May pressed her fingers against her forehead in frustration. This had been the case on all sides of the chamber they were in. Any faunus that could stand and move tried to clear away the boulders surrounding them, but all it did was just reveal plenty more boulders and debris all stuck together. It really seemed like they were stuck. Whitley stepped up behind her. Can't your semblance get us out of here? Don't you think I would have tried that if I could? May questioned, turning to the boy. I can make myself and those around me invisible, but that's it. Whitley scoffed and looked away. All that hype about huntsmen and huntresses and their powerful semblances, but I'm stuck with arguably the most useless one. Was that a comment about my semblance or me, you little punk? May loomed over him, causing Whitley to back away before she scoffed herself. If anything, your family's semblance would be more useful here. But judging from your tone, you don't have yours unlocked. She poked his shoulder, which he retaliated by slapping her hand away. Not even an aura. How sad. Do I even need one? I'm not my sister's, I'm not looking to be a huntsman. Whitley argued. Maybe not, but still wouldn't hurt to have a way to defend yourself. May commented. You're a rich kid, part of the wealthiest family in Atlas, surprised you haven't been kidnapped for ransom yet. Let me guess, never left your daddy's side, a stay-at-home kid. May said in a mix of a teasing and mocking manner, to which Whitley looked away with crossed arms. Yep, face says it all. So it's a real shock to see such a pampered little puppy like you down here with the rest of us, common filth. What about you? Whitley retorted. I know who you are, Henry's cousin May, right? Or is it really Max? It's May. She corrected vehemently. Piece of advice, kid. That's one button you do not want to push. Okay, May. Whitley raised his hands defensively. But, Henry does talk about you, about how you left your family. He was about to make a comment on his sisters doing the exact same thing, only for the huntress in front of him to interrupt him. Yeah, I left the marigolds, and I don't regret it. She said without a hint of hesitation in her family. You wanna know why I did it? Mantle needed me, and the second I suggested doing it, they made it clear I wouldn't be welcomed back if I left, so I made the only real choice and I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Wait, they kicked you out? Whitley looked in surprise. You surprised? Let me guess. Henry told you that I ran away or abandoned the family out of spite or something. May assumed. I left, sure, but I didn't do it out of spite. I did it because I had a chance to make a real difference and help people. The military does the same thing, and Atlas has no shortage of huntsmen. Whitley said. Atlas does, but not Mantle. May said. And before you go on and say how Mantle's in your jurisdiction, take a long, good look around you, kid. She gestured to all the struggling faunus. You think this was the only accident these people have to deal with in this hellhole? People have died in your company's mines. Families were shattered here. They chose to work here though, Whitley muttered. Maybe, but some only do it cause they got no other choice. May commented. Out of all the people in Mantle, the faunus have it worse. Some even live in the crater, using makeshift shelters and fires just to survive. And all the people up in your precious Atlas, just sit comfortably and do nothing to change it. At least your sister chose to come down here herself and try to talk with people, even come up with some good ideas that could change things for the better. Doubt her old man would agree to any of it though. You don't know our father, Whitley said, to which May raised an eyebrow. Okay, fine. The Schnee Dust Company's far from perfect, and father does have most money than most. But then why hasn't he used it to help people? May questioned. Whitley stuttered. He wanted to retort, he wanted to say something that could prove her wrong. The first thing that came to mind was the White Fang, as they had directly attacked Atlas and the SDC before. But he took another look at all these workers who were struggling to keep themselves from falling apart. These weren't the same as those masked men with guns and swords who executed board members of his family's company. If that were the case, the entirety of the Faunus labor would have rebelled. And even if the military could stop such an insurrection, the damage that would have resulted would have potentially bankrupted the company, ending the SDC just as the White Fang have wanted. And yet, these people still work here, they still suffer despite all that, and despite having all the money he could imagine, Whitley's father hasn't made any significant changes to improve any of this. If anything, any changes only seem to make their family richer. That feeling you got right now, kid. That uncertainty. Let yourself feel that. May told him, putting a hand on his shoulder. It might feel bad right now, but you need to feel it, otherwise you're gonna stay stuck in your little world where you think everything is okay, when it's not. So, maybe you coming down here might be good for you. She patted his shoulder and gave a smile, to his surprise, before walking away. Whitley was at a complete loss for words. A few seconds ago, it looked like May Marigold, the disgrace of the Marigold family as Henry had told him, was about to beat him to within an inch of his life. And yet, it sounded like she was trying to give him some advice and even smiled to him despite him being rather rude and condescending to her. And her words stuck around inside his head, a bit more than he would have liked. He wasn't quite sure how to process all that and tried to look away and find a distraction for himself. But all he saw were the same struggling Faunus, which only caused him to look more confused and distraught. That is until he set his eyes on Silver, who was still holding up the ceiling above them all with his incredible powers. Silver grunted slightly as he tried to shake his legs. A cramp forming in his right leg as all he could do was stay where he was and keep the ceiling from falling and crushing everyone in the chamber. Honestly, he hated being stuck like this, being stuck in a situation with no way of escaping, at least with his own power. It reminded him too much of the world he was born into, where all he could do was fight and fight against a monster with no end in sight. That is until he remembered that one of his closest friends was here with him. Blaze was here, and he trusted her more than anyone. If anyone could find a way to help him and all these people, it would be her. But as much as he put his faith in her, it still frustrated him to be stuck like this. He could use a good distraction to pass the time. Hey. Whitley walked up to him. Hey, there. Silver put up a friendly smile. Some bad news, Whitley said. We're stuck. No way out, at least none that we can see. Silver sighed. Well, that sucks. Are you okay? Whitley asked him. I'm fine. More annoyed than anything else, but if you're worried about the ceiling falling, don't. I can do this all day. Silver assured. So, Silver, right? Whitley asked somewhat awkwardly. I got a question that's been in the back of my head since I first saw you. Ask away. The futuristic hedgehog allowed. I love a good conversation. You look so much like the Golden Hero. Whitley stated. I saw him on the news, an animalistic creature covered in golden light, exterminating an army of the grim and invading robots. Are you? No, I'm not him. Silver shook his head. But I do know him. You do? Whitley asked in surprise. Yep. His name is Sonic, and he's not always gold. Silver explained with a smile. He's actually blue. Is he, like you? Whitley gestured to Silver himself, likely referring to his powers. Not exactly, Silver replied. He's got different powers than mine. I got my psychokinesis, he can run really fast. And I mean fast, like break the sound barrier in 2 seconds type fast. Hey, I guess that's why he's called Sonic, Whitley muttered as he did his best to hide his look of awe and surprise. You wanna hear about some of the adventures we've been on? Silver asked. Yeah, I think I do, Whitley said somewhat excitedly as he sat down next to the futuristic hedgehog. You know those grim monsters, right? Well, the two of us worked together to fight a similar monster, only this guy was way worse. A giant beast made out of fire called the Ifrit. Silver began to tell his story, one of several that he was ready to tell Whitley, who couldn't stop himself from smiling. Meanwhile, the group that consisted of Weiss, Blaze, Robin, and Iona continued walking through the underground tunnels, picking up several Faunus workers along the way. So far, they've found 20 in total. Thankfully most only had minor injuries and were able to walk on their own. The 3 women warriors appeared in the front as Blaze and Weiss explained a few things to Robin, specifically Blaze being from another world along with Sonic, whom they revealed as the Golden Hero, and their current mission on Remnant. They made no mention of Salem Oregon Ospin's centuries-long war with her, yet, still unsure of Robin and her happy huntresses could be trusted with that kind of information. But they did tell her about Eggman and the Chaos Emeralds. They even allowed Robin to use her semblance to confirm all the information they told her, which was even able to work on Blaze, despite not having an aura. They also spoke about all this from the front as to not share it with the worrisome people behind them. There was no need to overwhelm them with so much new information, a sentiment Robin herself could attest to as she seemed to be processing it herself. So let me get this straight, Robin began. The Golden Hero is not only real, but an alien, along with several other aliens who came here to Remnant to fight off that mad scientist that attacked Beacon. And right now, you and General Ironwood are currently working with him to locate these Chaos Emeralds in order for the Golden Hero to use their power and wipe out all the Grimm from Remnant forever. Pretty much, yeah, Weiss confirmed. Well, Robin cleared her throat slightly. I can see why you and the General would want to keep that information quiet. Indeed, Dr. Eggman is already seeking the emeralds himself and has even aligned with criminals from Remnant. Blaze said, if other factions were to learn of this as well, it would cause even more chaos. And chaos would draw in the Grimm. Robin understood. Don't worry, I'll keep this information tight-knit. Thank you. Weiss nodded. So, he really isn't some kind of god? Robin asked. No, that's just the gemstones. Weiss said. Sonic is actually a very casual individual, who acts no differently from the rest of us. Here, look. She pulled out her scroll and brought up an image of Sonic, Weiss, and RWBY all in a picture together, specifically during the Vital Festival and enjoying some chili dogs. That girl right there is my partner, Ruby Rose. She's an absolute ball of energy, I feel like you would get along with her. Huh, that was all Robin could say as she saw the picture. She saw the picture of a real-life alien, just enjoying a meal with 2 human girls like it was a typical Tuesday. Not only that, she saw a mess of chili on the photo of Weiss, face with the girl herself looking like she was having just as a good a time, an image that completely contradicted her own mental image of a Schnee. Whenever Robin heard that name, she always thought about Jacques Schnee, whom she had the misfortune of meeting before, and he was the one person she probably hated the most. She also met Winter Schnee, though she was infinitely a better person than Jacques. Her close relation with General Ironwood put the two at odds with each other. But looking at this one, Weiss Schnee, she seemed like the total opposite of both of them. Willing to provide a helping hand and asking for nothing in return, as well as acting more forward and open, as opposed to cold and reserved. I owe you an apology. Robin said, much to Weiss' confusion. When we met at the protest, I thought you were like your father, just coming down to silence all these workers to save you some extra money. Except, during our discussion, you seemed genuinely interested in the well-being of all these people, coming up with ideas to improve their conditions and benefit all parties involved. And even now, you're helping to get all these people to safety. Of course, I am. Weiss replied. You wouldn't be the first to compare me to my father just by my name, and I understand the comparison. I'm not blind to what the SDC has done, which is one of the reasons I became a huntress, to be more like my grandfather, to help people and redeem my family name. And even now, redeeming my name is really just a secondary objective, because all I can think of right now is getting these people to safety. They all have homes and families to get back to, and I'm not going to let a single one of them down. Blaze smiled with approval. She can clearly see Sonic's influence on this girl, as well as a bit of herself in her too. And she wholeheartedly agreed with everything she said. Robin chuckled. That definitely puts you a step above your old man, I'll tell you that. She said, causing Weiss to smile. I can get where you're coming from too. She began as the group resumed their walk. I was a top graduate of my class at Atlas Academy, but I went down to work with Mantle. Sure, the city's got the wall and the army to protect them from any large-scale Grimm attacks, but we got our fair share of criminals too, and the people need some huntsmen looking out for them. Atlas already has more than enough, and they're not too eager to share. No offense. None taken. Weiss acknowledged. You think Jacques is bad? Try living with him. He had me fight a Grimm, specifically a Geist possessing a suit of armor the size of a paladin just to prove I can handle myself. Disgusting. Blaze couldn't stop herself from saying that, and she had no regret in saying it. Having his own child fight a monster is part of a test. Sure, she herself partook in similarly difficult tests herself to master her own fire powers, but this felt like it wasn't even the extent of Jacques' treatment towards his own children. But I did it. I killed the Grimm, and I passed, and I went to Beacon. Weiss said proudly. Robin snickered again. Bet your pop wasn't too happy about that. Would have loved to see the look on his face. Yep, me going to Vale was the best decision of my life. Weiss continued. I won't lie, my attitude before was very reminiscent of my father's. I was narrow-minded, ignorant, even prejudiced towards the Faunus. I disagreed with everyone around me, including my own partner and leader, with virtually everything. But, the more away from home I was, the more of the open world I saw, and the consequences of my family's actions, it felt like my eyes were finally opened. Not only that, I've made friends, people who felt more like family to me than my own blood family, excluding my sister of course, she still means the world to me. Glad to see you've met people who stick by you, who see you for who you are and not what you are. Robin granted. I agree. Blaze began. Before I met Sonic myself, I was alone. I was burdened with a great responsibility and felt that it was mine alone to carry. I closed myself off from everyone around me, never allowed myself to form any kind of attachments, thinking such things were a distraction. But, I met people who had a genuine desire to help me, even though I was a complete stranger. She thought back to when she first crossed paths with Cream and Vanilla, such kind and pure souls, the little girl even called her a friend when they literally met. And when we found ourselves facing a common enemy, I guess you could say we developed bonds forged from fire, no pun intended. She commented, but Weiss did snicker regardless. And now I don't feel so alone anymore. When my friends are facing a dangerous foe, I'll be right by their side as we fight even the forces of hell itself, right alongside a certain hedgehog who will be smiling the whole time. She said with a smile of her own. Weiss couldn't stop herself from smiling either, just as she already found herself admiring Blaze for her combat style. It seemed like she had found someone who can truly understand her. Not that she didn't think RWBY, Sonic, or the others couldn't understand her, but Blaze was a kindred spirit. They both grew up feeling alone, burdened with heavy responsibility, but upon meeting a couple of more free-spirited people, they felt their hearts open up and formed connections that were irreplaceable. And Weiss would hope she would form such a connection with Blaze. A sentiment Blaze was all too happy to reciprocate as she reached out to gently grasp Weiss' hand. This caused the girl to look at her with a surprised expression before smiling emotionally, to which Blaze looked at her with a nod of understanding and acceptance. The group would soon round a corner as the tunnel they were in curved, but they would spot something that made them believe salvation was at hand. It was an SDC repair station, a place where the miners could fix up their tools in case anything broke down, and parked in one such station was a large excavation drill. It was a vehicle that resembled something of a bulldozer with a massive drill at the end. A repair station. Weiss identified as she was the first to rush to the station. Blaze was right beside her as Robin motioned for Iona and the miners to follow them, which they did. There's even an excavation drill here. We could use this to tunnel our way out. But is it working? Blaze asked. Weiss climbed up into the driver's seat and tried to turn the vehicle on. It sputtered a bit, but it didn't turn on. The heiress sighed in annoyance. No, guess we know the reason for it even being at a repair station in the first place. Hey, we got the tools, though, and the people who work here. Robin said, gesturing to the crowd around here. We'll get it fixed up in no time. Let me help. Iona stepped up. I know machines. I've worked with my fathers since I was 5. I can get it fixed up. Alright. Robin accepted. But work with these people too. She said, referring to the Faunus workers. They know these things better than. An orange glow came down from the adjacent tunnel, gunning straight for Robin and Iona, revealing to be a large stream of fire. Thankfully, Blaze was the first to intercept it by appearing in front of the flames, catching them with her hands and quickly dispersed them with a wave. She, Weiss, and Robin looked in surprise to see the source of the attack. Huh, Guess I'm not the only one with a fiery touch. Roan said with a smirk, holding out her flamethrower weapon with Bianca standing beside her. Hello, Robin. The leader of Team BRIR greeted with a smirk. What? Bianca. Roan. The happy huntress leader was beyond shocked to see them. You know these people? Weiss questioned. They're huntresses. Robin revealed, surprising Weiss and Blaze. What are you two doing down here? Stopping you, of course. Bianca smirked. Sorry, but none of you are leaving these tunnels alive. What? Weiss questioned. You're huntresses. There are people here who need help. You should be helping us get them to safety. Can't do that. Orders are orders. Roan replied. Since when does your team follow orders? And from who? Robin glared. That's our little secret. Bianca replied as she drew her dual prism blades, prompting Weiss to draw Mertenaster. I don't know why they're here, but if they aim to stop us from rescuing these miners, then we have to fight them. Blaze declared before turning back to Iona and said, miners. You get that drill fixed, we'll handle these two. Iona nodded as she and two miners went to the drill site and opened the compartment, exposing all the machinery with Iona taking out a wrench and getting to work. Watch yourself with these two. Robin warned Blaze and Weiss as they stood beside her. Bianca can copy other people's semblances, they're not as strong, but she's also a master with her blades. And Roan can juice her fire power to extreme levels. Nobody likes spoilers. Roan said as she let loose her flamethrower again, her hair glowing a brighter red as the flames from her weapon only grew. Weiss acted quickly and formed a shield of ice by thrusting her sword into the ground, blocking the flames. Blaze then leapt to the top of the ice and shot herself straight for Roan, flames from her feet propelling her with enough force to rocket at the rogue huntress, grabbing her by the shoulders and slamming her hard on the ground before flipping up and over to land by her head just as Roan stuck her feet up and spun them around for rapid spinning kicks, which Blaze parried with chops from her hands. But Roan quickly got up and aimed her flamethrower at Blaze's face, which she ushed away with a chop from her hand just as Roan fired. Blaze then thrusted her own hand to send a wave of her own fire at Roan, who limboed underneath to avoid before kicking at Blaze's feet to try and trip her up. But Blaze only jumped back a few feet before Roan let loose her flamethrower again, which Blaze countered by slicing her own hand to disperse the stream of flames around and behind her. Fighting fire with fire is a poor combat method to use against me. Blaze advised seriously. That sounds like a challenge, kitty cat. Roan smirked. Bianca shattered Weiss' ice shield with slices from her prism blades and dashed forward to appear in between the heiress and Robin, quickly throwing up her blades again to block the weapon strikes from both Weiss and Robin. Bianca smirked however as Weiss' own reflection appeared in her prism blade, and a glyph appeared directly under Weiss' feet, sending her up into the air and allowing Bianca to perform a cartwheel kick to Robin's head to push her down. As Weiss fell towards the ground, Bianca waved her blades to create a series of glyphs and shoot out several ice spikes towards Weiss before she could hit the ground. But Weiss was quick to erect her own glyph to shield herself from the attack, though the force did smash her into the wall. Robin recovered but was forced to use her crossbow's shield mode to block the relentless sword strikes of her enemy and was soon forced against the wall as Bianca rushed to deliver a knee to her stomach before crossing her blades at Robin's neck. Oh, don't be so surprised, Robin. Bianca said. You might have been among the top in our class, but I was always just a bit ahead of you. Why are you doing this, Bianca? Robin questioned. You left Atlas Academy to look after the outlying villages. You're rough, but you're loyal to these people with a strong sense of duty. Is somebody making you do this? I'm doing this because, the rogue huntress soon found herself looking in confusion. Because, this moment of confusion led her open for the recovered Weiss to create a glyph in between Bianca and Robin, separating them and allowing Weiss a chance to rush in and slice her sword, forcing Bianca to block it before Weiss infused some lightning dust into her blade, giving it an electric charge as she sliced down to push Bianca back. Because I have to. I can't let any of you leave here alive. Something's wrong, Robin said to Weiss. I don't think she knows what she's doing. I'm afraid that's the least of our worries. The heiress pointed forward, specifically past Bianca, down the tunnel the group had just came from, where they spotted a rather large grim, specifically a manticor, an ice variant native to Atlas no less. The sight of said creature, especially when it roared at them, caused Iona and the miners to scream as they accelerated their work on the drill, with several hiding behind it before it charged at them. Meanwhile, Tails flew through the mining tunnels, his visor guiding and making a map of the whole area as he went along. It also didn't hurt that he had previously downloaded the map of the mine before the collapse on the way here and uploaded it from his Miles Electric into his visor as it recorded any changes in the tunnels and pathways as a result of the collapse and avalanche. At the same time, the Miles Electric worked on an auto program to isolate and counter the frequency that was blocking all communications within the mining tunnels. Upon discovering said frequency and learning how it only seemed limited to these tunnels, it led the young fox to realize that what happened with the avalanche and collapse may not have been an accident. Somebody deliberately engineered this. But why? It wasn't Eggman, it would have been way more obvious. Perhaps it was somebody working for Salem. Maybe a way to hurt the image of the SDC and use it to rile people up. Divide the people of Atlas and Mantle even further. That same sort of method was used before with the White Fang in Veil to further divide humanity and Faunus, so it seemed to fit the MO. But Tails would work that out later. Right now, his first priority was locating any and all survivors. And it would seem that he had managed to find a group as his visor's infrared vision picked up a hot spot down an adjacent tunnel, which he flew straight towards, making a sharp turn into a perpendicular tunnel and turning right at the next corner to where he spotted a large pile of rocks and debris blocking his path. Looking past it with his visor's X-ray vision, he saw a group of 6 Faunus workers all behind it. "Hey!" Tails shouted as loud as he could. "If you can all hear me, step back. I'm going to clear the tunnel." He saw through his visor, the 6 individuals all stepping backwards and getting a reasonable distance. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a device of his own design, a gravity dust bomb, which he threw to the ground at the base of the rock pile. The bomb went off, creating a brief purple vacuum-like force that pulled down all the debris and cleared away much of the tunnel before the dust bomb's effects vanished. Tails flew through the opening to see the 6 workers looking up to him in awe. "It's okay. I'm here to help. I can guide you all out of here. Does anyone have any serious injuries?" "And no," a female pig Faunus muttered. "We're okay." She noticed a green portal opening right behind the flying fox. "Behind you." Tails turned around to see the portal, and was shocked to see a long thorny vine quickly extend out to ensnare him by the neck and pull him through the portal, and out through another at the far end of the very same tunnel. Tails was then slammed hard on the ground by the snap of a whip, resembling a thorny vine, being wielded by Ivy. The yellow-furred fox didn't get much time to react as he noticed the silhouette of someone, swimming, through the ceiling above him. That someone was Ruda, who emerged from the ceiling as though she were intangible and fall straight towards Tails with her drill gauntlets pointing right at him. Tails acted quickly and performed a spin dash, snapping himself free from Ivy's whip and shooting upwards to intercept Ruda. His spin dash met her drills as they pressed against each other before Tails unfurled to smack her in the face with his own dual tails to send her to the wall, only for her to phase through the wall and begin swimming down and underground. 2 portals opened up from Tails' sides as thorny vines were shot out from each of them, ensnaring Tails by his right arm and right tail on his right side, with the same happening on his left before both were pulled outward to keep the young fox suspended, all courtesy of Ivy as she had her weapon, now split into 2 separate vines, attached to the 2 portals in front of her. Ruda emerged from the ground beside her teammate. "Well, isn't this a cute little thing?" the drill girl commented. "Think we can keep him?" "I'm not looking for any pets," Ivy said before smirking sinisterly. "But, I wouldn't mind having him stuffed." "Sorry to disappoint you too." Tails still had his fingers free as he tapped them together, activating a special function he built into his gloves, which auto-activated Hurricane Gamma's energy blades. They shot out from his backpack and into his hands, which he used to slice through Ivy's vines, much to hers and Ruda's surprise. "I don't get stuffed so easily." Tails' jetpack activated, giving him a greater boost as he shot at Ruda first, slicing at her with an X-slash of both his energy blades, blasting her to the wall before trying to slice at Ivy, who jumped back into a portal she just made to get some distance and reappeared at the tunnel closer to the group of Faunus that were now hiding behind the rocks while Ruda used her own semblance to swim through the ground again and reappear by her teammates' sides. "Little fox is tougher than he looks," Ruda commented. "That'll make it all the more satisfying to bring him down." Ivy snarled as she snapped her whip right before Tails flew straight at them. The Ifrit had thrown everything it had at us. Silver continued to tell the story, all while still holding up the ceiling. And it was no longer just Whitley he was telling the story to, for he had gathered an audience of most of the Faunus miners present, mostly those who were younger, and they couldn't help but be captivated by the story. The sky above was burning, the land below was scorched, the flames from that monster were so hot, it felt like we were standing next to the sun itself. But it wasn't just me facing this monster. Sonic the Hedgehog, who you all know as the Golden Hero, and several of our other friends, stood together against this beast. When it unleashed its deadly fire breath, I used my powers to hold and push it back. This left it open for Sonic, and another warrior named Shadow, to perform their homing attacks right into its throat to cut it off. Two great flying warriors named Rouge and Tails then took up our other friend's Knuckles, whose strength can level mountains, and Espio, a master ninja, and threw them at the Ifrit's wings. With the wings broken and severed, the beast fell back into the burning hole from where it came. "Did you kill it?" Whitley asked excitedly. "We didn't have to," Silver replied. "All we had to do was keep it from entering our world, and that's exactly what we did. With the Ifrit beaten into the ground, we went back into the portal. And the madman who tried to unleash it upon our world was sealed away along with it. And there the beast remains, forever trapped in the world it had once burned, never to be seen again." The end. There were several claps and cheers from the audience, including Whitley, much to the joy of Silver. Though he didn't consider himself much of a storyteller, mostly because he never told a story before. But given the reaction of his audience, he assumed he did a good job. "So, you're friends with the Golden Hero?" one Bear Faunus girl asked. "That means he is real," a Dog Faunus man said with excitement. "Oh yes he is," Silver confirmed, deciding to raise everyone's spirits even further. "He and all our other friends are going to save all of Remnant. The Grimm will be wiped away forever." This brought up even more cheers from the audience, with even May looking with a smile. Though the Huntress hadn't joined the audience, she did end up listening to the whole story. A lot of it honestly sounded like something from one of those fairy tales she read as a little kid, and rather hard to believe. But given she was seeing a literal alien practically holding up a small mountain above them all, not to mention the Golden Hero himself wiping Vale clean of the Grimm. If this was all true, and the Golden Hero did exist, then so did the possibility of Remnant being purged of the Grimm. And if that were the case, she would have to tell Robin. The happy Huntresses would support the Golden Hero 100%. However, the ground soon began to shake, which drew everyone's attention. "Hey, what's that?" a bird Faunus woman asked. "The ground's shaking, does that mean we're saved? Did somebody find us?" a bull Faunus asked hopefully. "Hey, we're over here, the Dog Faunus miner shouted as loud as he could. Whitley looked towards Silver with a hopeful expression too, but was confused to see Silver looking more serious. "What's wrong?" "That shaking, it's not coming from above," the gray-furred hedgehog said, surprising everyone around him. "If it were, I'd feel it." "He's right," May muttered as she felt her hand along the ground, where her hand felt the vibrations. "It's directly below us." Every instinct told her that this wasn't a rescue coming. "Everyone, get back now," she ordered as she drew her weapon, a crossbow staff. Everyone gathered either directly behind her or Silver, with Whitley standing particularly close to him. The ground in front of May broke apart, revealing a massive hole in which a group of 10 sentinels crawled out of it, all of which cleared the way for their alpha. It was much larger and fatter, with its underbelly being over-bloated and glowing green from the inside. It had a skull-like face with more mandibles around it, as well as a pair of mantis-like blades for arms. This was a centaur, and it gave a sickly insect-like roar to send its brethren straight for the people in its way. "Get clear," May ordered as she used her crossbow staff to cut down 2 sentinels that went right for her before being surrounded by 4 more, all while the miners panicked and tried to run off in various directions, prompting the other 4 sentinels to scurry after them. Silver grunted as he couldn't help much in his current position, but that didn't mean he wasn't helpless. He tried to reach out with his powers as he saw a group of 3 miners cornered by 1 sentinel and was able to telekinetically grab a hold of a large rock next to it and rolled it over to crush the centipede-like Grimm. He looked to see a second one spitting acid at a female rabbit faunus miner that had tripped on the ground and was able to grab her and pull her out of the way in time, allowing two male miners, each holding a large rock in their hands, to smash it to pieces. However, this caused Silver to partially lose focus of what was above him, leading to some cracks to form in his psychic barrier, and for large boulders to fall all over the area. Fortunately, nobody was hit by any of them, but the rising panic was still there, with Silver being brought to his knees as he tried to refocus. Come on, come on. He pushed back up as hard as he could, but the strain of holding up such a mountainous weight was starting to grow, especially as he had to divide his focus to all the grim attacks. He saw another sentinel about to attack another miner, but sent a wave of raw psychic power to smash it into a boulder. Get it while it's down, he yelled, prompting the miner to grab a rock and smash it. Whitley's screams caught Silver's attention as he looked to see the young boy about to be pounced on by the last sentinel. Whitley! Silver cried out. Fortunately, the sentinel was cut down by a slice from May's staff as she quickly came to Whitley's aid. I got ya. Behind you, Whitley warned as a stream of acid was shot at them, but May had tackled Whitley to the ground as the stream flew over them and dissolved the ground just in front of them. They and everyone else, including Silver, looked in terror to see the snarling senator charging at them. Weiss created a series of glyphs around her to shoot a volley of ice spikes at the charging manticore, but it retaliated with a large fireball from its mouth to blast away the ice spikes before charging Weiss herself, ramming her with its head to smash her into the wall. An explosive dust arrow and a stream of fire impacted the manticore's sides, pushing it back as Robin and Blaze tried to assist Weiss. Only for Bianca to dash in between the two and deliver a flip kick to Robin's head to knock her down as she tried to swing her blades at Blaze, who spun around to generate a wheel of fire around herself and push back Bianca. A stream of fire shot by Roan was then fired at Blaze, which she blocked easily enough by placing her palm against the flame to create a wall of that same fire in front of herself before pushing it forward like a tsunami wave against Roan, who dashed down the tunnel to try and avoid it but was blown back by the resulting explosive force. Iona looked at the battles with an expression of shock before continuing to work on the drill as the faunus miners cowered behind it. Come on, come on. But it didn't seem like the drill was active quite yet as she tried to start it up. The manticore's roar drew her attention again as it resumed its charge, striking the drill with a headbutt to rattle it and knock Iona off the driver's seat, though a faunus worker did catch her from behind the vehicle. However, they were soon pressed against the wall as the manticore attempted to climb over it and bite at them. Thankfully, Blaze came in time to deliver a fiery kick to its face to disorient it and draw its attention towards her, with Robin firing an explosive dust arrow at the side of its head. But Bianca and Roan came at Blaze from behind as the former swung her dual prism blades, with Blaze dancing around each slice, but was quickly backed into the path of Roan's flamethrower. Specifically the blunt portion as Roan swung it at Blaze to knock her towards Biance, who tried to slash at her, though Blaze threw her hand out to send a wave of flames, acting as a defensive and offensive retaliation to block the blade and push Bianca back before spinning her body around like a flaming corkscrew and throwing a kick at Roan to knock her to the wall. Weiss pushed herself up as she saw Robin keep the manticore's attention focused on her and away from the workers. But while she ducked under a swipe of its claws, the Grim shot a fireball at her to send her back down towards the tunnel, causing Robin's aura to flicker as she rolled along the ground, with Weiss coming to check in on her. A series of screams drew their attention as Weiss looked in horror to see the manticore refocusing its attention on the frightened Iona and workers behind the excavation drill. No. Acting on pure instinct, Weiss created a trail of glyphs to speed herself straight for the manticore, swinging her sword along its side, irritating the large Grim as she appeared directly in front of it to thrust Myrtanaster forward, using the wind dust in her blade to create a vortex to push it back. Though it did stumble slightly, the manticore shot another fireball at her feet to knock her into the excavation vehicle, her aura flashing slightly. Weiss steadied herself as she felt a great deal of fear swell throughout her body, looking towards her side to see Blaze still being occupied by the combined efforts of Bianca and Roan, while Robin was struggling to recover. More than anything, she silently begged for Sonic or RWBY or any of her other friends and teammates to be here and help her. She couldn't fight this Grim alone. Maybe back in her first few weeks at Beacon, she was arrogant enough to think so, but even now, even after getting stronger, she knew she was outclassed in terms of strength and raw power against this imposing beast. Please, looking behind her, just over the opening of the vehicle's seat, she saw a Faunus worker pleading to her with tears in his eyes. Help us, and it wasn't just him, all of the Faunus, including Iona, they all looked to Weiss with the same fearful and pleading expressions. Weiss' eyes widened as she only just remembered how she was the only thing standing between all these people and certain death. This was the duty of a huntress, to stand and protect those who couldn't protect themselves. In this one moment, she didn't see the difference between Faunus or humans, just people. People who needed her help. Sonic and RWBY weren't here. She was. And she would defend these people with her life. With a fierce resolve forming within her, Weiss plunged Mertenaster into the ground as a rather large glyph formed below her, generating a large whirlwind around herself, forcing the manticore back. The whirlwind drew the attention of not only Robin, but also Blaze, Bianca, and Roan. My name is Weiss Schnee. She began. My name is mine to define and mine alone. My life is mine and mine alone. My path is the one I chose, nobody else chooses for me. As she spoke, her glyph glowed brighter, and it spun around rapidly. Her eyes closed as she thought of RWBY Rose and Sonic the Hedgehog smiling towards her with the blue hedgehog giving her a thumbs up. I chose my path, because I am free to do so. I repeat, my name is Weiss Schnee, and I am as free as the wind. The glow shined even brighter as the glyph itself spun around so fast that it was practically a bright white circle. I am free. Flash. Asterisk. A bright flash of white light illuminated the cavern, forcing everyone to cover their eyes with even the manticore being forced back. But when the light vanished, everyone, even Weiss herself, looked stunned at what stood before them. It had the figure of a knight that stood well over 13 feet tall, about as tall as the manticore itself. Its armor glowed white with a faint cyan outline with a dark void underneath, as if it were only black on the inside. And it wielded a mighty sword in both its hands. This was an Armagigas. A summon created by Weiss herself. The heiress-turned-huntress could only look in shock. She had hoped she'd be able to pull it off, at least summon a sword to cut down the manticore in its charge, but she summoned the whole thing. And all by herself. A smile soon formed on her face, which turned into a look of confidence as she pointed her sword towards the manticore, directing the Armagigas after it. The manticore roared as it charged at the summon, which raised its sword high above its head and brought it down, breaking much of the outer armor around the manticore's face with the force sending it crashing to the wall. The Armagigas brought its sword down onto the manticore's side when it was down, but the creature pushed itself back up on its feet and flung itself into the Armagigas, having it crash into the wall on the other side of the tunnel, its own armor cracking under the strain. But a large glyph appeared under the manticore as giant ice spike shot up to break against its armored underbelly as well as throw it up slightly. Weiss then used another glyph to quickly dash right underneath the manticore again and thrusted Mertenaster with more wind dust to unleash another cyclone and force it to stand up on its hind legs, exposing its vulnerable underbelly. This gave the Armagigas the opening it needed to thrust its sword into the manticore's gut and swing upwards to slice it in half up to its face, cutting the whole head clean in half and killing the beast as what was left of it fell backwards and disintegrated within seconds. Weiss fell to her hands and knees as she looked to her Armagigas, which kneeled to her like a knight would kneel to a princess, before it vanished in white particles, almost like snowflakes. A faint chuckle escaped Weiss' mouth as she actually managed to pull off a summon. She almost couldn't believe it. Oh, how she wished Winter, Sonic, or RWBY could have seen it. A hand was extended to her as she looked to see Robin offering her a helping assist to stand, which she accepted as she was pulled back on her feet. Not bad, Weiss. Thanks, Weiss smiled. Bianca and Roan were both completely stunned at what they saw themselves, which left them open for Blaze to deliver a flaming sweeping kick to both of their faces and knock them to the ground, though they quickly recovered, only to see Blaze standing firm as embers formed around her body. I'd highly advise you to surrender. She warned. Or don't. I can do this all day. Both rogue huntresses growled, but they each heard a certain doctor contact them over their earpieces. Fall back, you two. I've seen what I needed to. And my task is already complete. Bianca looked to Roan, who nodded as she slammed her weapon on the ground, creating a flash of fire. The resulting smoke provided cover for a glowing orange portal to open behind them, in which the two ran into before it closed swiftly. Blaze threw her hand to clear the smoke, only to see both her opponents were gone. She narrowed her eyes in annoyance before turning back to the citizens. "Is everyone all right?" she asked as she quickly made her way back to the excavation drill. Despite the looks of awe and amazement on all their faces, nearly all of them gave confirming nods, showing that there were no casualties. Blaze then looked to see Robin and Weiss approaching. "That was very impressive, Weiss." Blaze complimented her with a smile. "Good work." Weiss gave a slight squeal at receiving such praise from the Fire Princess but quickly blushed realizing that everyone around her saw and heard it, with Robin looking at her with a teasing grin. That was amazing." Iona ran up to her with stars in her eyes. "I heard the Schnee semblance could do amazing things, but that was just beautiful. You saved us." A female Faunus worker came to her with all the other miners. "Thank you." "Yes, thank you Miss Schnee. You were amazing. Incredible." Weiss found herself at a loss for words as all these people came and showered her with praises, compliments, gratitude, and thanks. But she also couldn't stop herself from smiling, not just at the praise, but the fact that all these people were safe and alive thanks to her. "Thank you, but we need to keep moving." Weiss addressed everyone as she tried to focus back on the task at hand. "Is the drill working?" Not yet," Iona said as she went to the open hatch on the vehicle's side. "The dust inside is inert. If I had some kind of heat source, I could jumpstart it." "Will this suffice?" Blaze stepped forward and generated a small flame in the palm of her hand. Yes. The surprised Iona nodded as she gestured to a small chamber within the machine, which Blaze put the flame inside before closing it up. When Iona climbed back into the seat, she pressed the ignition button as the excavation vehicle then sputtered to life, the drill itself already spinning. The girl laughed. "It's working. Finally." Robin smirked before turning to the Faunus workers. "Who's ready to get the hell out of here?" she asked, causing the people to cheer. Meanwhile, Tails flew up and around, avoiding all the open portals and thorned whip snaps that followed, all from Ivy as she stayed on the ground, rapid portals opening all around her as she snapped her whip in each and every one of them. And they weren't Tails' only obstacle, for Ruda emerged from the wall that Tails was getting close to and he was quick to block the drills that she lunged at him by crossing Hurricane Gamma's energy blades like an X. He then noticed a green portal opening just behind him and used his jetpack to shoot himself up faster and avoid the thorned whip that followed while Ruda fell and dove back into the ground, swimming through it and up the wall, making her way closer to the ceiling where Tails was before emerging from it. Tails and Ruda were in midair as they slashed and parried their respective weapons against each other before Tails flipped and wrapped her arms in his dual tails and threw her away towards the ground, which she dove into again before Tails quickly flew down to avoid the dual portals he was caught in between, as well as the thrown whips that were snapped at him. "Can't run forever, Fox." Ivy called to him as she created portal after portal, and snapped her whip into each one, with Tails avoiding them all. "You think I'm just running and that's going to cost you?" the young genius thought to himself. "I've noticed you can only make up to 2 portals at most, and there is a brief 2-second delay before you snap your whip into it, which seems to only separate in 2 separate vines." As he flew, he also spotted Ruda's silhouette as it swam through the ground beneath him before moving up towards the wall. "And you might be able to swim through the ground and build momentum as you move, but you also lose all that momentum when you use it to shoot yourself outward like a missile. And even if you can change direction in the ground, you can't do that in the air. You can only go in the direction you shoot yourself out from. I can definitely see how your skills benefit each other as partners. But if I get the timing just right." Tails moved closer to the wall that Ruda was swimming up through, flying a bit closer to the ceiling as well. He readied his energy blades, his visor allowing him to briefly look and see Ivy open a portal which opened just behind him as Ruda shot out to shoot at Tails. Normally such a small gap would be impossible for someone to avoid, but if you're as smart as Tails and have been working with someone as fast as Sonic your whole life, even a brief 1 or 2 second window is all the time in the world. Tails stopped flying, with both his tails and jetpack, and let himself fall and allowing Ruda to shoot herself into Ivy's portal, flying out through the other side and striking Ivy with her dual drills, sending Ivy crashing into the wall as well while Ruda rolled across the ground. Got ya. Tails reactivated his jetpack and flew at top speeds. Gunning straight for Ruda and performed a spin dash to send her flying straight up before gunning for Ivy as her own aura flashed. Snagging her vine whip and used it to fling her into Ruda, knocking them both towards the ground before Tails flew underneath. Still holding the extended vine whip and flew up and over both rogue huntresses together rapidly, essentially tying them both up in Ivy's own weapon, smashing them together and flying over them before shooting down with a double kick into Ruda's face and smashing them hard into the ground, making sure to go at an angle where Ivy would take the brunt of it. Her aura shattered with the recoil bouncing to Ruda as her own aura flashed, but it didn't break. Who's cute now? Tails smirked with crossed arms, hovering over the two as Ruda looked up with a weak glare. I know you have something flashy, dear Ruda. Starline contacted her through her earpiece. Use it and I will extract you. She hated retreating, but seeing how she didn't have much choice, Ruda used her drill weapons to tear away at the vine binding her and her teammate before slamming them together. The drills pressed against each other and gave off a horrifying screeching sound that forced Tails to cover his eyes and ears. This brief distraction allowed for an orange portal to open underneath Ivy and Ruda, in which they fell in, which quickly closed just as Tails opened his eyes. What? But the portal user was unconscious. Her aura shattered. Tails exclaimed. Unless, he used his visor's pre-recording function to play back the last couple of seconds, where he saw the orange portal his enemies escaped through. That's not the same portal. Hey, over here. Turning around, Tails looked to see Hanlon waving to him as he stood alongside the Faunus workers Tails had just protected. Tails quickly flew over to meet him. Who are you? Tails asked. Hanlon Fifestone, I'm stuck down here with everyone else. Now, I don't know you exactly, but you just took down a couple of rogue huntresses. Hanlon said with a smirk. Not bad for a little guy. Thanks. Tails smiled. How is everyone? He asked, looking past the union leader to the Faunus workers. A bit scared, but otherwise okay. Hanlon answered. That's good. A beeping was heard from the Fox's tablet, the Miles Electric, which he quickly took out and saw the screen that shined with the words, frequency blocked. Communications restored. Alright, comms should be working now. He quickly made his calls. Hello, does anyone hear me? Tails, I hear you. Weiss radioed from the other side. Weiss, I'm glad to hear you're okay. Tails said. Where are you? I'm with Blaze and Robin, and a whole bunch of miners. Weiss replied. We managed to get an excavation drill working, it should help them to get out of here. Have you seen Whitley or others? No, I just met up with Hanlon. But I was able to clear up that frequency blocking communications. Tails said as he used the Miles Electric to track down Silver's scroll as well as Whitley's, and the screen showed both scrolls within the same location as each other. I've got them. I'm sending you the coordinates, we'll meet you there. Alright, I'll see you there. Weiss said before hanging up. May spun her staff around to parry the Senator's bladed arm strikes, and was able to get a successful slash in at its face, but it soon retaliated with acidic spit, which May jumped back to avoid before firing her weapon's crossbow at it, but the Senator swerved its head to avoid the bolts before shooting more acid at her, which she rolled to avoid, but the Senator was already on her and over her, bringing its blades down on her, and even though she blocked it with her weapon's staff form, she was unable to avoid the coming acid. Fortunately, it was caught in Silver's telekinetic grip and slammed hard into the wall. But less than a second later, the ceiling lowered even more as more rocks and debris fell over the area, causing more panic and fear with the surrounding Faunus miners, Silver himself falling to one knee. Hey, just keep the ceiling up. May pointed to him. I'm losing my grip. Silver grunted. Focus splitting, he tried to refocus himself on the ceiling, but the mental strain was only growing. Look out. May turned around to see the Senator rush out and slice its bladed arm at her to knock her to the ground, where it proceeded to spit its acid at her. May screamed as she felt the acid all over her body as she forced herself to roll away, but while her aura did protect her, it ultimately shattered around her as she laid flat on the ground. No, May! Silver screamed as the Senator loomed over her, raising its claw to finish her off, only for a rock to be thrown at its face, causing it to turn to none other than Whitley, who instantly regretted doing any of that. Whitley, run. Get out of there. Every instinct in Whitley's body told him to run, but he looked past the terrifying Senator to see May, still laying unresponsive and helpless. The Senator slashed towards him, but Whitley ran around and straight for May and tried to pick her up. Come on, come on. He tried to drag her along, but she was too heavy for him and the Senator was over him again as it slashed its bladed arm at them, but Whitley, acting on pure instinct, used himself to cover May with his back facing outward. But the second the blade touched Whitley, a flash of bright blue light enveloped him as the force pushed back on the Senator slightly as Whitley gave a gasp in shock. He looked around himself as a light blue energy formed around his body, with the boy looking to his own hand in shock while still holding onto May in the other as her eyes began to flicker open. Is that, aura? Whitley. Silver shouted as loud as he could as the Senator returned to spray its acidic spit at him. But a large drill exploded out from the wall of rocks and boulders and moved in to get in the way of the spit. Iona, who was in the seat alongside Blaze, screamed as Blaze quickly pulled her out of the way to see the drill's side melt in the corrosive substance. A series of glyphs formed on the ground and up in the air around the Senator before a volley of ice spikes were shot out, piercing the Grim from every direction before an explosive dust arrow pierced its head, causing the whole thing to explode, killing it finally. Whitley, May, Weiss and Robin ran to address them both, but they didn't get much time to celebrate their reunion as the ceiling above them shook and lowered itself even more, rocks continuing to fall as Silver was now on both his knees. I can't hold this much longer. The futuristic hedgehog warned. Get everyone out. Now. You heard him. Everyone out. Now. Robin called to all the Faunus workers, pointing to the exit they made with the drill. The miners didn't need to be told twice as all of them ran straight for the hole with Robin picking up her semi-conscious teammate. I got her, she told Whitley. Let's go, Weiss said to her brother as she escorted him out alongside Robin who carried May. Go with them, Iona. I'll be right behind you. Blaze told the little girl, who nodded as she ran through the hole before Blaze herself dashed to Silver, whose grip was slipping more and more. I can't move, while I hold this. Silver grunted. Don't worry, I got you. Blaze assured as she wrapped both her arms around him and created a burst of flames from her feet to propel her and Silver straight to the hole. This caused Silver to let go as all the rocks above began to fall, with the ceiling about to collapse on them. Fortunately, the Fire Princess was fast enough to just make it with her closest friend as they both entered the main tunnel again where everyone else was safe and sound. They all looked to see the hole completely sealed up with the sound of a devastating crushing noise inside. After a few seconds, everyone felt a huge sense of relief as many of them all had to sit down, their stress levels dropping significantly. Is everyone? Silver weakly asked. Everyone's out. Blaze smiled in assurance, still holding onto him. You can rest now. Silver smiled weakly before he let his eyes close and felt himself collapse on top of her. Blaze then looked to see Whitley looking with worry. He'll be okay. Blaze was quick to say. He just needs rest. Whitley looked with relief but was caught off guard when his own sister wrapped her arms around him. I'm so glad you're okay, Weiss muttered. I'm sorry Whitley, I shouldn't have let you come here. Weiss, Whitley didn't know what to say. This was the first time she had shown him this sort of affection before, not since they were very little. But he couldn't find himself to question it as the sense of relief was so much, he didn't hesitate to embrace his sister back and let loose tears of relief. Robin smiled with relief as well, seeing all the Faunus workers were still in one piece. She looked to see May weakly smiling towards her before Robin nodded. Hey, guys. They heard Tails call to them as they looked to see the young Fox and Hanlon approach from the other side of the tunnel with all the Faunus they rescued right behind them. We're all okay, Tails. Blaze said. I'm glad. Tails smiled. And we got ourselves a way out. With communications restored, I was able to coordinate with Winter. She's on top with others as they managed to drill a way out for us. Robin nodded as she looked to all the miners they rescued. We got a way out. You're all going to be okay now. All the workers cheered when they heard that. They laughed and cried, hugging each other with joy and relief, a sentiment shared by most everyone around them. Thanks to the combined efforts of Atlas military personnel and the volunteer work of Fort Lee's mole drones, a great deal of debris was cleared out from the collapsed mine, providing a safe exit for all the workers who were rescued and trapped inside. Weiss, Tails, Robin, and Hanlon led all of them outside to where Clover and Harper helped guide them all to several medical craft to receive proper treatment. Robin handed off May to some medics herself with Fiona and Joanna happily greeting them both. "You two go with her," Robin said to her teammates. "I'm gonna talk with these guys a bit." She gestured to Winter and everyone. Fiona and Joanna nodded as they went into the medical freighter to look after May before it closed up and flew away with some of the other miners inside. "Iona!" Fort Lee exclaimed as he saw his little daughter being escorted out of the hull by Weiss. "Papa!" The little girl ran and embraced her father as he held her close. Though Weiss was indeed happy to see the two reunite, she was also surprised as she recognized Fort Lee Rockshow, the CEO of Starhead Industrial Company and an acquaintance of her father. She didn't even know he had a daughter. Actually, now that she thought about it, she remembered attending the funeral of Fort Lee's son, Adrian, who was killed by the White Fang. Fort Lee was there, naturally, but she also vaguely recalled seeing a little girl there with him. This must have been the same girl. "Are you okay, sweetie?" Fort Lee asked. "Did those animals hurt you?" "No, Papa, I'm fine. They helped me. They saved me," Iona said. "You must be confused, shaken up." Fort Lee held his daughter's head, he then spotted Weiss. "Ah, young Miss Schnee. You must have been the one who saved her. Mr. Rockshow, may I ask the reason why your daughter was even here in the first place, by herself? She didn't seem to have any chaperones with her," Weiss stated. "I ran off on my own," Iona quickly said. "I wanted to see the protest in person, to see if it would affect our company like yours." "You shouldn't have done that, Iona. I would have gone myself if that was the case," Fort Lee said. "I'm sorry, Papa," the girl apologized as her father picked her up. "All that matters is that you're safe." He then looked to Weiss with a nod. "Thank you, Miss Schnee." "Sir." Weiss nodded in acknowledgement. The man turned to return to his personal aircraft with his daughter in his arms, the little girl waving to Weiss, who waved back. Iona also looked to see Blaze as she helped load Silver onto a medical freighter as well and waved to her. Blaze noticed her and smiled to wave to the girl too. But she also caught a brief glare of disgust from Fort Lee to her confusion and suspicion. "My drones will remain here and assist with anything else you need, Specialist Schnee." Fort called out to Winter, who was talking with Tails and Whitley. She then glanced back to Fort Lee and nodded to him before he and his daughter stepped into their bird-like carrier, which then began to take off with several of the medical transports. With that done, Winter turned to resume her scolding towards Whitley. "What in the world were you thinking coming down here?" she told her younger brother, who could only hang his head in shame. "You could have died down there. And even then, if this accident hadn't occurred, it was still too dangerous. What in the world possessed you to do something so stupid and reckless?" I wanted to see what Weiss would do, in a situation like this." Whitley stuttered. "She always talked about taking over the company. I wanted to see her in action, I'm sorry." Okay, I think he's learned his lesson." Tails stepped in. "Besides, there are some things that we need to talk about down there, and he could probably use the rest." Winter gave a small sigh before looking to her brother again, who sniffled as the stress of the situation was still clearly there. Her look softened as she put a hand on his shoulder. "I'm glad you're okay, Whitley." He looked up to her and was surprised to see a small and comforting smile on his oldest sister's face. He shakily nodded his head in response. "You should go with them and get checked out." She gestured to the medical freighters. "Is it okay if I go with him?" he asked, gesturing to Silver with Blaze at his side as he was laying on one of the medical pads within the freighter that had several Faunus workers inside, all being checked out. "I don't. It'll be fine," Tails quickly said. "Silver's friendly and his life isn't in danger either, I'm sure it'll be okay." Winter then nodded. "All right, thanks." Whitley then made his way to the freighter and ended up sitting on a pad next to Silver. He noticed Blaze looking at him with a smile and a nod as she stepped off, allowing for the freighter to begin ascending. Just before the door closed, Whitley shared one last look with Weiss, the girl smiling and nodding to her brother as well before he nodded back right as the door sealed shut, and the freighter took off soon after. Winter then looked to Tails as Weiss, Blaze, and even Robin approached. "What happened down there? Did you find a Chaos Emerald?" "No." Tails shook his head. "And this was no accident. The fox said first as he pulled out his Miles Electric to show several holographic scenes of various moments his visor recorded and photographed during the rescue operation. I saw signs of multiple explosives being used, not to mention us being attacked the whole time. By whom? Winter questioned. Team BRIR. Weiss answered, surprising Winter. She looked at several more screens being pulled up to show Tails' battle against Ivy and Ruta. But Robin says it might not be so simple. I know Bianca personally, and this is very out of character for her. Robin herself confirmed. And aside from that, she seemed genuinely confused. Even if it was for a moment, she hesitated, like she didn't even know what she was doing. They also said they were following orders from somebody else, but we didn't get a name. Blaze said. And whoever they are, it seems they have the means to create wormholes of some sort. Tails pulled up the footage of Ivy and Ruta's escape, showing the orange portal that they used to flee into. I know one of them has a semblance that lets her make short-range portals, but this one is different. You're right, that's not one of Ivy's. Robin said. So, you believe these huntresses to be manipulated? Winter questioned. All signs seem to point to that being the case. Blaze confirmed. That would also explain the manticore we fought down there. Weiss said. Manticore. The oldest Schnee sister questioned in surprise. Yes, there was a manticore down there, and they're not subterranean Grimm. Weiss said before realizing something. That would also explain why those lancers attacked us on the way back. She said to Tails. They're not native to Solitas. And even if they were, those lancers weren't built to withstand the cold temperatures. If we hadn't killed them, they would have frozen pretty quickly. Meaning that incident was deliberate. Blaze concluded. And whoever did that, was also responsible for this. She gestured to the collapsed mine. It would also explain why we didn't find as many Grimm down there, despite all the clear negativity. And half of the protesters are still missing too. Robin added as she looked with concern. I thought that they didn't survive the collapse, but maybe they were abducted. Winter realized before looking very serious. And if that was the case, then if there was indeed a Chaos Emerald down there, it was probably taken to by the mastermind responsible for this mess. This was deliberate. Somebody orchestrated this, but for what purpose, we don't know. Hey, I get this is something Ironwood is gonna take seriously, but I want in on this too. Robin stated. And before you go on about saying how this isn't Mantle's business, all these workers are from Mantle, so this is my responsibility too. I agree. Winter nodded. I'll see to it that you speak directly with the general. No doubt what happened here will cause further tensions between Atlas and Mantle. Glad we can see eye to eye on something. Robin commented. Weiss, you should get checked out too and go home once you're ready. Winter said to her with a knowing look in her eyes, to which Weiss nodded. Whoever Eggman's informant in the SDC was, they'll undoubtedly react to this, and it might give Weiss a chance to learn their identity and expose them. As the group continued to converse, Hanlon had met with Bram behind one of the unmanned bird dropships that was owned by the sick. How did it go down there? Bram questioned. The doc got what he needed. Hanlon told him. I don't like this, Bram. Neither do I, but it's necessary. Ironwood is going to ruin both Atlas and Mantle, and I'll be damned before that happens. Bram clenched his fist. Can we really trust this guy? Hanlon questioned seriously. No, but if he does turn on us, we've got an alibi that'll turn Ironwood directly on him. And once the dust clears, we'll take out whoever survives. Bram said before putting a hand on his shoulder. I know it feels like we're betraying the people like this, Hanlon. But we need them to see Ironwood for who and what he really is. By the time this is all over, Mantle will have its former glory restored. I promise. Don't make me regret this, Bram. Or I swear to the gods, I'll bring you down with me. Hanlon warned. Bram narrowed his eyes in response. Noted. Stepping out of the portal, Team BRIR now stood together before Dr. Starline, who was flanked by two egg hammers, but both had a stained purple paint job to match his jacket, while the doctor himself had a steel container at his side. They appeared to be in the lobby of an abandoned Atlesian base. Welcome back, ladies. Starline greeted politely. I'd call this little experiment a rousing success. Success. We got our asses handed to us. Ruta stated. The objective was not to defeat your foes, just simply stall them, or back a certain few of them into a corner in order for them to demonstrate their skills. Starline corrected. So, you and Hanlon got what you needed? Ivy asked. Indeed. Starline tapped a button on the container, causing it to open with 10 shelves. Each one had 5 of the same spheres Hanlon used to extract the raw fear from the miners caught in their accident. But what stood out the most, was in the top shelf, alongside 4 of the spheres, was the Cyan Chaos Emerald. The Aerophel orbs are now filled with enough fear to drive a whole city into a panicked frenzy. He picked up one such orb. Such intriguing creations, to utilize emotions in such a way, they will certainly be useful. And best of all, I was able to procure the Chaos Emerald that was in those mines, a very nice bonus if I do say so myself. Glad we could help. Roan smiled. It's our duty to protect Fort Aerophel and the orbs. Our duty, Bianca muttered as she felt her head for a minute, drawing her teammates' attention. Bianca. Ivy looked to her with concern. Duty, our duty, Bianca repeated as Robin's words rang through her head. You left Atlas Academy too to look after the outlying villages. You're rough, but you're loyal to these people with a strong sense of duty. Is somebody making you do this? Our duty, to protect Fort Aerophel. Bianca's eyes widened as she looked to glare at Starline. You used to us. Sleep. Starline aimed his gloved hand at Team BRIR, the hypnotic tool he built into the glove activating as the fingertips glowed. And the second he uttered that word, all 4 huntresses fell to the ground, deep in slumber. Put them back in their stasis tanks. Starline ordered his egg hammer escorts with a snap of his fingers, opening a portal with the warp topaz. And do so gently, I still need them for now. The 2 super badniks picked up the 4 unconscious huntresses and marched into the portal before it closed just as Starline opened another one, leading to a control room of a separate base that was just recently built directly into Fort Aerophel itself. Progress log update. Starline spoke aloud as he stepped into the portal and control room, carrying the case that contained the Aerophel orbs and Cyan Chaos Emerald. His words activated his audio diary and commenced recording. The experiment was a success. I've not only fueled the Aerophel orbs, but I've also managed to procure one of the 7 fabled Chaos Emeralds. The fueling of the Aerophel orbs has also allowed me to obtain a vast many test subject to utilize. He went over to a control console and typed away at the command keys, pulling up active security footage of a large detention chamber where all the missing Faunus miners from the collapsed mine were currently being held, all of them looking more than a little scared. In addition, I was also able to see myself the Schnee family semblance, specifically the summoning ability. Starline continued as he brought up some recorded footage of Weiss summoning her Arma Gigas to fight the manticor that he sent down into the mines via the warp topaz. And I've also managed to witness the youngest child of the Schnee family manifest his aura. He brought up footage of Whitley defending May from the Senator's attack and his aura manifesting. Despite Thormane's claims of an aura manifesting naturally or with the aid of another, it also seems that such an aura can manifest in a life or death situation. And since semblances are generated from aura, perhaps the same could apply for them as well. My initial plan was to test the one called Weiss Schnee, but it seems I've found another potential test subject with this Whitley Schnee. Though admittedly, my plan was a bit blunter, as it seems that those in the Kingdom of Atlas, as well as Miles Prower, have become aware of a new enemy in their midst. Perhaps sending those Lancers after them was a mistake, but it was also because of that, I was able to discover the presence of 2 more enemies, who have powers that can rival that of Sonic the Hedgehog himself. Starline then rolled his chair over to another console to pull up active security footage of a large chamber in his base, one that contained hundreds of containment units on various levels, all in the shape of cylinders, filled with a special liquid that was necessary to contain each and every one of the Grimm inside. Starline had a large number of Grimm currently contained in various pods. This included more unique specimens from other areas of Remnant such as Geists, Apathies, Senators, Queen Lancers, a Kraken, and even a Niklavi and its horse Grimm steed, this particular one he found in a ruined village on the continent of Anima. I suppose it was fortunate I had commandeered the abandoned ice factory base, one belonging to the great Dr. Eggman when he hosted the race competition, the World Grand Prix. Starline went on. In addition to have the space and resources to house the badniks I've repaired and restored. It can also do the same for all these Grimm specimens I've procured since arriving on Remnant. And, as luck would have it, when this base was accidentally pulled to this world via Supersonic's chaos control, it happened to appear literally on top of Fort Arrowfell. With a little bit of remodeling from my commandeered badniks, I was able effectively merge the two bases. And through some quick thinking on my part, I was able to build a cloaking device to keep both fortresses hidden from any and all prying eyes. Even the good doctor doesn't know I'm here. While I did manage to attract the attention of Fort Arrowfell's guardians, Team BRIR, capturing them was a simple enough task, though it did cost me a great many badniks. But once their aura was depleted, it was a simple matter of using my hypno glove to immobilize them, and with some repeated hypnotic commands, they became my own personal enforcers. But even they will soon pale in comparison to them when they are ready. Starline brought up another security feed of a smaller laboratory, one that had 3 containment tubes that had 3 living creatures inside them, floating in stasis. Subject I is nearly complete. Starline continued. He's taken to my cybernetic implants, as well as Knuckles' DNA quite well. It certainly helps that he was on the brink of death when I found him in that obscure pocket dimension. And after seeing the potential of Dust, I'm certain I can have him ready before long. Subjects S and K, on the other hand, have only recently been captured and have not undergone the proper procedure, though like with Subject I wonder if the use of Dust can also improve their physical stature, and perhaps the study of aura as well. After all, if a machine can possess its own aura, then who is to say I cannot do something similar? Starline then brought up multiple screens showing pre-recorded footage of various locations within the Kingdom of Atlas. This also included Professor Pietro's laboratory where Penny was, the medical room where Cinder was receiving treatment and cybernetic implants, Freya's room, and even Ironwood's office. The warp topaz has more use than simply long-range travel. Starline said. It can also create one-way windows to any location I see fit. So long as I don't make physical contact with these windows, I can see everything on the other side and none of the subjects in question can see or hear me. It's through this, I was able to not only locate Dr. Eggman himself, but his supposed partner. Starline spoke that last part with disgust as he pulled up 2 separate feeds, one of Eggman marching in his personal ship in Vacuo, and one of Salem sitting in her throne in her fortress with the red Chaos Emerald in hand. This Salem creature has already showed signs of betraying the Doctor. Despite claiming to assist him, she's already managed to find a Chaos Emerald and has yet to tell Dr. Eggman she has procured it. No doubt she is planning on using it for herself. It's bad enough that he currently has to deal with Sonic and his companions, as well as the children he's aligned himself with, but this I cannot stand for. He exclaimed before sighing as he deactivated the feeds and sat back down in his command chair. Unfortunately, I do not have the means to neutralize Salem, not yet anyway. And if I'm going to prove myself useful to my idol, I need to present him with something grand. 1 Chaos Emerald and the Arrowfell orbs aren't enough. But if I were to cripple the Kingdom of Atlas, not to mention some of my other plans, I could win his favor and be welcomed into his empire. But, in order for me to reach any of those goals, I need further assistance. Team BRIR or blunt instruments, Thornmane and Fifestone are useful, but their intel is quite limited. Fortunately though, someone from Salem's ranks, who knows the Kingdom of Atlas well, has recently arrived. And unlike the rest of her followers, is really only loyal to himself. This may seem counterproductive, as he is currently at odds with Dr. Eggman. But if I were to show him what he could do with the Doctor's resources and the potential we have by working together, I may convince him to defect to the Eggman Empire entirely, which will bring us all the closer to eliminating Salem and conquering this world for the Great Doctor. Starline grinned as he used the warp topaz to open another window, allowing him to see Dr. Arthur Watts arrive at the personal office of Jacques Schnee in the Schnee family manor. When Dr. Eggman told me an associate of his would be meeting me, I never expected it to be a dead man. Jacques commented as Watts sat down on the couch within his personal office. Always a pleasure to see you again, Jacques. The disgraced scientist commented. I'd ask how you even survived the Paladin incident years ago, but I get the feeling you wouldn't even give me the answer. Jacques said as he sat across from him. No, but I should provide my thanks in sending all your staff home early. It certainly made things easier for me to come here to speak privately. Watts said. But I'm on the clock now, so I'm afraid the pleasantries must come to an end. And what it is that you and Dr. Eggman want? Jacques questioned, getting right to the point. There are many things we want from Atlas, but in order to best obtain them, we'll need a means to overthrow Ironwood and the Council. Watts said. And how exactly am I supposed to help with that? I'm a businessman, not a soldier. Jacques replied. No, but you do have allies in secret that not even James is aware of. Watts told him. I want an audience with the Silver Bullet Brotherhood. As one of its heads, I'm sure gathering the others will be of little issue. Jacques looked at him with a serious and cautionary expression. The Brotherhood best operates in the shadows. If we announce ourselves, we're practically inviting the Atlas military to our doorstep. Rest assured, Jacques, I'm not asking you to mount a full-scale assault or anything of that nature. Watts raised his hand in assurance. Your shadow operations are actually the perfect means to sabotage Ironwood's efforts and create enough of a distraction to obtain what we need. Speaking of distractions, there was massive landslide and collapse on the main SDC mine. Jacques narrowed his eyes. Was that you? No, that was not us. Watts replied. He had heard the news report of that himself and would be a fool to dismiss it as a freak accident. I was even about to ask if that was somebody you know, perhaps a competitor of sorts. Of course, not. Jacques replied. Nobody aside from those animals in the White Fang has ever dared openly attack me like that. And even then, they've never been so bold as to do so within Atlas borders. But given how those animals are now aligned with our mutual benefactor. As I said, that so-called accident at your mine was not us. Watts insisted, speaking more firmly and leaving no room for arguments. Which would mean that there is somebody else making moves in Atlas, and I would very much like to meet them if that's the case. Perhaps they can be useful to us. But back to the main point. I can arrange a meeting with the other heads of the Brotherhood. Jacques said. If my safety is guaranteed. I'm taking a big risk here, Arthur. A risk that will cost me more than money if I'm caught. And Dr. Eggman has shown he's not afraid to cut off any loose ends. You will be protected, I can assure you. Watts smiled evilly. So long as you do as I say. All I ask is that I'm kept in the loop. Jacques requested. So that I can at least be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Fair enough. Watts accepted. And by the time we're done, Jacques, the old Atlas will be nothing more than a memory, and you will be among those who sit at the top of our new world order. He offered his hand to shake. A sinister smile formed on Jacques' own face as he accepted Watts' hand. I love the sound of that. What else do you need? Chapter 44, Unhealthy Competition. The Jade Palace, it was the capital building of the city of Mistral and the gathering place for the council of the city nearly every day as they would come together to discuss politics and how they feel the city, and kingdom as a whole, should run. It sat at the very top of the mountain the city was built into and was easily the largest building there. It resembled that of a palace from various feudal Eastern Asian countries and was well over 10 stories high. However, as dusk fell upon the city, the Jade Palace would serve a far darker purpose. Evident by the group that consisted of Metal Sonic, Hazel, Tyrion, and Vermilion walking toward the palace doors. Are we sure it's wise walking straight up to the base of the Mistralian Council? Hazel questioned. I already contacted Malachite, and she said it would be cleared out by the time we got here. Vermilion answered. All that's present are her agents from Spider, and the Black Sheep Syndicate. That's another thing I'm worried about. Hazel commented. How can we be certain this isn't some sort of trap? Malachite could use this to neutralize some of the most dangerous criminals of this kingdom. He gestured to himself and his present company. Oh, I would certainly hope so. Tyrion snickered as his tail popped up with excitement. Even Metal's eyes glowed red, indicating he was ready for action at a split second's notice. Yes, it would indeed be the last thing she does. Vermilion agreed. Malachite's ambitious and greedy, but she's not stupid. Aside from it being too dangerous to take all of us on, she'll hear what we have to say regarding our proposal, and she would be a fool not to refuse. She has plenty more to gain from all of this. So long as she proves valuable to our queen, that's all that matters. Tyrion said. I would advise you to be careful as well, Tyrion. Hazel told him. You may not know this, but Malachite is very anti-Faunus. She may not be so respectful towards you and I would rather avoid making a scene. Oh, I'm touched by your concern, my friend. The Scorpion Faunus replied with a slight bow. But I could care less what others think about me. That said, I will refrain from speaking as to not start a commotion in defense of a rather useful pawn. Though I must ask why this one is here. He gestured to Metal Sonic, who shifted his gaze towards him. Metal Sonic has managed to fly over much of the Mistral territory and has gained some interesting intel that we could potentially use to sway Malachite and the Black Sheep to our side. Vermilion answered. Very well then. Tyrion accepted. He then looked directly at Metal. You may not be able to speak, but I get the sense you are aware of what is going around you. May I just say that while I utterly loathe your creator for the way he speaks to our queen, I can at least respect how you not only deliver results but are quite the effective killing machine. It's a shame that we cannot. I'd be curious as to learn more of your very effective and bloody techniques. Metal only stared at Tyrion, as if he were analyzing the deranged scorpion Faunus, which he had been doing as he pulled up data from his various encounters with Sonic and his friends, as well as Team RWBY and their allies, and played multiple scenarios in his internal processor of how Tyrion would fare in a battle against them, all to see whether or not this individual would be useful against them. He had done the same for Hazel since arriving in Mistral and determined that they could be useful assets against his enemies if properly managed. This Vermilion Radok, however, was a wild card. Metal Sonic had no data on his semblance or combat abilities as he had yet to see him in action. Perhaps if they were to engage in a sparring match, no, if that were to happen without Eggman or Salem's orders, that may make the others around suspicious. All he could do was wait until he saw him in battle himself to see what data he could obtain. Alright, let's go, Vermilion said to everyone as he pushed the large doors that acted as the main gate to the Jade Palace open with both his hands. The group stepped inside to the main chamber, which was a rather large and circular room with 3 stories high, a level on each of the walls that curved around in a complete circle with a railing on each. And each of the floors was occupied by variously armed individuals. Roughly half of them were clad in clothing that had various shades of purple, while the other half all had attire akin to a cinematic mafia with black suits and ties. All eyes set on the group as they made their way to the central table. At the table were 3 large chairs that each looked like a throne from feudal times in Eastern Asia, and 2 of them appeared occupied. Sitting in one chair was a heavy-set, middle-aged woman with white skin, short blonde hair kept in a bob cut, lavender eyes with a beauty mark under her right eye. She wore a fancy dress that seemed from an upper-class society, with the top of her dress being white and backless with long sleeves and details like beads and straps being purple, with a purple corset at the bottom attached to a long pleated skirt that was also yellow at the top, purple in the middle, and white at the bottom. She also wore brown shoes with a green ribbon. She carried a fan in her right hand as well. But what stood out the most was the tattoo on her left shoulder, that had a spider in the middle of its web. The woman also had company at her sides as a pair of twin girls, one clad in red and the other in white, both with black hair and green eyes, all stood at the sides of her throne. In the other chair was an elderly man with pale skin, thin black hair and black eyes. He wore a black suit with a white tie and carried a black furred sheep pelt over his shoulder with a slight cape hanging off his back. He likewise had 2 men, both wearing similar black suits, standing at his side. Well, the gang's all here. The woman greeted. Malachite. Vermilion greeted the woman as he and his party joined in, sitting on the only empty chair while Metal, Tyrion, and Hazel stood around him. He then looked to the elderly man. Bah. He gave an acknowledging nod. Radok, the head of the Black Sheep crime family, nodded. Now that we're all here, let's begin. Vermilion spoke. Argus was probably the 2nd biggest city in the entire continent of Anima, and among the safest, thanks no part to the Atlas military base stationed there. That and the massive stone wall that connected the 2 surrounding mountains didn't hurt either. The city had an infrastructure that seemed very similar to Vale and Mantle, with suburban-shaped buildings and houses, cobblestone roads and a transit system. It even had its own communications tower built on the tallest cliff above the city. Argus also had a large park which had a training field on it that local huntsmen could use for practice whenever they were in the area. Said training field had holographic practice dummies, one of which was serving as the punching bag for Yang as she kept her fists up and delivered several rapid punches while also keeping a stance that had her arms in front of her face like a professional boxer. Alright, good form. Knuckles nodded as he stuck close. Make sure you keep your arms up and in front of you, this way you can always block if your enemy strikes back. Even Amy watched from a nearby bench. Yeah, okay. Yang held her arm as she flexed her hand for a bit before thinking of something. Hey, you know you talked about me using my semblance for defense. Like maybe strengthening my whole body like a rock. Yeah, Knuckles looked intrigued as Amy got off and walked close to join in. Well, what if I were to focus it all on just my arms? Yang wondered. When we fought that Grim back at Spiral Hill, I tried focusing as much as I could into my fist and it kinda felt like there was something there, like my aura superheated or something. And I felt a wave of heat go off when I punched it. Isn't that normally happens when you first used your semblance? Amy asked. It all explodes with a big finisher. Not exactly, Yang tried to describe it as best as she could. Back then, it all felt instant. But this, it felt like something came out of me. Like when I use my ember silica to shoot something, but it came from me, not my weapon. Knuckles thought. Maybe some kind of ranged attack developing. Like shooting your gathered energy forward. Is that really right though? Yang asked. I can shoot ranged shots with my gauntlets, but I'm more of a close-range brawler. Well, shots can be used at short and mid-range distances. Amy said. What do you think, RWBY? However, when the pink hedgehog looked in the direction of the red-clad girl, who was sitting on a nearby bench herself, she and her friends were concerned to see that RWBY wasn't even paying attention to them. But rather, staring at the blue Chaos Emerald she held in her hand. RWBY. Yang called to her, but she still didn't answer, prompting everyone to walk closer. That's when Rosa poked her head out from RWBY's hood behind her head and nuzzled herself into RWBY's face, breaking her out of the trance she had as she blinked in surprise. Huh. Wah. RWBY looked at all her friends. What is it? How long have you been staring at that thing? Yang asked, gesturing to the emerald. I don't know. A couple seconds. RWBY shrugged. About 5 minutes, actually. Rosa corrected. RWBY, what's going on? Amy asked. The girl wanted to just dismiss it as nothing, but the looks from her sister, Knuckles, and Amy said they weren't going to back down until they had an answer, so she decided to give it. I pulled of a chaos control, RWBY began. I used the power of the Chaos Emeralds, but I don't even know how I did it. But, maybe if I did, I could do some of the things Shadow and Sonic could do, and I don't know, maybe use it to boost my semblance or something. Well, were you able to harness its power? Yang asked. No. RWBY shook her head in disappointment. How do these emeralds even work? What even are they? I mean, I know those relics underneath Beacon and everywhere were left behind by the gods of our world, but what about these? She looked at the blue emerald in her hand. Are they the same thing? Well, not exactly. Knuckles answered. Truth is, we don't know where the emeralds came from. He said, surprising RWBY and Yang. They've always been a part of world. What about your ancestors or your family? Yang asked. Weren't you all connected to that giant emerald on your home? The Master Emerald. Knuckles replied. And my family didn't know about its origins either. Thanks to my ancestors being warmongers and ticking off a certain god, most of my civilization was wiped out. All that's left are ruins, and none of the ones I've visited before have ever told me how the emeralds came to be. All we know is that the Master Emerald is their controller. It can neutralize their power as well as command an infinite wellspring of energy. It's really that powerful? Yang asked in awe. If you were to compare the Chaos Emeralds to the different planets in a solar system, then the Master Emerald is the sun. Knuckles summed up, surprising RWBY, Yang, and even Rosa. That sounds incredible. I've seen starlight energy most of my life, but I've never been so up and close to a sun before. Rosa exclaimed. That does sound pretty amazing, but it doesn't exactly help me here, RWBY said as she looked to the blue Chaos Emerald again. Maybe it has something to do with my eyes. Except that's still one big mystery nobody on Remnant has any answers to. Yang said in a semi-annoyed tone. Maybe Ozpin would, if he were still alive. RWBY looked down at that, recalling how she saw his life come to an end back at Beacon. And even if she knew about his ability to reincarnate, there was no guarantee he would come back within her lifetime to even give an answer. Doubt he'd even answer anyway. Yang looked away bitterly. Even our so-called family has no idea. Yang, RWBY looked at her at that. We'll figure it out, Amy quickly said, hoping to prevent any possible tensions from forming. I don't know anything about your eyes, Ruby, but if you want to know a thing or two about how to use a Chaos Emerald's power, you can ask Sonic when shows up. She smiled. He and Sienna should be arriving later. And once they do, we can start looking for the other Chaos Emerald that's somewhere in this city. Knuckles added. Agreed, so let's stop worrying about what we can't do, and focus more on what we can do right now, and that's train. Amy said. Speaking of, how's that new sword treating ya? Yang asked her younger sister as Ruby drew Caliburn. It's no crescent rose, but I think I got the hang of it, the silver-eyed girl said, but at the mention of her beloved weapon again, the glow in her eyes faded as she gave a hollow laugh. You were right, Yang, can't always depend on my weapon, and now it's gone. Yang's expression turned sympathetic, remembering when she tried to train Ruby at hand-to-hand before going to Beacon, trying to teach her how not to overly rely on Crescent Rose. Ironic, in that she became over-reliant on her own semblance herself. Can you not fight without a weapon, Ruby? Rosa asked out of curiosity. Ruby shook her head with a slight chuckle. I wish. Turns out, I'm pretty hopeless when I'm weaponless. Hey, come on. Don't beat yourself up too much. Amy tried. Amy, look at my arms. Ruby had put her sword away as she outstretched her own arms. They're noodles. I couldn't throw a punch to save my life. Ask Yang. She's been trying and failing to teach me forever. Ruby, Yang tried to say something. What about your other limbs? Rosa asked. Huh. Ruby blinked at the three-eyed wisp in surprise. The limbs on your lower body. What do you call them? Rosa asked again. My legs. Ruby replied, still confused. Yes. Can you just punch with your legs? Rosa asked once more. Ruby had to resist the urge to laugh at that. No, Rosa, you don't punch with your legs, you kick. That's right, Knuckles said as his eyes widened before he smiled. You kick. He snickered triumphantly, getting everyone's attention. As Tails would say, Eureka. Even Yang gasped as she came to the same conclusion. That's right, she smacked herself upside the head. Man, how I could not have thought about that sooner. Gods, I really am an idiot. What are you guys talking about? Ruby asked. You're right, Ruby. You're not a puncher. Amy told her as she smiled too. But, we know you can kick. Kick. Ruby blinked. Duh. I've seen you literally kick ass with Crescent Rose. Yang stated with a grin. Whenever you don't swing it around, you always throw your feet out and manage to knock out some serious teeth. You even did something like that with your red tornado back at Mystic Ruins when we fought rough and tumble. Amy added. And it would work with your own combat style. Knuckles explained. That's the reason you can't throw the kind of punches the way Yang does. She's Brawler, a power type that focuses more on her physical strength, like me. But you're a speed type, and that's especially the case with your semblance. For most people, leg muscles are naturally stronger than arms because they work more. Running, walking, even just standing, and since your semblance seems to focus more on speed as you run. My legs have gotta be pretty strong. Ruby looked at her own legs as she recalled all the running that she did throughout her whole life. She even remembered all the times she literally kicked down grim and bad guys with her feet, even with Crescent Rose. Why don't we put that to the test, then? Amy suggested. Let's try kicking that one dummy, right there. She gestured to a nearby training dummy. Ruby walked closer to the dummy and threw a kick out, which did shake a bit. Good impact, but let's keep your legs straight when you do it. Knuckles offered as he walked behind Ruby. Keep your back straight. She stood up straight. Stand firm. She stiffened herself. And snapped the kick. Keep your legs straight. Bend it, and you might lose force. Okay. Ruby, as quick as she could, performed a snap kick at the training dummy, shaking it more than before. I think that was better. Yang grinned as an idea came to her. Why not take a running start? She suggested. Step back to the end of the park, then zoom right in and then kick. I've seen you do stuff like that with Crescent Rose. But instead of swinging your side, try kicking up, or kicking out. Yeah, Amy saw where she was going. The faster you go and the more distance you cover, the more momentum you could build up, and deliver stronger blows. Worth a try, Ruby shrugged as she looked to the wisp in her hood. Rosa, you might want to step out for this. Okay. The wisp flew from Ruby's hood and closer to Amy as they, Knuckles, and Yang watched as Ruby fast walked to the closest edge of the park near the street, which was roughly 30 feet away. Once she was there, she took a position as her left leg was forward and her right leg back. Gotta go fast, Ruby thought to herself as she activated her semblance, bursting forward at high speeds that she was at the training dummy again within 2 seconds. She gave a yell as she threw her left leg forward like a roundhouse kick, going straight for the head of the dummy. And smashing it right off. Ruby's own eyes widened in shock at that, with Yang and Amy looking in amazement with even Knuckles grinning. Whoa. Rosa was completely blown away by what she saw. Ruby picked herself back up as she looked at the headless training dummy. Wait, did I do that? Hell yeah you did. Yang came up to Ruby and hugged her from behind. That was awesome, sis. I should have been trying to help you learn how to kick from the start. Not bad at all. Knuckles nodded with approval. That was great, Ruby. Amy smiled as she patted the girl on the back when Yang let her go. I think we might have the makings of a new fighting style for you. Many marital arts in our world focus on kicks and legwork, so we definitely have a lot to work with. Knuckles said. Ruby, you are amazing. Rosa beamed. Duh, of course she is. I always knew she had it in her. Yang ruffled Ruby's head. The red-clad girl almost couldn't believe it herself. She couldn't take her eyes off the headless training dummy. She knew she was capable of using kicks and legwork, but her fighting style had primarily relied on crescent rows with kicks being secondary. She honestly never considered using her legs primarily for anything other than running. But if her sister and friends were praising her for something like this, maybe she might have something. And if it meant helping Sonic and everyone save Remnant from Eggman and Salem, then it would be something she'd give her all to. Ruby then felt a buzz in her pocket, prompting her to take out her scroll and see a message that just came in. It's Sonic. He's here. Tara walked down the sidewalk with her wife, carrying their infant son to their home as the baby held a yellow ball in his hand. You like that ball, Adrian? Tara said to her baby, who giggled as he tried to bite into it. No, Adrian, that's not for eating. Tara laughed. Come on, it's past your bedtime, we gotta get you home. She looked to her wife, who held her personal scroll, as she looked to her message box, one particular message from her younger brother that had been sent to her some time ago. I'm going to be gone for a while. Some friends need my help with something. I wish I could tell you more, but there's a lot at stake. Reach out to you soon. Take care of Adrian, tell him Uncle John says, hi. Love you. Saffron. Tara looked to her with sympathy. It's been weeks since I last heard from John. She began. And the wording in this message, it says it's serious. What if something happened? Well, he says he's with friends, right? And you can always call him. Tara offered. Saffron gave a sarcastic chuckle. The last time I reached out to him, we got into a bit of a fight. He went on about how he's not a baby anymore, and I know he's not. But he's still my little brother. All the more reason to reach out, right? Tara asked. If you're worried, what if I just make it worse? What if it's something so serious that me calling him will only get in the way and mess something up? Saffron sighed. I don't know what to do, Tara. She looked at her wife sympathetically before walking closer to where their shoulders touched. Maybe we could send a reply. Tell him that you understand if he can't talk or if he's doing something important. But that you're also here and your door is open. You give him the space to work things out, but also show that you're here for him when he needs it. Saffron smiled. That's some good advice. See, I have my moments. Tara smiled teasingly, causing Saffron to chuckle. There's my laughy Safi. Stop. Saffron laughed as she playfully nudged her, but this ended up causing Adrian to drop his ball, the baby crying out as it bounced across the sidewalk. Oh no, I'll go get it. Saffron was about to run and grab it before it hit the street. But a gloved hand reached out from a nearby alleyway to quickly grab it and pick it up. The hand belonging to a certain blue hedgehog as he stepped out in the alleyway and handed it to Saffron. This yours? Sonic asked. Yeah, thank you. Saffron smiled as Tara caught up with Adrian. Here you go, sweetie. The baby giggled as he took his beloved ball back. Aw, cute kid. Sonic smiled. Thanks. Tara chuckled. But her attention turned back to her infant son as he smiled and reached out for Sonic with his tiny little arms. Thank the nice man, Adrian. It's no prob. Sonic pointed his finger to the baby, who laughed as he grabbed and pulled on Sonic's finger. Someone's grabby. Hey, Saffron kneeled a bit closer to get a good look at Sonic. You look familiar, have we met? No, just came to town for the first time. Meeting up with some friends. Sonic said. Well, we won't keep you waiting then. Say bye-bye, sweetie. Tara said for her son. The baby laughed as the married couple went on their way with their boy. Adrian happened to look over his mother's shoulder back at the blue hedgehog, and as he did, his little mind flashed back to when he saw a golden hero on the screen with his mother's one time. He smiled widely as he waved his reached hand out to Sonic again. Sonic smiled as he saw them disappear from sight before he heard his friends call to him. Sonic. Amy came towards him first from the other side of the street with Ruby and Rosa right behind her. Knuckles and Yang followed soon after. Hey guys. How ya been? Sonic asked. Pretty good. Ruby smiled, happy to see him again. We haven't found the emerald yet, but we can start looking now that you're here. Whoa, slow down, Ruby. Sonic chuckled. Just jogged through this city, it seems safe. No grim or bad guys in sight, so I think we can take our time with this one. Speaking of, where's Sienna? Knuckles asked. Right back here. Sonic led his friends into the alleyway behind him. They only walked about 10 feet inside to where they saw a hooded figure leaning against a wall, before turning her face to reveal none other than Sienna Khan herself. Everyone, meet Sienna Khan. Sonic introduced. Sienna, meet my friends. Hello. Sienna nodded as she observed them all. The red and pink creatures were clearly friends of Sonic, looking similar to him. Though she was also surprised by the sight of the pink flying alien, she quickly got over it and instead focused on the two human girls in their company. So, these were Blake's teammates. The red-hooded girl seemed rather young to be a huntress in training, but the blonde drew her attention more. Seems like Sonic was right about her being Raven's daughter, she looked almost exactly like her. Ruby and Yang found themselves in a rather surreal moment as they saw this woman. This was the leader of the White Fang, the one who succeeded Blake's dad and allowed the use of violence and force to get what they needed. This left them both with mixed feelings, as it was because of Sienna that the White Fang was even at war with the Schnee Dust Company to begin with, which caused trouble for Weiss in particular, not to mention bringing Adam into their ranks, and they all know how that turned out. But at the same time, Blake vouched for her, so for her sake, they should at least keep it professional. Nice to meet you. Ruby said professionally, with Yang nodding. So, what's the situation with the White Fang? Knuckles asked Sonic. We heard how you met Adam, and he tried to take over. Yeah, right after that little fiasco, we sped our way through Sienna's territory in Mistral and spread the word. Sonic began. Every Faunus village in the continent know Adam's a traitor, and Lionheart said he'd help spread the word even further. I even messaged Blake so that she can tell her family and that they'd be ready too. Good. Glad we cut out that problem before it spread. Amy nodded. We even went into some of the Bronwyn's territory and spread the word there. Sonic said, looking to Yang in particular, causing her eyes to widen. She remembered getting a message from Sonic on how he rescued Sienna and told her about how she knows Raven. That whole thing took her by surprise, and she wanted to directly call Sonic so she could question Sienna herself. But Knuckles talked her down so that Sonic and Sienna could better focus on their current task of warning the Faunus villages of Adam's betrayal, and she could ask her herself when they meet in person. So, you do know my mom? Yang spoke to Sienna in particular. Yes, I do. Sienna nodded. I wouldn't say we're friends, but we're not enemies either. Do you know where she is? Yang asked. We've been trying to find her for a while. Like I told your blue friend here, I don't know. Sienna answered, surprising Yang. But you know where her territory is? The blonde said. Yes, I know her territory, but I don't know her exact location. Raven's always one to cover her tracks, doesn't want any local huntsmen or rival parties tracking her down. Sienna answered. Yang looked away in frustration, prompting Ruby to hold her sister's hand. We'll figure that out later, let's focus on what we can do right now, though. She said, repeating the advice that Amy gave her, causing the pink hedgehog to smile and nod. Right, and that's finding the Chaos Emerald that's here. Amy agreed. So where do we start? Sonic asked. The Atlas military base is near the port at the water. Knuckles said. Got in touch with Ironwood after showing up in Argus and he said he would message the commander there to help us out. Alright, let's go meet M. Sonic said. I wouldn't be so quick to jump to that ship. Sienna advised as all eyes turned to her. Caroline Cordovan is one of the most short-sighted and bigoted people I've had the displeasure of meeting. You might not be Faunus, but the second anything non-Atlas tries to do a better job than her, and she will lose it. How exactly do you know her? Yang questioned. Maybe they fought each other. RWBY suggested, looking away slight. The White Fang hates Atlas after all. That comment caused many of RWBY's friends to look with concern, with even RWBY realizing what she just said and shook her head to mentally chide herself. Sienna glared somewhat before giving her answer. I was with Gira when he led the White Fang at the time and tried to meet with Cordovan, to try and use her connections with Atlas to negotiate with the SDC about their misuse of Faunus labor. It ended very badly, mostly because she looked down at the rest of us for being animals. It was a wonder why she didn't gun us down right then and there. You really assume the worst from people, don't you? RWBY questioned. Only 'cause I've seen it. Sienna argued. Okay, I get it. Sonic quickly came in between them to break off any disagreement before it could escalate. Thanks for the warning, Sienna. But you're forgetting that we can just call Ironwood, and he could order her to help us if all fails. Friends in high places and all that. And it would make finding the Chaos Emerald easier. Sienna looked away but made no effort to disagree. But you don't have to come if you don't want to. I wasn't planning on it. The leader of the White Fang who openly attacked SDC and Atlas forces being on an Atlas base is begging for trouble. Sienna said. Well, we can't exactly leave you alone, either. Amy told her. I can handle myself, Sienna said. No doubt, but you don't exactly have the best track record. Knuckles put in. Sienna scoffed. So much for trust. Okay, how about this? Yang offered. RWBY, Rosa, and I can stay here with Sienna. I got some things I wanna talk with her about anyway. Fine with me. I've got some questions for you kids, myself. Sienna said. And you guys go talk with this Cordovan lady about helping us. Yang continued. Sonic, Knuckles, and Amy shared looks with each other before looking to RWBY, who nodded to all of them, to Sonic in particular. Alright, Sonic accepted. But call us if anything happens. We'll be fine, RWBY said. With that, Sonic, Knuckles, and Amy stepped out of the alleyway and quickly made their way across town, the Blue Hedgehog following his friends to the Atlas base, leaving the two half-sisters and Little Wisp alone with the Tiger Faunus. However, as they all went their separate ways, none of them seemed to notice a certain black bird with red eyes watching them all from the top of an adjacent building. City of Mistral, Jade Palace. It's unlike you to arrange such a meeting, Malachite. Ba told her. I only answered the call our mutual acquaintances left us. Malachite said as she gestured to Vermilion and his group. The promise of ruling all of Mistral certainly got my attention. Careful, not all of them are particularly trustworthy. Ba eyed Vermilion in particular distrustfully. Never pegged you as the judgmental type, Ba. Vermilion said. That's only when the people I distrust are responsible for nearly destroying whole cities. Ba said. Don't think I forgot how your war against the wave nearly destroyed Kuchinashi, nor have I overlooked the fact that you, Malachite, have managed to integrate what was left of them into Spider. It seems such a shame to let all that go to waste. Malachite said. Mama Spider's gotta eat, and the more people that bring me food, the better. I admit that business in Kuchinashi was far more chaotic than I would have liked. Vermilion said. But I never did any harm against the black sheep, Ba. Perhaps not directly, but the huntsmen that came in to save the city have been monitoring me rather closely. Most of my operations are crippled now because of that. Ba commented. A shame, but how would you like to have all of it back? And more. Vermilion offered, causing Ba to raise an eyebrow. We all find ourselves on the brink of great change on Remnant. I'm sure all of you have heard the recent news of the Kingdom of Vale being rid of the Grim once and for all. Oh, I've heard, alright. Malachite said. I tried to reach out to the Vale Council to learn why, but they haven't given an answer. And all the huntsmen there are doing what they can to keep any and all crime from coming back. It's made it that much harder to infiltrate. Can't be settled with what you already have. You still want more? Ba questioned. If you're fine with settling, then you'll never make it to the top, old man. Malachite sneered. Better be careful not to bite off more than you can chew, young lady. Ba retorted, earning a glare from the woman and her daughters. We know the reason Vale is grim-free. Vermilion spoke up. This prompted Metal Sonic to appear forward. The appearance of the robot drew everyone's attention as a port opened up in his forehead to project a hologram of their enemy on the table for everyone to see. Sonic the Hedgehog, also known as the Golden Hero. To prove that, the hologram shifted to reveal the form of Super Sonic. This took them all by surprise as everyone looked in awe. They had all heard of this so-called Golden Hero, who beat back an invading force at Beacon and wiped the Grimm from the Kingdom of Vale forever. Many in both Spider and the Black Sheep found it difficult to believe, if not impossible. So, it is true. The Golden Hero is real, Ba muttered. Yes, and he is here in Mistral, and a very real threat to all of us. Vermilion said. Mama. Melanie leaned in close to speak with Malachite. Miltia and I have seen him in Vale. He's the one who took down Torchwick. We even fought one of his friends. He seemed more like a dark and brooding older brother. Miltia leaned in as well. He took us down before we could even blink. Malachite listened to her daughter's words with a serious expression before speaking up. If he's here in Mistral, how come he hasn't used his godly power to wipe Mistral clean too? Because he is unable to. Hazel revealed. Certain conditions have to be met for him to access that power. But even without it, he's not to be underestimated. And the problem is, he's working to regain that very power with the intent on wiping away all Grimm from Remnant. Vermilion added. And why is that a problem? Ba questioned. The Grimm are a threat to everyone in this world. And if he can truly end it all, I would say let him. Tyrion resisted the urge to silence the old crime lord right there, as Sonic's plan to wipe away all Grimm from Remnant would include destroying his beloved master, which he absolutely could not allow under any circumstances. But it's not just the Grimm he's targeting. Vermilion said. It's all of us as well. What do you mean by that? Ba asked. Sonic sees himself as a hero. Hazel said, speaking that last part with disgust. He won't just destroy the Grimm once he's done, he and others like him will rally together to rid Remnant free of any and all crime. Already, he's rallied a great many allies to his cause, including the White Fang. I thought the White Fang allied with that invader who attacked Beacon. Malachite narrowed her eyes. Why side with those same animals? Those that attacked Beacon were part of Splinter Cell, not affiliated with Sienna Khan. Hazel answered. That cell was wiped out in the ensuing battle. We had one of our agents attempt to dismantle her faction from the inside, but our enemies got to her before we could. Vermilion added. Already, they're rallying all the Faunus in Mistral. And it's not just them, they're seeking to recruit Raven Bronwyn and her tribe too. That especially caught Ba and Malachite's attention. Raven Bronwyn's always been neutral. Ba said. She never takes any side in any conflict, only attacking when her territory is breached. Although, she and Sienna Khan do have a mutual respect for one another, so maybe an alliance between them isn't entirely out of the cards. Tyrion recalled a few chance encounters with Raven Bronwyn many years ago back when she served Ozpin. Though she had since left the battle and wasn't as a frequent threat as Kiro, it would still cause some issues if she were to rejoin the fray. Speaking of Bronwyn, any chance her little brother is involved in this? Malachite asked. He was always Ozpin's most loyal lapdog, but with him being dead, I am curious as to know about him. He's been a rather peculiar thorn in my side as well. It's highly likely, yes. Hazel replied, though he did pay a slight glance towards Vermilion and was somewhat surprised to see his fists clench tightly at the mention of that name. Unsurprising, virtually everyone in Salem's circle had at least one encounter with Kiro. He was Ozpin's most fanatical follower. And yet, a few people under my employ have spotted a few curious animal-looking folks who bear a strong resemblance to the blue guy. Malachite said mysteriously. And apparently, he has a pair of daughters traveling with him. You're misinformed, Kiro Bronwyn has no children. Hazel said. Are you sure about that? Malachite questioned, causing Hazel to look at her suspiciously. What are you getting at? Malachite whistled. Come on out, you two. From the second floor, two of her spider agents stood up as one jumped gracefully on the railing before leaping down. They pulled a pink parasol out of nowhere and opened it to slow her descent before touching gently on the ground, while the other took the form of a bat faunus with wings and used them to hover down. Their disguises dropped to reveal Neapolitan and Mimic respectively. Ba's eyes widened at the sight of them. Hazel, Vermilion, and even Tyrion were surprised to see the appearance of the purple humanoid octopus. They remembered Eggman telling them about a spy and assassin he recruited in his old world before coming here, but they never met him face to face. Seemed he was a shapeshifter, which seemed to fit the job description for both a spy and assassin. Metal observed both Mimic and Neo as well. This young lady is Neapolitan, an acquaintance of mine and a survivor from the Battle of Beacon. But she's not much of a talker. Malachite explained. The squid calls himself Mimic. I'm an octopus, lady. If you're gonna be condescending, at least get it right. Mimic spoke. The councilwoman and crime lord ignored him as she continued. They've told me of 2 certain girls who are close to this Sonic fellow. She snapped her finger, prompting Neo and Mimic, who rolled his eyes, to use their respective abilities to take the forms of Yang and Ruby respectively, and those girls happened to be Kiro's daughters. We've met the blonde before. Miltia said. She was a pain. And she was with those rodents in Vale too. Melanie added. Again, you're misinformed. Kiro does not have children. Hazel corrected before giving the right answer. The blonde is the daughter of Raven, Kiro's niece. Huh. Malachite turned to look at Neo in Yang's form. Yeah, I can see the resemblance. What about the other one? Ruby Rose, the child of their old team's leader Summer Rose. Hazel answered. She's not related to Kiro at all. I see. Malachite understood as Mimic and Neo turned back. But based on what they've told me, they're still close, right? Why are you asking that? Hazel questioned. Because Kiro happened to kill someone who was very important to little Neo. Malachite explained with Neo clenching her fists tightly. As you can imagine, she wants revenge, and I can respect that. Plus, if gets rid of Kiro, then I imagine it'll serve all of us quite well. What do these children have to do with this? Ba questioned. If you want to eliminate Bronwyn, that's one thing. It's another to attack someone who has nothing to do with that. There are kinds of revenge, old man. Mimic explained. The first is the old-fashioned, quick and easy duel types. The second is making the one you hate suffer. Guess which one she wants? He snickered, which earned a glare and growl from Ba as he knew exactly what Mimic was implying. Even Hazel didn't like the way Mimic was acting. That explains the child's stakes in this, but what of you? Tyrion asked. Same sort of thing. Mimic replied. I'd like some payback on Sonic and those brats too. Plus, I'd very much like all of them off my back. Seems to me, we all have the same sort of goals. Vermilion said to everyone. Common enemies who would stand in our way, one of which is a threat to all of us. Rather than waste our time fighting each other, let's work together to remove them from the equation. Can't imagine Lionheart would be particularly happy when he finds out about this. Ba commented. Malachite scoffed. That old kitty cat. I could arrange for the rest of the council to have him kicked off his precious Haven Academy. That won't be necessary. Lionheart works with us, Hazel answered. Ba looked in shock with even Malachite caught by surprise. Well, color me intrigued. How do you pull that off? Mutual benefits. Hazel answered simply. There's only one condition to this alliance that is non-negotiable. The students at Haven Academy are off limits. They have nothing to do with this. By the time we're done, there will be no further need for huntsmen or their academies. Ba and Malachite both thought about this before the latter laughed. I'll tell ya, boys. You drive a hard bargain. I may be councilwoman, but there are still limits to what I can do. But if you can remove all that, then I'm in. What about you two? You can keep your little seat, I'm not interested in ruling anything. Mimic said. But I'll play along to get Sonic and his buddies out of the way, provided that I go on my own afterwards. So long as you don't make any moves against me, I'm good. Malachite accepted. And you, Neo, sweetie, you in too. I always have room for more spiders. Neo looked to Malachite with a hard expression. She was no Torchwick and she didn't exactly like Malachite either, mostly because the fat lady tried to have him assassinated years ago in Vale. But if it meant getting closer to revenge, she'll play along. She nodded. Excellent. Vermilion nodded. Welcome to the team. Tyrion snickered. Just keep your distance, bug. Malachite practically spat in Tyrion's direction. As you wish. He bowed in acceptance. I refuse. Ba said, causing everyone to look at him as he stood up from his spot. I won't get in your way, but I won't help you either. If this is about any hard feelings between us, bah, Vermilion tried. Do you all know why the black sheep has survived for so long? Bah began. Because we don't bite off more than we can chew. We only take what's necessary, and we don't go out of our way to wake a sleeping Goliath. Even if said Goliath was coming to your doorstep. Vermilion questioned. What makes you so sure this one will? Just stay out of the way and you should be fine. Boss said. That said, I know I can't exactly survive a war against all of you should I choose to fight, so I won't. You can all do whatever you want, but keep me out of it. I'll see to my family, while you do whatever business you'd like. He made a move to walk out the door, snapping his fingers as all his guards and muscle prepared to leave. But as he reached the gate, he stopped and kept his back turned to everyone before speaking again. But let me at least give you one piece of advice, be careful how much you eat. If you don't choke first, you might find yourself eating too much, to the point where there'll be nothing left. He turned around slightly to pay one warning glance. And you'll starve. With that, Ba and the rest of the Black Sheep crew left the Jade Palace. But as they did, one particular spider agent that hung close to the doorway looked at them closely. He had his hands in his pocket the whole time, making it seem like he had a concealed weapon, but it was actually a scroll. And it was something that Tyrion had taken notice of since arriving here. Argus. The military base appeared to be built on several islands in Argus Harbor, with the connections to the mainland being a large suspension bridge. One island appeared to be the main facility with a large rock spire, while the adjacent one served as a landing pad for various aircraft as well as a storage facility. Presently, Sonic, Knuckles, and Amy appeared before the main gate to the central facility, but the gate appeared to be closed. Sonic happened to knock on the gate, hoping to get somebody's attention. Hello? Anybody home? Attention. A pair of identically dressed Atlesian guards appeared from out of nowhere at the gate. Both were rather tall with broad shoulders and had caps with visors pulled down over their eyes. The Argus military base, one guard began, is off limits to civilians. The second guard finished. Please, have a good day. They both said simultaneously. Sonic and his friends blinked in surprise over the guard's strange behavior. So, you guys twins or? The blue hedgehog wondered. Listen, we need to speak with your commander, Caroline Cordovan. It's important, Amy said. As we said, the Argus military base, one guard repeated, is off limits to civilians. The second guard repeated as well. Please, have a good day. They both said simultaneously once more. You already said that. Knuckles' eyelids lowered. Look, if it helps, we were sent here by Ironwood, Sonic began. General Ironwood. Both guards corrected loudly. Right. Sonic tisked in annoyance. General Ironwood sent us. If you want, we could call him up. Sonic showed his scroll and showed Ironwood's contact information. The guards walked in unison closer to the gate and looked down at the scroll to see Ironwood's picture. It certainly looked genuine, but they would need their commander to verify that. We will fetch our commander. One guard said. Please wait right here. The second added. Hup. They both turned around, moving in perfect sync. Hup, 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 hup. They marched away in stereotypical military fashion. Well, those two guys were odd. Sonic said. Rather stiff as well. Knuckles commented. I don't know, I knew a certain echidna who was a bit stiff and odd when we first met him. Amy teased, nudging Knuckles on the side, who rolled his eyes. The gates would soon open, getting the trio's attention, as the two guards reappeared before them. Introducing, one began. Special operative, the other continued. Caroline Cordovan. They both finished. Both guards parted slightly to allow their commanding officer to present herself. It was a short elderly woman, roughly the same size as Sonic and everyone, with silver hair and brown eyes. She wore a white Atlas military uniform with black gloves. A confident smirk appeared on her face as she stepped forward to analyze her visitors, specifically Sonic. A blue rodent, I've heard of you. Sonic the Hedgehog, is it? Caroline questioned. That's me. Sonic smiled. You're shorter than I expected. Caroline commented in disappointment. Lady, you have absolutely no room to talk. Sonic snarked, causing Cordovan's eye to twitch slightly. But Amy was quick to step in. Nice to meet you, Miss Cordovan, Amy began. That's Commander, Hedgehog, Caroline corrected. Commander, sorry. Amy accepted. Listen, my friends and I are here to ask for your help. You claim to be here on orders for General Ironwood. Caroline said, though I find it skeptical that he would recruit such alien company into his ranks. Sonic and Amy didn't exactly like the tone she addressed them in and quickly began to see that Sienna wasn't too far off in her description of Cordovan's character. We're not in the Atlas military, no. Knuckles confirmed. But we are working with the General for a common goal. Oh, I doubt that very much. Caroline said. You doubt it? Why? Amy questioned. I can tell that you are all the simple types, so allow me to explain this to you aliens slowly, using smaller words. Caroline began in a condescending tone, which Sonic and his friends didn't like. The Kingdom of Atlas is the greatest kingdom in all of Remnant. This city would not be here were it not for the strength and generosity of our Atlasian ancestors. If the world of Remnant were to make us their enemy, Atlas would still stand victorious. And yes, I know of this Dr. Eggman who dares to threaten our world. And if he believes he can easily overthrow the might of Atlas, then I welcome the challenge. Atlas will prevail. Atlas will prevail. Both of her guards repeated with enthusiasm. Even though he pretty much wiped out all your forces stationed at Beacon, with Ironwood himself being there. Knuckles questioned rhetorically with lowered eyelids. Caroline twitched at the comment. Things only fell apart at Beacon because the general was constrained due to being a visitor in an outside kingdom. I have little doubt that it was the failing commanding of the late Professor Ozpin that the academy nearly fell. People died there, Amy argued, including Ozpin himself. A tragedy, yes, but not one we can't recover from. Caroline brushed off. Sonic pinched the bridge between his eyes in annoyance. Okay, I didn't want to have to play this card, but you leave me no choice. Sonic made a call on his scroll as he put it to his ear before someone answered on the other line. Hey, Ironwood, how's it going? He asked somewhat loudly, making sure Cordovan and her guards could hear with the old lady looking at him questionably. Yeah, we're at the Argus base, but the old lady in charge is refusing to hear us out. Uh-huh. Yeah, she's right here. Really? Thanks. Okay, all yours. He handed her his scroll. It's for you. Cordovan raised an eyebrow as she took the scroll and saw it was on call only, but she pressed a button to bring up a video screening of the man on the other side of the line. Special Operative Cordovan, Ironwood greeted professionally. Caroline almost completely lost her composure and nearly let the scroll slip out of her hands, with even her guards nearly floored back in shock. But she quickly stood up straight to address her superior officer. General Ironwood, sir, she addressed. General Ironwood, sir. The guards also stood up straight. Sonic and Amy both chuckled at their reaction and even Knuckles smirking with crossed arms. I was told that you were refusing aid to these people, is that right? Ironwood inquired. I expressed doubt that they were involved with you, sir. Caroline explained stiffly in a sweat. Well, they are. Ironwood clarified. They may not be an official part of the Atlas military, but they are working with me. Sonic the Hedgehog and his companions are on an important mission that may very well decide the fate of not only Atlas, but Remnant as a whole. As your superior officer, I am ordering you to cooperate with them. Do anything and everything you can to help them. Yes, sir. Caroline nodded rapidly, while sweating. She also caught the smirks from Sonic and his friends and was tempted to snap at them, but kept her composure in front of her superior. What is it you wish for me to do? Ask them, they came to you. But keep me on the line. Ironwood ordered. Yes, sir. Caroline handed Sonic his scroll back, but he kept the call active. What do you wish of me, Sir Hedgehog? See, was that so hard? Sonic smirked, causing Cordovan to narrow her eyes before he got to the point. Okay, we're looking for these glowing gemstones called Chaos Emeralds. They look similar to dust crystals, only they glow brighter and they have a finer cut. You can't miss them. Knuckles even pulled out his scroll to show a picture of the 7 emeralds. I see, and you believe one to be here in Argus? Cordovan inquired. At least within the general area. Knuckles confirmed. We're just asking for your help in finding it. And once we have it, we'll be on our way. No harm, no foul. Amy promised. General, sir, Caroline requested. You have your orders, Special Operative Cordovan. Ironwood reminded. Very well. Caroline stood straight. Sonic the Hedgehog, we will accommodate your request. Thank you, Sonic said in a purposely overly dramatic manner, which caused Caroline's eyebrow to twitch again. We will organize a search party and be ready by morning. Meet back here at 0800 hours. Cordovan said. 8 o'clock. No problem. Sonic nodded. We might even bring some friends along. Very well. Is there anything else, General? Cordovan asked. No, that is all. Ironwood replied. Then we are done here. Guards, withdraw, Cordovan ordered. Yes ma'am. Her guards turned around with their commander as they marched back into the base. Hup, 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 hup. The gate soon closed. Well, she was something, Amy commented. I apologize for the trouble. Ironwood told them. Caroline has always been difficult. Though she means well and is fiercely loyal to Atlas. Maybe a bit too much. Knuckles said. By the way, did you get our message about Sienna Khan and the White Fang here in Mistral? I did. Ironwood said with a sigh. She and her sect attacked SDC personnel and killed many people. And yes, I'm aware of just how harsh the SDC in Mistral have treated the faunus they've employed there. It was even worse than what's happening here in Atlas. But that still doesn't make her actions any right. That said, are you sure she can help us? She's in. Sonic confirmed. I don't like what she did either, but since all the faunus are pretty much in just as much danger as the rest of Remnant, she's willing to listen. Alright, I don't like it, but I accept it. Ironwood said with reluctance. That being said, if anything happens with her, you are responsible. I understand, Sonic said seriously. And also, when you find that Chaos Emerald in Argus, I expect to be informed as soon as possible. Ironwood stated. You got it, Sonic promised. Talk to you later. Oh, and if you can, tell Tails, Weiss, and everyone that we said, hi. Ironwood nodded before hanging up. We should meet back up with the others. Knuckles said for everyone, which Amy and Sonic both agreed on as they left the base. Cordovan walked into her own personal office within her base with her two guars behind her, which seemed to be perfectly neat and tightly, with a window on the left wall to let in some natural light, even though there wasn't much left as the sun nearly set. There was also an enormously framed Atlesian flag on the wall at the back of the office behind her chair. I want half our personnel ready to be deployed for the search party tomorrow. Cordovan instructed. The other half will remain here to guard the base. But ma'am, one guard began. We already found the emerald, didn't we? The other one finished. Indeed, we did, she confirmed as she went to the side of her framed flag, where a small panel with numbered buttons was put on. After pressing in the correct sequence, the frame moved to the left, revealing a secret compartment where she would house classified documents. But what stood out the most was the shining green Chaos Emerald that was stored inside. I knew this was not a dust crystal when I first found out. Caroline said as she took the emerald in her hand. I suspected it was of grave importance, and it seems the general all but confirmed it for us. But why not tell him? One guard asked. Because I plan to deliver this to him personally. Right now, Cordovan answered. Ready my personal ship, we leave as soon as possible. But the search party, the second guard inquired. As a distraction to keep those aliens occupied. Cordovan answered. I don't know what happened to make the general so trusting to accept those creatures, but I will not leave the fate of our kingdom in the hands of those aliens, and a golden phantom who's inspired those animals to stand up against their betters. She looked at her own reflection in the green gemstone. I will personally hand-deliver this, Chaos Emerald to the general himself. This will surely show him that the Kingdom of Atlas is the superior party, and we have no need for those aliens. Now ready my ship immediately. Yes ma'am, the guards replied. However, unbeknownst to any of them, their entire conversation was being listened by a certain anthropomorphic, green-feathered hawk, who hung just underneath the window on his personal hoverboard. He opened his own comms built into his goggles. Wave, Storm, the emerald's gonna be out in the open soon. Get ready to move. Okay, I'm gonna get right to it. Yang began as she, RWBY, and Rosa remained in the alleyway with Sienna Khan. How do you know Raven? We met just after I assumed command of the White Fang, Sienna began. You mean, took over? RWBY interrupted. I didn't take over. Gira stepped down of his own accord. Sienna corrected harshly. I'm sure Blake told you that. Yang looked at Ruby with a questionable look, causing the younger half-sister to look away while Rosa looked at her with concern before Sienna continued. But anyways, I led a raid on an SDC facility a little less than a decade ago to free all the Faunus imprisoned there. And kill all the people who worked there too. Ruby thought to herself. But as we did, Raven and her tribe also appeared to raid the facility for supplies. Sienna continued. I thought they were hired help, mercenary huntsmen the SDC employed to protect their facilities. You mistook raiders for huntsmen? Yang questioned. With the way those people fought, they were huntsmen in their own right. Sienna said. Especially their leader, whom I challenged myself. You fought her? Yang asked in surprise. Yes, and I lost. Badly. Sienna admitted, further surprising Yang and even Ruby. That woman may be the most skilled warrior that I've ever met. And I had expected her to kill me when she won. But she didn't, Yang noted, paying full attention to what this woman was telling her. No. She said I was strong, and that strength like mine shouldn't go to waste. Sienna continued. It was surreal to have a human warrior pay me a compliment like that, despite losing. So, what happened after? Yang asked. Raven let me free all the Faunus prisoners, while she and her tribe got what supplies they needed. Sienna went on. She then wanted to offer me a chance to join her, maybe even an alliance between the White Fang and her tribe. She even said how she had several Faunus among her tribe, and that she didn't care for difference between species, only for strength. I refused, and she accepted that. Not long after our respective territories were established, we agreed to a non-aggression pact. We'd each keep to our own territory, though we would meet on occasion if she rescued any enslaved Faunus that wanted White Fang protection or to join our cause, on the condition that I never interfere in her own affairs and ward off any huntsman that got too close to her territory. One of those Faunus in her ranks was in fact, Adam. Yang and Ruby both looked serious at that. That was another message Sonic had relayed to them after rescuing Sienna, and to say they were both shocked was an understatement. Yang's long-lost mother trained the same man who mentored Blake. Talk about a small world. How exactly did that happen? Yang questioned. I don't know all the details, but when Adam was a child, his parents worked in SDC facility in Mistral. Sienna explained. When they died, those who ran at the facility brought him in to work and pay off his parents' debt. They seriously brought a child in for slave labor. Yang exclaimed with Ruby looking beyond disgusted. I don't know how things work in Atlas with your Schnee friend. Sienna spoke with a slight bit of venom at that name, which Ruby took issue with. But things in Mistral were probably worse. A lot of those who ran the facilities had ties to anti-Faunus organizations like Spider. That was just one of many facilities where Faunus were literally caged like wild animals, some were even tortured. Branded like cattle for sick amusement. I saw Adam's face, Yang muttered, as she vividly recalled the SDC brand over Adam's eye. Compared to others who ended up losing body parts like limbs, fingers, or their animal features, or were even crippled, Adam arguably got off easy. Sienna continued. But Raven's tribe raided that facility and rescued all the Faunus there. Since Adam was an orphan, Raven probably decided to take him in herself. She said he was a fighter and trained him. I don't know the exact details of their relationship, but when he was old enough to fight on his own, he said he wanted to join the White Fang and help make a difference, so I let him. He apparently got the idea of the Grim Mask from Raven. That definitely got Yang's attention. But their reasoning for wearing them is different. It's like a rite of passage, meant for only the strongest members of her tribe, whom she calls the Four Winds. Adam could have been one of them, but decided to come to the White Fang, so Raven accepted that, and I welcomed him in. It's a little weird to have you compromise with a human. Ruby noted. I thought the White Fang hated our kind. We're not looking to commit a one-sided genocide on humanity as a whole, Sienna said. Tell that to Adam, Ruby said, causing Yang to look at her. You welcomed him in and look how that turned out. He acted without my consent. Sienna exclaimed. If I knew what he was going to do at Beacon, I would have stopped him. But you didn't, and he joined Eggman and nearly destroyed Beacon Academy. People died because of him. Ruby stated. You're just lucky the attack failed, or else things would have gotten way worse for you and the Faunus. In fact, things are worse. Faunus discrimination has shot through the roof in Mistral because of the attack at Beacon. Don't you think I know that? Sienna exclaimed. All Adam did was justify humanity's hatred towards us. That's not what I wanted. I wanted humanity to respect us. To show them that when they push us, we can push them back. Respect through strength. That's not respect, that's fear. RWBY argued. If you wanted respect, you could have been a huntress. You could have been a hero for your people. You were willing to compromise with a vigilante like Raven. But not people who can actually make a change. What about Ozpin or the other headmasters? Even Lionheart, who is not only the headmaster of Haven, but a Faunus. She scoffed. It's little wonder Blake left you to become a huntress herself. From one leader to another, you've done a horrible job. Yang could only look at RWBY in surprise, never seeing her argue with someone this fiercely before. She was honestly at a loss for words and didn't know how to respond. She couldn't help but share a worried look with Rosa. Sienna looked at this girl with a shocked expression herself. On one end, she didn't like just how disrespectful she was speaking to her, blaming her for not only Beacon but also Blake leaving. And yet, she couldn't help but smile, taking a liking to this girl willing to stand up to voice her beliefs. You want to know why I'm not a huntress? Sienna began. I'll admit, I considered it once or twice for the reasons you said. But in the end, all huntsmen are just leashed dogs. What's that supposed to mean? RWBY questioned, sounding very offended. Huntsmen might be skilled warriors, sure. But in the end, they only do what they do because they're being ordered to by a higher power, like a council or a military officer in Atlas. Or just to earn some money. Sienna said. What's wrong with that? Yang asked. We gotta put food on the table somehow, and we save people too. Seems like a win-win. On the surface, maybe. But who exactly is paying you? Sienna questioned. Is it someone who genuinely needs help fending off a grim attack? Or is it a corrupt politician who wants you to assassinate somebody? Half of the professional huntsmen in Mistral answer to a crime lord who runs the council and not afraid to get their hands dirty with blood if it means getting paid, either that or they're afraid and too cowardly to take a stand. And even if some of the other councils aren't corrupt like what we have here in Mistral, the huntsmen still serve them above all else. What if the huntsmen need to go to a village that's about to be attacked by Grimm, but the council wants them to protect only their own interests? If the huntsmen refuse and help the village, they'll be stripped of their licenses at best or be arrested at worst. At least, Raven refused to be collared or leashed. And before you bring up Lionheart again, that man is a shell of the huntsman he was years ago. Call my actions illegal if you want, but at least I'm free to make my own choices and protect the people who need it. And the Faunus need that, but most people don't seem to care. And Ozpin. His only focus is stopping that Salem character, but he's doing a piss-poor job at that. He was too afraid to take any serious action against her and just seems to want everyone to wait until she comes knocking. Well, I'm not going to wait for the monsters to come to my people. The only reason I'm here is because your Sonic friend isn't like that. He is willing to go on the attack, and so am I. And I don't care if you like it or not. RWBY had to take a few steps back with how fiercely Sienna responded to her, but it wasn't just the tone of her voice, it was the words she said. Huntsmen were heroes, protectors of the people who could defend them from the scary monsters that were Grimm. They weren't leashed dogs who just do what they do to get a quick buck or even abandon villages because somebody else ordered them to. It would be one thing if they were getting paid to provide for themselves and families, that was fine and she had no issue with that. But being a huntsman solely out of greed? No way. That couldn't be, that really couldn't, there was no way that her mother would. Mom. The thought of her mother caused RWBY to look away, as she once again thought about her family, which included Kiro whom she hadn't seen or spoken to since he and Yang argued at Haven. Kiro was willing to support Ozpin's choice into making Kira the Fall Maiden, despite the clear risks to her life. If she was in her uncle's place, RWBY would have argued every way against it, despite Ozpin's insistence. But Kiro supported it completely. Not only that, he vehemently stood against John, Shadow, and even Sonic when they criticized Ozpin's choices and he even got violent with them. Kiro wasn't greedy, but he was still willing to go that far because of his loyalty to Ozpin, and that scared her. If Ozpin asked him to do something else, something horrible, would Kiro do it? Would her dad? He worked with Ozpin too, didn't he? And what about her mom? Summer Rose, the ideal huntress, or maybe she wasn't as ideal as she thought. Hey, Yang shook RWBY out of her thoughts as she grabbed her by the shoulder. The blonde saw the distressed look in her sister's eyes and looked in sympathy. "Could you give us a minute?" she requested for Sienna. "Sure." Sienna nodded, allowing for Yang to escort RWBY back to the street to talk while Rosa followed, while Sienna remained in the alleyway. A part of her felt that maybe she pushed the kid too hard back there. She was impressed with how much she was willing to stand up for what she believed in, so she responded in kind. But, she was still just a kid. If it were an adult, that would be one thing. But someone this young, who clearly didn't know how the world operated. Clearly that girl had been sheltered most of her life. Well, maybe it was for the best. Children have to grow up at some point. However, something caught Sienna's attention. It was a black feather that floated down in front of her face. She was quick to grab it and look at it suspiciously before glancing up to the roofs. She spotted a fire escape on the side of the building closest to her and quickly leapt to the railing before climbing and jumping up the metal stairway. It wasn't long before she made it to the rooftop, where she spotted a black-haired woman with red eyes looking at her. "Sienna," the woman greeted. The tiger faunus narrowed her eyes. "Raven. RWBY, are you okay?" Yang asked as the two sisters were out on the sidewalk outside. Thankfully there weren't a whole lot of people now that night had fallen, though some street lamps were turned on, allowing for Rosa to not hide herself within RWBY's hood again. "I'm fine. I don't know what happened back there," RWBY replied. "But, Sienna did kill people." "Yeah, she did. But Blake seems to trust her, and that's enough for me," Yang said. "I know it should be but, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right," RWBY said. "And I get a lot of what she's saying. What the faunus have been going through is horrible, I'd personally fight for them too. I just feel like she's going about it the wrong way. And she doesn't even seem sorry for it. Only sorry that Adam went off the rails. At least Blake got out of there." Yang sighed as she couldn't find it within herself to disagree. "You're not wrong. But remember how Weiss when she first joined up. And how long it took for her to open up. Maybe give her a chance and, she might come around." RWBY scoffed. "Funny, coming from you." "Excuse me?" Yang questioned in surprise. "You're so willing to give a killer a second chance, but not one for our own uncle?" RWBY questioned. "Come on RWBY, you know how messed up that whole thing was," Yang tried. "I know it's messed up. But you don't seem interested in trying to fix things with him," RWBY argued. "I told you already, if he accepts and owns up to it all, I will listen to him. We already talked about this," Yang stated. "But has he come back?" "No." "Has he apologized?" "No. That's on him, not me. You could always call him," RWBY pointed out. "It's not hard. Pull out your scroll and press the button. It'll take all but 2 seconds, but you're not doing that. Instead, you're choosing to focus on the woman who abandoned you twice. First, when you were born, and then right after Beacon. You seem more interested in finding about a woman you don't even know than trying to set things right with our family who's been there for us since the beginning." "Except he wasn't," Yang exclaimed. "He's only ever been there for you cause of those eyes of yours. We only see him a few times a year, and that's because he's got his little war against Salem going on. The only one he's ever there for is Ozpin, even when they get into all that nasty stuff like that aura transfer machine back at Beacon, and he didn't seem all that bothered by it. He could have left Ozpin any time he wanted and be a part of our family, but no. He chose the war. He chose Ozpin over us. Why are you making me sound like the bad guy for that?" "I'm not," RWBY shouted, all while Rosa lowered herself and looked away awkwardly, having no idea what to contribute to this conversation. "I never said you were the bad guy. I'm only saying that it's weird that you seem more eager to find Raven, who had nothing to do with your life since you were born, and aren't even upset about it." "Of course I'm upset," Yang yelled, her own eyes turning red, causing RWBY to back away in shock. Even Rosa gave a startled yelp. "I'm beyond furious with her. She left Dad and I when I was born and left me again right after Beacon. You're right about that. I'm so mad with her that the first thing I do when I see her is punch out all her teeth. Right before I demand from her the reason why she left in the first place." Her eyes turned back to their normal lilac color. "Maybe that does make me sound like a hypocrite, given what's going on with Kiro. But I at least know the reason he left, as crappy as it is. I need to hear the same thing from her. Why did she leave? It's one thing to leave Ozpin, it's another to leave her family. And I am not going to give her any excuses, but I need to hear her reasoning. And if I don't like it, she sighed. Quote. I would rather be disappointed with the truth, than spend my whole life guessing. In that instance, Ruby regretted questioning her sister like this. While she was still hoping they would make amends with Kiro and be a family again, and she herself was curious to learn more about Raven, she really shouldn't have tried to force it. Yang was still going through some emotional turmoil, and she needed her support. She ended up rubbing the back of her neck again, feeling a creak back there that only seemed to get worse. I'm sorry, Yang. Ruby, Yang's expression softened. I'm sorry I snapped like that. And, you're right about Sienna. I actually agree with a lot of what you said to her. But we need all the help we can get right now. So maybe it's time we do a little compromising ourselves. And for the record, I am willing to hear Kiro out. But I am not going to kiss up to him when he was the one who screwed up. Okay, Ruby accepted. Sorry you had to hear all that, Rosa. No, it's fine, the Wisp replied. I won't pretend I understand a lot of what you're talking about, but I'm here to help too if you need it. Ruby smiled slightly. Thanks, I take it you got my message. Sienna asked Raven. Adam attempted a coup to try and usurp the White Fang for himself. She replied. But it seems you were able to ostracize him and his followers. All of Mistral knows now. Good. And, you have something from me too? Sienna questioned. Malachite's gotten much bolder, Raven informed. She had several of her own agents discussed as White Fang attack my village. Either trying to start a war between us, or causing more people to distrust the Faunus even further. I have of my agents looking into it to find out how deep it goes. Something tells me we'll have to finally kill that fat pig soon. Sienna spat in disgust. Out of all the humans on Remnant, Malachite was arguably one she hated the most, with the only one surpassing her only recently, and that was Eggman. But I also know she's probably the least of our worries, right? Raven saw the knowing look in Sienna's eyes. You know about Salem, now. And that you, your brother, and a few others were once aligned with Ozpin in a secret war against her. Sienna said. And now that also includes your own daughter. My family is not your business. Raven narrowed her eyes. Your relationship with them is not my business. Sienna corrected. But it seems I'll be working with them, now. The question is, will you? Because they're looking for you. Raven didn't answer as she looked away. Your daughter is literally down below you. You know she's there, but you're not even going to speak with her. I said it wasn't your business. Raven growled. And if you think about calling to her now, you'll kill me. Sienna questioned. Are you really that desperate to avoid any and all contact with her? No, wait, Sienna stepped forward a bit to get a closer look at Raven's eyes. You don't want her involved in this. How much do you know of Salem? Raven questioned, not making eye contact with Sienna. I know she's been trying to destroy Remnant for thousands of years. Sienna began. She's a Grimm in the form of a human who can apparently use magic and has more power than the 4 fabled maidens combined. But you haven't seen her. Raven muttered. You have though, Sienna deduced. Raven's lack of response all but confirmed it. I am not going in blind here. Sonic, the supposed golden hero, told me everything he knows. But you know something he doesn't. You are going to tell me what that is right now, or I'm going to scream as loud as I can and get your daughter up here. I know that if you were to fight her, you would die. Raven grunted. No question. You know I need more than that. Sienna stated. That's all you need. Raven clenched her fists tightly. No, I'm not going to risk every Faunus on Remnant just because you say she's too strong, Sienna tried. That's exactly what it is. She's too strong. Raven turned around with a shout, causing Sienna to look at her with surprised seriousness. The strongest of history's greatest warriors couldn't beat her. Even the strongest huntress of this modern age tried to stop her and she failed. There's a reason Salem survived for so long, and it's not cause she remained hidden the whole time. Think about it for a moment, Sienna, if Ozpin went out of his way to keep the world's huntsmen from learning about Salem, it's for one reason. They can't kill her. Sienna finished with realization. Exactly. Raven confirmed. Ozpin is a manipulative liar, but he's smart enough to know Salem can't be beaten. Not even he could do it, otherwise he would have done it already. Maybe he couldn't, but perhaps that golden hero can. Sienna said. If he really wiped away all the Grimm from Vale, I have little doubt he could destroy Salem too. Then good for him. But let him do it, you don't need to involve yourself in it. Raven said. The hell I don't. Sienna argued. That witch and her mad scientist partner directly involved the White Fang in this war. Someone whom I've known since she was a child is directly involved. I got no reason not to fight by my brothers and sisters who are going to jump into the fray. Especially not when Adam is working for her. That alone should be enough to at least get you involved, if not your own child. You trained Adam, so he's just as much your responsibility as mine. Raven turned around, not looking Sienna in her eyes. You have no idea what you're up against. Sienna shook her head in disappointment. How can someone so strong be such a coward? Night had fallen over the Argus military base as Caroline marched across the flight deck towards her own personal aircraft, which looked very similar to Winter's own ship, only it was much shinier and had a series of flags with the Atlas logo tied to its wings. The flight deck was currently filled with every Atlas transport, be it cargo or fighter, as several technicians worked to have them prepared for the false search the following night. Cordovan walked with her guards beside her as she held the green Chaos Emerald in her hand. I can't wait to see the look of gratitude on the general's face when I personally hand-deliver such an important package. After being gone for so long, I am very much looking forward to seeing Atlas again. It's been ever so. Suddenly, Cordovan's aircraft was shocked by a surge of electricity, much to hers and everyone else's surprise. The entire craft shut down completely before it was blown over by a tornado that appeared up from behind it, flipping it on its side. All the present soldiers and technicians took cover with Cordovan's guards grabbing her and pulling her away. My ship. Descending from the sky was none other than the Babylon rogues, each one on their respective extreme gear. Wave rode on the left, wielding a customized rifle of her own design. Storm rode on the right, with only his gloved fists for weapons, and Jet was in the center, wielding his dual bashos and war fans, which appeared to have glowing white crystals at the tips. Wave, take out their ships. Storm, smash the soldiers. I got the emerald, Jet said confidentially. Sure thing, Jet. Wave smirked. You got it, boss. Storm gave a thumbs up. What are you idiots waiting for? Fire, Cordovan ordered. Already, the Atlas soldiers were back up on their feet as they fired their guns at the Babylon rogues, who had split off in separate directions on their hoverboards. Storm roared as he shot himself forward on his extreme gear, throwing out punches to each and every soldier he came across, even taking down a technician or two that happened to get in his way. He hit with such force and moved with such speed on his gear that nobody knew what hit them before they lost conscious. Wave, meanwhile, circled around the whole flight deck as she aimed and fired an electric charge from her rifle at one fighter, causing it to surge with electricity to shut down its systems like Cordovan's ship before moving on to the rest. She shot each one with pinpoint accuracy and moved with the same speed as her cohorts that all the transports, armed or otherwise, were shut down instantly. Not bad. Wave admired her own creation. This dust stuff really lives up to the hype. Finally, Jet went straight for Cordovan. Her two guards were quickly in front of her as they made moves to draw their guns, but Jet was faster as he zoomed on his gear and curved it to send a gust of wind to send all three flying up with Cordovan losing her grip on the green Chaos Emerald. No, she exclaimed before falling flat on her back as Jet soared in to catch the emerald. Gotcha. He smirked as he regrouped with his teammates. And for the final touch, Wave pulled out a trigger in her hand and pressed the button. The relay tower that hung on the cliffside just above Argus functioned normally. However, there was also a special device attached to its base that just activated. It flashed the symbol of the Babylon rogues, which resembled a genie's lamp, before it detonated a wave of electricity that surged through the entire relay tower. This sent an invisible electromagnetic pulse that flew over the city. Most devices were unharmed, but every scroll and other form of communication was quickly shut down. This included the personal scrolls belonging to Sonic, Amy, and Knuckles, who were walking back from the base and near the harbor. All three of them took out their respective devices and saw their screens were filled with static, much to their concern. Ruby and Yang, from their spot, saw the same thing happening to their scrolls as well. What the? The blonde muttered with Rosa looking confused herself. Even Sienna looked over the edge of the roof to see what was going on with everyone down below, while Raven looked in the direction of Argus base with a serious expression. Their comms should be down for about an hour before the system reboots. Wave informed. More than enough time to clear out. Jet smirked as he looked to the downed Cordovan as he mockingly held out the green Chaos Emerald. So, you guys are supposed to be the best of your world. What a joke. Enjoy the dirt. He gave a mocking laugh as he turned his gear around and purposely blew dust in Cordovan's face before he and his teammates flew away. The heck is going on? Sonic questioned as he and his friends couldn't help but turn in the direction of the military base. But as they did, through the darkness of the night that fell in over the ocean floor where there were no other lights, they saw a trio of energy trails that were green, purple, and yellow. They recognized not only the energy trails, but also the glowing green gemstone. Wait, is that? Amy questioned. The Babylon rogues. Knuckles exclaimed. And they have the Chaos Emerald. I'll head them off. Sonic got serious. You two meet up with RWBY and everyone and see if you can try and catch them. He sped his way towards the water, leaving a blue energy trail behind him. Knuckles and Amy nodded to each other as they ran into the city as fast as they could. Cordovan coughed as she pushed herself up with her guards already at her side. Ma'am, are you alright? Does it look like I'm alright? The old commander exclaimed. Those animals stole my prize. Get me a SID representative. Now, she ordered, prompting her guards to stand up straight. Ma'am, all transports have been disabled. One guard started. There appeared to be no fatalities to any Atlas personnel. The second one added. But the thieves escaped on some sort of hover technology that grants them incredible speed. The first one put in. All communications within the city are down as well. The second one reported, which means the relay tower is potentially damaged. Cordovan kicked the ground with a furious roar. They dared to make a mockery of me. Of Atlas. I'll show them the error of their ways. We still have one card left to play. Her two guards looked with concern. Ma'am, you don't mean. They both said nervously. Oh yes I do, Caroline snickered almost malevolently. Ready the Colossus. Ha. Too easy. Jet laughed as he, Wave, and Storm rode their gears over the water along the harbor. Here I was hoping for a challenge. Huh, I thought I smelled arrogance. The rogues gasped as Sonic appeared right beside them, running on top of the water and keeping pace with their extreme gears. Sonic! Wave exclaimed. Jet scoffed in annoyance. Of course you'd be here. Charming as ever, Jet. Sonic smirked. It's been a while, so what do you say we catch up? How about I give you a knuckle sandwich instead? Storm moved over to try and punch Sonic, but the blue hedgehog limboed underneath the fist and slowed his pace to move back before picking it back up to run on the other side alongside Wave. This also gave him a clear view of the green Chaos Emerald that Jet held. You gonna tell me where you found that? 'Cause I get the feeling you didn't just find it in the middle of nowhere. Sonic said. You want answers, Sonic? Then let's race for M. Just like old times. Jet kicked his gear to move into higher speeds with Wave and Storm doing the same as they turned their gears to move into Argus itself, prompting Sonic to hop over the water and onto solid ground, allowing him to kick up his speed and catch up. What in the? Sienna looked at the staticky screen on her scroll in confusion. Hey, she looked to the spot where Raven once stood, only to find the woman was no longer there. Her eyes narrowed before leaping back down the fire escape and into the alleyway before meeting up with the half-sisters and their wisps. Scroll is out. Ours too. Yang informed. No way this is just some freak accident. Good guess. They heard Knuckles call to them as he and Amy caught up. We got unwanted company. Eggman. RWBY questioned. And where's Sonic? Not Eggman, but some old rivals of ours. Amy explained. Long story short, they're a trio of thieves and racers who ride on hoverboards that let them move crazy fast, they can even fly with them. And they got the Chaos Emerald. For real? Yang exclaimed while Sienna looked around the street for something. How'd they even get it? We'll ask them ourselves when we find them. Knuckles said seriously. Sonic went on to head them off, and we're gonna help him. Then what are we waiting for? Sienna questioned as she spotted a motorcycle parallel parked on the street. She quickly went for it and pried off the top area near the handles, much to RWBY's surprise as she went over to check on her. Hey, what are you? The younger girl questioned as Sienna crossed the wires and got the motorcycle running with Sienna getting on. That belongs to somebody. I'll give it back when I'm done, but we got a magic gemstone to catch, remember? She's right, Rubes. Yang told her. Let's go. The group quickly made their way back to the park they were originally at, where Yang parked her motorcycle and got it started with Knuckles quickly getting on. I don't think there's enough room for everyone. RWBY pointed out as there was no way she and Amy could squeeze together on Sienna's stolen ride, or one of them to squeeze on with Yang and Knuckles. I can help. Rosa flew in close. Rosa. RWBY looked to the Wisp in confusion. Your power is based on speed, right? Rosa asked. Yeah, you already know, but why? Before RWBY could ask further, Rosa actually flew into RWBY, much to hers and everyone else's surprise. RWBY suddenly surged with a bright pink energy as she felt her aura glow brighter and stronger, with a flash of pink light emanating out of her eyes before she shot forward down the street, leaving a trail of pink and red light behind her, with RWBY herself screaming the whole way. RWBY! Yang exclaimed as she drove her motorcycle after her sister with Knuckles on board. Amy quickly hopped on Sienna's ride as they drove after them. RWBY continued to scream as she ran straight down the street, leaving a trail of red and pink energy behind her and looked like she was about to slam into a building at the end of the street. Stop! 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 She screamed as she skidded to a halt on her feet, before flipping and skidding across the ground as Rosa popped out of her with RWBY slamming her back against the wall and lying upside down. RWBY! Rosa hovered by her side. Wah! What was that? RWBY asked in a daze as she pulled herself. Hyper, go on. That's the energy that fuels my kind and lets us do all the stuff you've seen us do. Rosa explained. My people can even infuse other living beings with our energy and give them unique powers, depending on the type of wisp. My energy is different among my own kind. I can supercharge any other forms of energy with my own. Your semblance is connected to your aura, and your aura is energy. I just thought that you could boost my speed. RWBY looked at Rosa with a smile. Rosa, you're a genius. She pulled the wisp into a hug. RWBY. Yang and Amy both called to her as they caught up with their respective vehicles with Knuckles and Sienna. Are you okay? Amy asked. I'm alright, but Rosa can boost my speed. I can keep up with you guys and maybe even Sonic. RWBY explained. How is that even? Sienna had no idea what to say to that. We'll explain later, but we gotta help Sonic. RWBY stated. Agreed. Knuckles nodded. But where would we even find them? Yang questioned. Over there. Rosa shined brightly and aimed her light in a certain direction towards an uphill street that moved deeper into the city, where a trail of blue energy was following 3 other trails of green, purple, and yellow. Then let's go, RWBY said with determination as she let Rosa fly into her again. Her aura supercharged, as did her semblance as the pink energy enveloped her before boosting forward, leaving a trail of red and pink again. With no time to question it, Yang and Sienna drove their respective motorcycles after her with Knuckles and Amy riding them respectively. Sonic moved to close in on Jet, but Wave and Storm both had his flank as the former pulled out her rifle and switched the ammunition before firing. Bolts of blue energy hit the ground where Sonic was going to be, causing spikes of ice to shoot out, but the blue blur dodged one cluster of ice spikes and ended up spin dashing into the second one before leaping over the third. Dust rounds. You guys have upgraded, Sonic said with his usual confident smile as he ran closer. Been here a while. None of your business. Storm threw out another punch, forcing Sonic to fall back and speedhead as Storm went after him, throwing punch after punch at high speeds, but Sonic dodged all of them with ease before running backwards in front of Storm. But you got nothing, Storm. Come on, put on some gauntlets or something. That's so boring, Sonic mocked. Weapons are for the weak. A real man smashes with only his bare hands. Storm pushed his gear faster to close the gap with Sonic turning around to run up the hood of a parked car, and used it like a ramp to jump, just before Storm punched obliterated the car with one strike. But this ended up creating a gap between him and Jet, which Sonic exploited as he landed and zoomed straight for Jet, reaching to grab the Chaos Emerald, but Jet drew one of his Bashosen with the intent on slashing at Sonic. But just as Sonic limboed under it, Jet smirked as he quickly spun the fan in his hand, activating the wind dust and creating a horizontal tornado that sucked in the surprised Sonic and sent him flying up into the air. Ha! See, Sonic. Jet called to him. Even in a different world, I'm still the legendary Wind Master. Hey, that's a really cool title. Hey, thanks. Jet smirked, but his eyes widened in surprise to see just who said that to him and was currently running alongside him in his gear. What the? Even Storm and Wave were caught off guard by this. Hi. The supercharged RWBY waved with a smile. What kind of boards are those you're flying around on? 'Cause they look so cool. I want one. Oh, can we also have that Chaos Emerald back, please? A series of gunshots came in from an intersecting street they all just passed by and barely missed the Babylon rogues. This was all from Yang's Ember Silica with her left hand, while still steering her motorcycle with her right hand. She and Knuckles curved down the street with Sienna and Amy right behind them as they moved to catch up with the rogues. Sonic, after landing a few seconds ago, had likewise caught up with his friends and made his way closer to the rogues. What's going on with RWBY? Rosa supercharged her with wisp energy like you did before, Amy informed. Huh, Sonic looked to RWBY as she was enveloped in the hyper go-on energy and continued to run alongside Jet, moving at speeds that could keep up with all of them. A proud smile formed on his face. Not bad. Not you losers again. Storm complained. Rogues. Knuckles called to them. Last warning, give us the Chaos Emerald now. Jet, Wave looked to their leader, who focused his eyesight straight ahead and saw the road divide into 3 different lanes. He remembered spotting this particular lane when they scouted the city the other day and knew that each road would lead them to the same spot. Split up. Jet ordered as he held out his dual fans and spun around on his gear to generate a tornado and forced RWBY back, while also busting himself and his teammates forward. Try and lose them and meet back on the west cliffside. If we don't lose them there, we'll head out on the water, only Sonic would go after us and the 3 of us could shake him off there. Huh, look at you using head for once. Wave teased. Just do it, Jet exclaimed in comic annoyance. Right, boss. Storm nodded as he and Wave split off on the left and right respectively while Jet went down the center. They're splitting up, Sienna exclaimed. Sienna, you and Amy go one way. Sonic told them. Knuckles, Yang, take the other. RWBY, with me. Alright. Amy, Knuckles, Yang, and RWBY all said as they each went off in separate directions with Yang and Knuckles riding after Storm, while Sienna and Amy went in pursuit of Wave. Sonic and the wisp-charged RWBY zoomed down the center as they ran side by side. RWBY, the wisp's charge doesn't last forever. The boost they gave me back then was only temporary, and we always separated whenever we took a hit. And Jet's a tricky one, so you stay close to me just in case. Okay. RWBY nodded in understanding as they ran together, a trail of blue and pink-red energy side by side. Even if this is only temporary, the fact I'm able to run side by side with you, RWBY smiled. That's enough for me. Knuckles, who are we dealing with here? Yang questioned as she rode her motorcycle down the cobblestone path in pursuit of Storm on his gear. Storm's about as strong as I am and he knows how to use his gear. Knuckles answered. But he's as dumb as a brick, loves to punch things, and has got a shorter temper than you. Yang smirked as she heard all that. Oh yeah, I know how we're gonna get this guy. Hang on. She revved up her motorcycle to increase its speed and catch up with Storm. Even as he made a sharp 90-degree turn on a street corner, Yang looked like she was about to slow down, until Knuckles shouted to her. Do not stop. He reached over and drew his right Galatine blade and dug into the ground just as they reached the corner. Using his own lower body strength as his legs wrapped around the seat of Yang's motorcycle, he lifted all of them up while Yang saw what he was doing and kept the speed going with the motorcycle briefly off the ground, turning on the axis of Knuckles' blade before the turn was complete. He pulled the blade out just as Yang touched down and maintained pursuit of Storm. Nice. Yang complimented. Yeah, Sonic may be faster, but I've done my fair share of races too. Knuckles smiled. It wasn't long before they were right behind the albatross. Hey, Storm. Knuckles called to him. Remember me? You. Storm purposely slowed down try and punch Knuckles, but the red echidna threw his fist out to intercept the punch with his own. From there, Knuckles and Storm threw their fists at each other rapidly, each one hitting the other with Knuckles making sure all his fists met Storm's. Yeah, that's it. Focus on me. Knuckles thought. With Storm focused on Knuckles, it made him blind to Yang who fired a shot of Ember Silica right in front of Storm's gear, sending it and Storm himself straight upward into the sky, his own momentum vaulting him forward. Yang pulled the brakes on her motorcycle and pulled the cycle itself back, sliding across the road dramatically and epically before stopping completely. There, they watched as Storm land face first on the cobblestone, creating a small hole on impact. "Goddamn," she grinned. "Not yet, he's a tough sucker," Knuckles said as they saw Storm pull himself up and shake the swirls from his eyes before glaring at his two enemies. "Yeah, well, so am I." Yang leapt off her motorcycle and charged at Storm, slugging him across the face. Though this caused him to stagger back somewhat, he remained on his feet and laughed. "Ha, ha, you hit like a girl." Storm then punched Yang across the face, causing her to stagger before he delivered a punch into her gut and gave enough force to send her crashing into a tavern on the side of the road. Thankfully it was closed and empty of any customers and employees. "That's how you punch. And so is this." Knuckles rushed forward to slug Storm in the face, which knocked him back before the red echidna gave an uppercut to knock his enemy into the air. Knuckles jumped after him, but Storm recovered in midair as he raised his fists to slam them both into Knuckles to send him crashing down hard into the ground. Storm then landed on Knuckles to create an even greater impact that tore up the whole road. While he was down, Storm repeatedly pounded Knuckles until a yellow blur shot into his face. "I'm not done yet." Yang punched Storm off Knuckles and into the side of one building before Yang fired her shotgun gauntlets forward to quickly close the distance and pried Storm from the wall and threw him into the road near a parked car. Yang rushed him again with another punch, but Storm had recovered to grab the car on his left and flipped it over on top of Yang with a smash. Knuckles recovered to jump forward, spinning his whole body with both his fists pointing out to hit Storm hard in his gut and send him further down the road. Knuckle then lifted the flipped car off his friend. "Yang, you okay?" he asked urgently. But he blinked in surprise to see Yang's arms were crossed over her body as an orange glow enveloped around her crossed arms. Her hair was partially set ablaze, yet completely. Her arms spread apart as she gave a confident smile. "Never felt better." Knuckles smiled as she got up on her own 2 feet easily enough, but they both saw Storm recovering too. "We can't drag this out any longer. I got an idea. Let me handle this." Yang stepped in front. "Hey, Storm," she called to him, getting his attention. "You say I hit like a girl, you hit like a 5-year-old girl. Which says a lot, 'cause I am girl." Storm felt a vein in his neck pop as he roared. "I'm gonna smash out all your teeth." He ran forward like a locomotive to try and deliver the biggest punch he could muster. But when he threw it, Yang briefly channeled her semblance, her hair only glowing slightly as she brought up a small amount of strength into her hands as she danced around Storm's punch and grabbed him by his arm. Using only a slight boost of strength in her body, and combining it with the momentum of Storm's own strike, she was able to spin him around before sending him flying into the side of another building, breaking through into an empty restaurant with Storm still flying and smashing back first into the wall. "Get him while he's down." Right in his face. Yang shouted as she closed the gap first, with extra shots from her gauntlets and threw a punch in his face, channeling a bit more of her extra energy into her strike. Knuckles quickly joined her as he punched Storm in the face next, followed by Yang, then Knuckles, then Yang again, and back and forth. Both punching rapidly to keep Storm from recovering as each strike wore away at him before both pulled their fists back, with Yang's glowing orange slightly as she and Knuckles yelled and delivered powerful punches into Storm's face. A following shockwave of energy from Yang's punch, combined with the sheer strength from Knuckles, was enough to shatter what was left of the wall and knock Storm back into an alleyway outside. The gray-feathered albatross looked dizzy as arcs of the cosmos flew over his head. "Now that's a punch," he said in a daze. Yang took a second to catch her breath as Knuckles looked to her with a nod and a smile. "Good work. Fight smarter, not harder." "Right." Yang smiled back as she offered her fist for a fist bump, which Knuckles reciprocated with a smile. However, there was a loud and thundering noise outside that got their attention. Stepping out from the alleyway, the red echidna and blonde were both at a spot in the city that gave them a clear view of the Atlesian military base at the harbor. And there, they saw something that made their eyes widen in shock and surprise. At the same time, Sienna and Amy were in hot pursuit of Wave as they made through another part of town. The purple-feathered swallow led her pursuers through various alleyways, markets, and other such narrow pathways with the intent of shaking her off. And yet, the tiger faunus proved capable of keeping up with her, weaving through everything Wave went through with masterful skill. "Wow, you're good," Amy complimented. "You don't get to be leader of the White Fang for nothing." Sienna said, "We're about to hit a clearing. I'll get close and you strike her down." "Sounds like a plan." Amy already had her pico out as they exited from one market and into the open street. This gave Sienna more room to work with as she veered her stolen motorcycle to Wave's right and made her way closer to the side. Amy looked ready to swing, but Wave quickly drew her rifle and shot at the hammer with the pink hedgehog swinging to intercept, only to find her hammer now frozen solid as a result. "She's got dust rounds," Amy alerted. "My own customized types, too." Wave smirked. "Like how these special electric bolts can short out other electronics." She quickly switched the munitions for lightning dust rounds. "Sienna," Amy alerted. "I know." The tiger faunus veered her motorcycle out of the way in time to avoid an electric bolt shot at her. She ended up being forced behind Wave as she continued to fire more electric shots. Thankfully Sienna was able to avoid most of them. Wave then noticed they were about to hit a turn and was quick to turn herself, her gear moving along the buildings and briefly making her airborne. Making the necessary mental calculations, Wave fired her dust rifle, this time switching out for wind dust rounds and fired, creating a tornado that grew and expanded, with Sienna and Amy unable to avoid it as they were both thrown up and off their motorcycle. "Sorry girls. But I'm just faster, both in body and brain." Wave gloated as her gear touched the road and she was about to make a quick getaway. However, while she was in the air, Sienna drew her Cerberus whip and flailed it for the blade at the end to pierce into Wave's gear, much to her own shock. Sienna used this to pull up as she fell, causing Wave to flip up into the air and be separated from her gear. Simultaneously, Amy had spun her hammer while in the air, shaking not only the ice off it, but unleashed her tornado hammer move to slow her descent before landing on the ground while Sienna had a rougher landing, but still landed on her feet while Wave landed face first on the pavement. While she was down, Sienna was kicked to move in and kick on Wave, kicking her dust rifle from her hands and put one hand on her throat while holding her weapon by the blades at the end and bringing it close to her face. "I know that type of arrogance, I see it on people all the time." Sienna snarled. "You might think you're smarter than us, but all the good those brains will do if you let your arrogance get the better of you." "Nice moves," Amy complimented as she went by Sienna's side and aimed her hammer at her face. "Long time no see, Wave. Think we should catch up. Girls to girl." "Oh, I'd love to," Wave replied as she clenched her left hand, pressing a few tiny buttons built in that activated her gear, which Sienna could hear with her own tiger-like ears. She couldn't react in time as Wave's gear shot like a missile to impact Amy and Sienna, knocking them off her and allowing Wave to flip over and land on her ride. "But I have a schedule to keep, and I just hate to be late." "Maybe some other time," she said mockingly. Wave was about to bid farewell, but with her current position, she happened to spot something that made her look curious and somewhat nervous as well. Sienna and Amy both recovered as well as they saw it too. An alarm sounded at the military base on the harbor as the metal wall of the base itself, which was also built into the huge rock mound, opened up slowly and ominously to reveal it had long since been hollowed out. But what was underneath really got everyone's attention. Amy, Wave, and Sienna, Knuckles, Young, and even the recovering Storm from their spot, and several waking citizens in Argus looked towards the base to see the rock walls themselves clear, as a giant colossal humanoid machine step out. It revealed itself as an enormous humanoid mech with a stocky build, a rectangular cockpit that served as a chest and head unit altogether, heavily armored legs, and enormous metal arms. Its right arm stood out the most as it appeared to be a giant cannon. "What is that?" Amy muttered. Clearly the people have forgotten that they live in peace and safety, thanks to the awesome might of Atlas. Cordovan's voice called out through the mech, which seemed to echo throughout most of the city. "Cordovan," Sienna growled. "It is time to remind not just Argus, but Remnant as a whole, who its true protectors are." The crazed Atlas commander shouted as she piloted the mech. Jet," Wave opened her comms channel. "We got a problem." Meanwhile, Jet had moved through the streets of Argus and made his way closer to the forest on the west near the edge of the city, but it seemed Sonic and RWBY were right behind him. Sonic seemed to move closer as he performed a spin dash to get to Jet, but he curved his gear to not only avoid the attack, but also sent a streak of air his way, forcing Sonic back with RWBY jumping over the wave before both resumed their chase with Jet. Sonic soon caught up with Jet as he tried to deliver a dash attack sideways, but Jet shot himself upward with his gear to take a higher position. And from this spot, he noticed how this girl seemed to be keeping her distance, like she was purposely avoiding contact. "Hey, who's the kid, Sonic?" Jet questioned. "New sidekick. What happened to the fox brat?" "Hey, I'm no sidekick, you jerk." RWBY pointed in comical offense. Jet then spotted several parallel parked cars just ahead of him with a large wall that separated the city from the bordering forest right ahead of that. "Why don't we break her in?" Jet drew his dual Bashozen, the wind dust shinning at the tips, right before he dove straight down into the street and spun his war fans to generate a powerful wind cyclone that sent all the cars on the street flying up and falling back down to his pursuers. "Heads up," Sonic warned. However, rather than running away from all of them, RWBY actually kicked up from the ground, her semblance still boosted by Rosa's energy, and gave an energized jump to the nearest falling car before quickly leaping to another and then to the other and the one after that. Sonic smiled, totally expecting this from her. Right. He followed her lead this time as he jumped to a falling car himself right before it landed before leaping to the next car over. Dashes of blue and red-pink moved quickly from car to car at incredible speeds before reaching the last one, and both leapt into the air with no more ground to stand on and the wall just in front of them. Sonic was about to reach for RWBY's hand to spin and launch her towards the top of the wall. Only for Jet to dive down on his gear and zoom in between them, the force separating Sonic while the side of Jet's gear struck RWBY with enough force that she was separated from Rosa and both were sent flying over the wall while Sonic fell and landed on the street in Argus. RWBY flopped on the ground with Rosa in a daze next to her. The girl shook her head slightly as she looked up to see Jet hovering over her on his gear, still holding the green Chaos Emerald in his hand. "The dirt suits you," Jet said with a mocking smile. "Jump as high as you want, kid. But leave the skies to the real flyers." Like with Cordovan, Jet turned around on his gear and purposely blew dust in RWBY's face while she was down and zoomed off into the forest. Sonic quickly made his way over the wall and towards RWBY and Rosa as they recovered. "You guys okay?" "I'm fine," RWBY muttered. "That guy's a jerk. Tell me about it." Sonic agreed. "But we're not done yet." "No," RWBY agreed. "Rosa, can you boost me again?" "Sorry, but I need a little time to recover," the Wisp said, her energy being partially drained. "Don't worry, I'll get him." Sonic was about to speed off into the words. "No, wait," RWBY stopped him as she looked up to all the trees and saw how close they were to each other before looking down to her feet, remembering what she did before while training with Yang and the others, on how powerful her kicks are. "I have an idea." Jet moved through the forest with both grace and speed. While he couldn't go at his maximum speed with how dense the trees were together, it was still little issue to navigate through for him. He looked at the green Chaos Emerald in his hand with a smile. "Well, that was fun," he said as he briefly looked up to catch the sight of a certain black bird that flew over the tree line. This caused his smile to drop as he glared up at it. "Hope you got what you wanted." "You want to know what I want?" Sonic soon appeared next to him, still running and keeping pace. "That Chaos Emerald and an apology for my friend. But you can tell it to her face." He smirked. "Wah?" Jet questioned, but when he glanced backwards, he was stunned at what he saw. It was RWBY, performing countless rapid bounds from tree to tree. Using the physical force of her kicks, and combining with the boosts of speed from her semblance, RWBY was able to perform something of a mix between jumps and dashes, propelling herself from one treetop to the other. It wasn't as fast as she was when Rosa gave her hyper go on energy, but it was still fast enough to keep up with Sonic and Jet in this forest. Even the flying black bird above looked in surprise as she saw all this. "Oh come on." Jet tried to speed away, only for Sonic to leap to the tree on his left and perform a spin dash at Jet and knock him off course, but Jet stabilized himself and noticed RWBY about to appear directly above him. But when Jet looked on his right, he saw the ocean in the distance. He then performed a sharp right turn and zoomed straight for the cliffside. "He's going out in the open. Heading to the water." Sonic turned a sharp right himself with RWBY quickly following him. "I'll get him." RWBY pushed herself as fast as she could, kicking her semblance into overdrive as she tore through each tree she leapt from and made her way to the edge of the woods after her quarry. But the faster she moved, the more her own body began to disappear as it became engulfed in a cluster of red petals, twirling around like a corkscrew. From the bird's perspective, a red blur was carving its way through the tree line like a hot knife through butter. Come on, go faster. Faster. She pushed as hard as she could manage. And right before Jet could make it outside the forest, RWBY kicked off the tree she was at and zoomed straight to the ground at a diagonal angle, her twirling corkscrew petal form spinning rapidly like a drill as she hit the ground right in front of Jet, creating a powerful enough shockwave that sent Jet and his gear flying up into the air. Sonic zoomed out not a second later as he performed his blue tornado move directly under Jet to further separate him from his gear before leaping up high out of the top of the blue vortex and delivered a final spin dash into Jet to knock him hard onto the ground before landing on his feet in front of him. RWBY. Sonic looked to where the girl landed and saw her stumble forward before falling to her knees somewhat. Sonic quickly came to her to help her back on her feet. I'm okay, she muttered as Rosa caught up with them. RWBY, that was incredible. The Wisp praised. I combined the force of my kicks with my semblance, RWBY explained. Not as fast as you still, but multiple rapid bursts of speed, I thought could help. Oh, you did more than that, you actually caught him. Sonic congratulated as he pulled RWBY down into a headlock and gave a friendly noogie, causing her to laugh. Ya see that, Jet? He gloated to his downed rival as he glared up at the two. This girl might not have wings, but she can fly just as high as you, maybe even higher. Jet growled as he slammed his fist on the ground. RWBY looked to Sonic in surprise at the praise he just gave her. She felt a sparkle in her own eyes as a wide smile appeared on her face. Her hero just praised her. She helped him when he needed it and was able to stop the bad guy from stealing the Chaos Emerald. She had honestly never felt happier than in this moment. Meanwhile, the black bird from before perched itself on a nearby tree branch to look at the whole thing. I have to admit, that was rather impressive. Some good quick thinking there, and it seems that girl's semblance might be evolving. But, why is he still letting her tag along with him? She eyed Sonic specifically. He knows about Salem, he knows that she's targeting people like her. It would be one thing if he was keeping her close to protect her, but it looks like he's encouraging her to fight. Why? The rogues told me that he handled worse things on his own, he can handle Salem just fine solo. But why does he take her with him? Why did they take both with them? Exclamation mark single quote. If she could scowl in this form, she most certainly would. This is just the sort of thing Ozpin did with us, with her. One look at Sonic and RWBY together, and she saw a flashback image of Ozpin himself during their tenure at Beacon with both Kiro and Summer, praising them both as they seemed rather happy. Happy to risk their lives fighting Ozpin's battles when he could just fight himself. No concern for their own lives or well-being. Here I thought you were different. Alright, Jet. Race is over, you lost. Sonic told him as he and RWBY stood over him. Now, hand over the emerald, and start talking. Fine. The green feathered hawk spat. You wanna know so badly, Jet, we got a problem. Waves alert came in through his own comm. What now? Jet complained. However, an ominous series of loud thuds in the distance drew their attention, as well as that of the black bird. They looked in the direction it came from the harbor in direction of the city. And stepping forward in the ocean, looming over the cliffside, was the enormous Colossus mech piloted by Cordovan. I am here to reclaim my prize. Wah, what is that? RWBY screamed. That voice, Sonic recognized it. It's Cordovan. The old shrimp. Jet questioned. You. Cordovan glared hard at the trio from inside her mech. You stole my Chaos Emerald. I'm here to take it back. Her emerald? RWBY questioned. Yeah, fun fact. She actually had the emerald before you showed up and was planning on taking it to Atlas herself. Jet told Sonic and RWBY, surprising them both. That little search party she promised you. Just a big distraction while she went to her boss to take all the glory. Seriously? Sonic exclaimed in mortified confusion. Why? Why? Cordovan exclaimed. Because I refuse to leave the safety of this world to this animal. Atlas has always protected Remnant and I refuse to have our glorious kingdom outshined by an alien who doesn't belong. The cannon arm on the mech charged up with a strong electrical current as it aimed towards the woods, causing Sonic, RWBY, Rosa, and Jet's eyes to all widen. Move. Sonic screamed as they all dodged, but the cannon aimed well above them to fire a large electrical blast that tore up the canopy of the forest behind them. Though the black bird that had been observing them had to fly away for her own safety. That was a warning shot. Give me the Chaos Emerald, or I'll crush you under the awesome might of Atlas here and now. Cordovan demanded. The hag has lost her mind. Jet shouted. This whole thing is your fault, ya know. RWBY pointed to him. She's right, Jet. And thanks to whatever you did to the comms, we can't call Ironwood to have her back off. Sonic agreed. You all have to the count of 5 to hand me my emerald. Cordovan warned. 1, 2, 3. This caused the black bird to look at RWBY. She knew she was fast enough. She could fly down, grab RWBY just as the countdown ended and open a portal back to her tribe and get her to safety. She could grab Yang right after that too. 4. A mighty yell rang out from the tree line as Knuckles, who was riding on Storm's extreme gear, soared out and up a rock on the cliffside. Using it like a ramp, Knuckles shot straight for the Colossus and delivered a powerful punch into its face area, going straight for the window on the cockpit. Though Cordovan gasped and quickly activated the shield, causing a barrier of hardlight dust to appear just as Knuckles' fist struck, the momentum from the speed provided by the gear, plus his own natural strength, was enough to force the Colossus back a couple feet before Knuckles rode the gear back to regroup with the others, all of whom looked in surprise. Hey, is everyone okay? Yang exclaimed as she appeared on her motorcycle with Storm riding behind her. Give me back my gear. Storm complained. Wave arrived as well via her own gear, alongside Amy and Sienna as the latter two appeared on the damaged yet still operational motorcycle that the Tiger Faunus had stolen. You guys, RWBY smiled but was shocked to see the rest of the rogues with them. Why are they here? We couldn't let them out of our sight, so we brought them. Amy quickly explained. And we couldn't leave our leader behind either. Wave added, referring to Jet as he brushed himself off while Storm took his gear back while glaring at Knuckles. You, all of you, Cordovan shouted from her recovering mech. You were all in on this together. Are you kidding me right now? Yang questioned. Wait a second, Cordovan got a good look at the only Faunus in their group and recognized her immediately. Now it all makes sense, Sienna Khan. Leader of the White Fang, one of the most notorious criminals in all of Mistral. You and your animals have done more damage to Atlas than anyone in history. Well, I'd say you've gone unpunished long enough. Will you please just listen to us? RWBY cried out. We can explain everything if you just shut down your giant robot and calm down. Oh, I am completely calm. Cordovan said with a seemingly calm smile on her face. And now, I will calmly wipe you all from my sight. She re-aimed her mech's dust cannon and charged a large fireball in the center. Though Wave was quick to notice the rotary slots that moved with the cannon. Scatter! Sonic exclaimed as the group was forced to move or dodge however way they could, with whatever vehicle they were on or with what powers they had. I don't think she's willing to listen to reason. Rosa pointed out. Yeah, you're right. Sonic admitted and noticed Jet being near him. Jet, I think we can both agree that this lady is dangerous and off her rocker. And she's not gonna stop until all of us are done for. So, common enemy. Sonic. RWBY tried to protest. Look, I don't exactly like the guy, but we need all the help we can get. Plus, it's not the first time we've teamed up. Sonic quickly explained. Yeah, I'm not a fan of dying either. We're in. Jet accepted before contacting his teammates through their comms and mounted his gear. Babylon rogues, help Sonic and his friends. We're taking that thing down. Smart move. Wave noted. Oh yes, I get to punch that giant tin can. Awesome, Storm said giddily. The three rogues flew on their gears straight for the Colossus while Sonic, RWBY, and Rosa regrouped with Yang, Amy, and Sienna. Can we really trust them? The Tiger Faunus questioned. They've helped us in the past, long story, Knuckles said that last part to Yang and RWBY specifically. So, yeah, they'll help us here. What's to stop them from running away with the Chaos Emerald once it's all over? The blonde questioned. We'll just catch them again. But let's deal with this thing quickly before it causes a panic and Grim show up. Amy said. Alright, fine. RWBY accepted reluctantly. For some reason, the idea of working with the bad guys made her feel sick, even if Sonic vouched for them. This wasn't like how it was with Blake when she defected from the White Fang, She at least wanted to go down the right path, while Sienna was even more stubborn than Yang with her perspective. But, given their situation, she really had no choice but to accept this and push forward. For some reason, she felt a sharp crick in the back of her neck, which she rolled before focusing on the fight ahead. None of them noticed the black bird from before watching all of this very closely. The Babylon rogues all flew around the Colossus in every direction. Streaks of green, purple, and yellow flew up, down, and at every angle, and Cordovan couldn't get a handle on any of them, much to her frustration. Storm even flew up to the Colossus, left side, and threw a punch that knocked it slightly off balance, which Wave noticed as she continued to fly around the mech as well on her gear. But unlike her teammates, she was observing every little detail she noticed, which included a rather large panel on the back of the mech. Jet flew up to the cockpit and flapped his twin Bashosen at its face, the wind dust with it being used to create a tornado to push it back somewhat as Jet himself looked into the cockpit to see Cordovan inside. "Is that giant metal onesie of yours supposed to be impressive?" Jet mocked. "You can get as tall as you want, but you still can't reach the sky. You wanna know why? 'Cause you can't fly. You're only pretending to. I'm the real flyer here." Insolent vermin. She tried to swing the Colossus, right arm at Jet, but he flew his gear upwards to avoid the swing, but this left the right side open for Storm to come in and smash on the Colossus, right side again. Despite the hard light dust shields, it was still knocked around somewhat, much to the old officer's irritation. "You dare look down on me? Atlas has ruled Remnant from the sky for years. We are the true guardians of this world. None of the other kingdoms could ever hope to reach the pedestal upon which we stand, much less animals like you. Still can't fly though." Jet maintained his smirk, which only caused Cordovan to snap even further as she threw out her mech's cannon arm, where a salvo of missiles appeared in one of the rotary slots, something Wave took notice of as well before the missiles were all launched in various directions, several tracking the rogues as they flew around and scattered. Jet dispelled easily with another flap of his Bashosen, creating a wind vortex that blew the missiles tracking him into each other, causing them to explode. Storm just flew to the missiles gunning for him head-on and threw a punch at the closest one, causing it to explode, followed by the others behind him as Storm flew out from the smoke cloud behind. Wave drew her dust rifle and switched the munitions to fire dust to shoot a fireball above her, which drew the missiles up towards it and away from her, causing them to explode. "Heat seekers," she noted. "Wave." Jet contacted her with the comms. "You've had enough time to break it down. Relay to Sonic and the others while Storm and I keep the old hag distracted." On it. Wave flew on her gear back towards Sonic's group on the cliffside and told them what she found. "That thing is big, but it's old. It's clearly meant for fighting larger enemies or entire armies. Against smaller and faster groups like us, it's slower than a snail. Plus, its pilot has a really short temper. And a massive ego. Yeah, we figured out that last part on our own," Knuckles said. "Its legs might be armored, but it can be knocked off balance easily enough." Wave continued. "The shield generator is on its back, and that cannon has a rotary slot that switches out from dust rounds that shoot from the cannon, or missiles that shoot from the outsides. Without the shields, one well-placed shot to either the missiles or the dust down the hole before it fires will take the whole thing down. I'd recommend the missiles, less risky." "Alright, thanks." Sonic nodded. "Knuckles, Yang, we're gonna help the rogues keep Cordovan distracted. Keep moving and do not stop. Give her too many targets to lock onto." "Sounds like a plan." Yang accepted. "RWBY, you take Sienna and Amy and go for the shields on its back," Sonic said. "And just how are we supposed to get to it while it's in the water?" Sienna questioned. "Can you fly us there?" RWBY asked Wave. "A gear can only carry about 2, max," she answered. "We could lure it closer to the cliffs," Amy suggested. Wave said it can be knocked off balance. "Or, we go to it." RWBY soon came up with an idea as she looked to Wave's dust rifle and remembered how it had ice dust in it. "I'm going to need to borrow that." Jet and Storm both continued to fly around the Colossus on their gears as Storm went in for the up-close and personal attacks, throwing out punches at every spot he could find, while Jet used mid-ranged tornado-like attacks thanks to his dual war fans. Cordovan looked around with hard glares at the flying rogues that she was unable to hit. "Is that all you got?" Jet challenged. "'Cause this is barely a challenge. Know your better, you flying wretch." Cordovan swung the cannon arm towards Jet, forcing him to fly away, as was Cordovan's intent as she aimed her cannon right at him as it charged up with lightning dust. Fall to the ground where you belong. Jet winced as he knew he could probably only barely dodge something like that. Thankfully, a well-placed shot fired from the cliffs hit the glass on the cockpit. And despite the shields coming up, the resulting explosion did create a dust cloud to block Cordovan's view as the surprise forced her to misfire the lightning blast from the cannon, which Jet barely avoided as he flew around the side of it. He and Cordovan looked, as the dust cleared, to see Yang on her motorcycle riding along the cliffside, driving her vehicle with one hand and firing explosive shotgun blasts from the other right at the face of the giant mech. "Hey, I think it's time for you to retire, Grandma," Yang called out. Disrespectful child. With Cordovan focused on her, it allowed Sonic to run across the water and up the Colossus leg, straight to Mech's face, much to Cordovan's surprise before he delivered multiple homing attacks to the cockpit, pushing it even further back towards the water. Sonic leapt backwards from the cockpit after the 10th homing attack and gave his titular smirk, making sure the old pilot saw it, angering her even more as she tried to swing the non-cannon arm at Sonic, but he easily avoided that as he spin-dashed in midair to the back of the hand and ran along the top of the Colossus. "You're too slow," Sonic teased. "You damn rat." Cordovan would have shaken her off, had she had not been repeatedly pelted by shots from Yang's gauntlets on her motorcycle, wind attacks from Jet's Bashozen, and Storm's constant hit-and-run attacks. This was from every direction and Cordovan seemed unable to counter all of it at once. This gave the others a chance to move in as RWBY used Wave's dust rifle to fire multiple ice dust rounds into the water, creating several patches of ice that bridged the gap between them and the Colossus. She, Amy, Knuckles, and Sienna quickly hopped and dashed across the ice patches and made their way closer with Wave flying just above them, with even Rosa flying close to RWBY. "It's no crescent rose, but it'll do," RWBY commented, looking at the rifle almost critically. "Might wanna add a sniper configuration. I expect that back when we're done," Wave told her. "Trade ya for that Chaos Emerald and we're good." RWBY gave a trolling grin with her teeth sparkling, much to Wave's irritation. When they got close enough to the mech, Wave reached to grab Knuckles by his hand before flying up and around towards the back of Colossus, right knee and spun around to build up momentum before throwing out Knuckles, who held both his fists out and struck with enough force to shake up the entire Colossus, with Cordovan nearly being knocked out of her seat. The whole mech was brought down on its right knee, taking a kneeling position and allowing for RWBY, Sienna, and Amy to jump and grab onto the side of the left leg with Rosa hovering close to RWBY as the mech pulled itself up. Knuckles held on the other side when he drove his left guillotine blade into the metal while Sonic jumped down from the top of the unit, making sure Cordovan caught his smirk again before reaching out his hand for Jet to catch as they both mounted the gear and flew above the Colossus. From there, everyone around the mech attacked it from nearly every angle. Yang continued to fire shots from the cliff on her motorcycle, using it to zoom from one spot to the other. Knuckles repeatedly climbed up the right side of the mech to deal whatever punches or axe slashes he could. Storm flew around its lower body area to repeatedly punch it as per usual. Jet used his fans to throw out more wind attacks, while he and Wave used their gears to provide footing for Sonic as he delivered homing attack after homing attack at whichever spot they could. Cordovan was unable to lock onto any of them. Every time she tried to focus on one of them, the others would hit her and most of them moved around with such speed that it was impossible for the clunky Colossus to lock on. If anything, its size proved to be a hindrance. And it looked like the frustration was eating away at her pride more and more. And as she focused on those around her, it made her vulnerable to the three that continued to climb up the Colossus, back with their respective tools and abilities. RWBY used her semblance to zip from one spot to another, Amy used her natural abilities along with a few tornado hammer effects from swings with her Pico Pico, and Sienna used her Cerberus whip to lock and swing herself up. They made it to the back panel that Wave had described to them at the back of the cockpit, which Sienna pried open by wedging in her chained whip. This also provided enough footing for the three as they stared at the large and unguarded shield generator. There was even a label on top that read, "Authorized personnel only. Shield generator." "Well, that's convenient," Rosa commented. "How reckless," Sienna said before smirking. "Let that come back to bite her." RWBY drew Caliburn first as she slashed at the generator, Amy swung her hammer to smash it, and Sienna swung to slash her Cerberus whip. It was destroyed in less than a second, with Cordovan getting the alert as she saw her shields fail. No, no, no. She slammed her fist on her console in frustration and quickly felt her cockpit rock, all from the shots that Yang fired from both her gauntlets on the cliffside. Not so tough without your shield, are ya? The blonde called out as she fired all her shots, making sure to aim for the front of the cockpit. Already the glass was beginning to break in from the repeated impacts. Knuckles, take out its leg. Sonic called out as he rode on Jet's gear. Storm, you take out the other one. Jet called to his teammate as well. From their respective spots, Knuckles and Storm both nodded. The red echidna used one Galatine blade to hold himself at the joint of the right knee and slashed with the other blade to expose its more vulnerable parts. Storm, meanwhile, flew back a distance a ways before charging in as fast as he could. Knuckles pulled back his fist while Storm did the same before they both threw out their fists to completely shatter both knee joints. No. Damn it all. No. Cordovan screamed as the Colossus was severed from its knee joints, and slid deeper into the water, its upper legs being completely submerged as the cockpit was now on equal level with the cliffside. All while Storm flew out on his gear with Knuckles hanging on himself before flipping to ride behind him. Hey, I don't give free rides. Storm stated. Deal with it. Knuckles scolded. Jet with Sonic, and Wave, flew to the back of the mech to retrieve the others as RWBY leapt to the back of Wave's board, Sienna to the back of Jet's as Sonic jumped off and picked up Amy. All that's left is the cannon. Wave said. I'll get it. RWBY said as she brandished the dust rifle. I'm a great shot. It's true. She's a natural sniper. Sonic confirmed. I'll distract her and get her to lock on me, you take out the missiles. Jet said. She'll definitely want me out of the picture too. Sienna said as she rode with Jet from behind. Alright, just be careful. Amy told them all. Rosa, you stay with Sonic. RWBY told the Wisp, who nodded as she flew close to Sonic. With that, the groups went in their separate directions. Sonic carried Amy as he ran down the mech and ran onto the water before making his way back to the cliff with Rosa following. Storm and Knuckles would appear there too as they regrouped with Yang. The black bird from before still watching closely. Cordovan, Sienna shouted to her as she rode with Jet in front of the nearly crippled mech. Pride of Atlas. Well, you know what they say about pride before the fall. Hope you don't break your back when you land. Filthy animal. Cordovan prepared to fire her cannon's missiles at them. But that's when Wave and RWBY flew in, the girl holding the dust rifle as she switched it for the lightning configuration aimed it at the missiles. Unfortunately, Cordovan noticed her as well. A hollow screen popping up showed the incoming RWBY and Wave. Just as RWBY fired a lightning blast, Cordovan quickly retracted the missile silo, the electricity washing over the thick metal casing, much to the shock of RWBY and Wave, as well as the horror of all their respective friends. You thought you could fool me. The mech swung its cannon arm to the side, knocking RWBY and Wave off the latter's gear and sending them falling. RWBY, Yang and Amy both screamed as Sonic immediately dashed into the water. Jet rode his gear with Sienna to grab them as well. And the black bird flew out as quickly as it could, with Knuckles quickly noticing it as well. Cordovan aimed her cannon to the falling RWBY and Wave, the fire dust munition being charged and loaded as she watched for Sonic, Jet, and Sienna to come in. She would incinerate them all in one shot. For the glory of Atlas and Remnant, die. She fired a massive stream of fire that looked like it was about to hit RWBY and Wave first. Only for the black bird to appear behind them and transform to reveal the true form of Raven. Which Sonic, Jet, and Sienna both saw in shock. Her eyes glowing a bright red, and in a split second, Raven swung her sword with one hand behind RWBY and Wave, creating a red portal for them both to fall into with Wave's gear, while reaching out with her other hand, leading to an unknown force to take control of the flames themselves and have them miss-shoot and avoid the other three as it hit the water, creating a steam cloud that blanketed the whole area around the Colossus. At the same time, a red portal opened up behind Yang as she was suddenly slammed in the back by RWBY and Wave, the latter's gear flopping on the ground. Amy and Knuckles both looked in surprise to see this as well, with Knuckles recognizing the portal just as it closed shut. What? Cordovan had no idea what was going on. The steam was enveloping around the Colossus as she seemed completely blind. What's happening? Where are they? Crash. Asterisk. Something small and black smashed through the already cracked window at her cockpit in the second she blinked. Pierce. Asterisk. A glowing red blade was run through her, the blade piercing through her heart and the chair she sat on. All while she looked with shrunken eyes at the black-haired woman who appeared out of nowhere that held the sword and stared down at her with a hard expression. Where did you? Cordovan felt her body grow cold and her vision darken. Not like this, I'm Atlas, no. Those were the last words of Caroline Cordovan as Raven swiftly drew her blade back, letting the old woman fell over dead. Raven quickly sheathed her sword as she pulled out her scroll and sent a message. Jet saw a message incoming on his goggles which read, Cordovan's dead. Forest. Now. A hard look formed on Jet's face as he read. Sorry. Nothing personal. He told the confused Sienna. What are you? She gave a surprised yelp as Jet rapidly spun his gear around, all while flapping his bashosen to create a tornado around himself to fling Sienna off and send her falling before flying towards the cliff. Sonic saw the falling Sienna as he quickly ran up the side of the disabled Colossus before kicking off to grab and intercept her. He just tossed me off his board. She told him, much to his surprise before glaring at the bird. Jet. Sonic exclaimed, but was surprised to see a black bird fly out from the steam that cleared away from the mech. The Green Hawk flew on his gear over the others. Rogues. Follow me, he called to his teammates. No time to waste, Wave swiped back her gear and dust rifle and mounted it. Hey, what are you? RWBY questioned, only for a dust cloud to be whipped up in all their faces when Wave aimed the rear of her gear at the ground. Storm. Let's go, she told him. Jet's orders. I still wanted to punch something. Storm complained but complied as he mounted his gear and flew alongside Wave in the forest. The dust cleared to reveal the shocked and angered faces of RWBY, Knuckles, Amy, Yang, and Rosa. Those damn birds. The echidna cursed. I think they still have the emerald. Rosa said. I got M. Yang hopped on her motorcycle again. I'm coming too. RWBY hopped on the back behind her sister as they drove off in pursuit, with Knuckles and Amy running after them as Rosa flew with them. Sonic, after seeing his friends go off in pursuit of the rogues, ran up the side of the disabled Colossus while carrying Sienna before coming into the cockpit through the broken window. Both looked in surprise to see Cordovan's deceased form lying on the floor. Sienna quickly went over to check and make sure, noticing the blade wound in her chest as well as testing her neck and wrist for a pulse. There wasn't one. She's dead, she reported, much to Sonic's surprise. How? Who could have done this? He questioned as he looked to the hole in the cockpit's window. None of us made this. Somebody smashed their way through. It was Raven, Sienna said, much to Sonic's surprise. We both saw her rescue RWBY and that bird. And I've seen how she uses her weapon. This is her handiwork, quick and precise, like a master assassin. And your bird friend threw me off right after that. Wait, are you saying they're working together? Sonic questioned. It's possible, Sienna assumed. That, and I spoke with Raven herself in Argus, just before those rogues made their move. Jet, Wave, and Storm both rode their gears through the forest, their leader making sure he still had the green Chaos Emerald on him, which he did. They all looked to see Raven standing in a small clearing just ahead of them. The woman used her sword to slice open a portal, which the three rode into easily enough. Raven was about to step in herself, but the sound of a motorcycle caught her attention. She briefly turned around and gave a slight gasp at who just arrived. Yang gasped too as she pulled the brakes on her ride. Her pupils shrunk with her eyes widening in shock as she and the equally shocked RWBY saw Raven Bronwyn staring at them through an open portal. The blonde couldn't believe she was seeing her birth mother again like this, even after she left at Beacon. RWBY herself couldn't take her eyes off Raven, seeing her in the flesh for the first time. This was her mother's partner, her uncle's sister, and the first love to her father. Raven looked ready to grab her sword. Maybe she could make a portal directly under them, have them fall into the base right now, but before she did. Hey! She looked past them to see Knuckles and Amy, along with Rosa, quickly catching up to them. With a reluctant sigh, Raven walked into the portal. Wait! Yang got off her motorcycle to reach for her, but the portal closed just before she did. And the second it closed, Yang fell to her knees as RWBY quickly came to her and held her by her shoulders just as Knuckles, Amy, and Rosa caught up. Raven, Knuckles assumed. Yeah, RWBY nodded. And she's working with the Babylon rogues. Amy took a guess. Yeah, RWBY repeated. And they have the Chaos Emerald. A sniffle drew their attention as they looked to see Yang already sobbing. Immediately, RWBY and Amy hugged her from her sides with Knuckles patting her on the back. Rosa even nuzzled up to Yang's face to provide what comfort she could. Sonic carried Sienna as they caught up with the others too and saw Yang breaking down. Knuckles looked towards Sonic, his expression in Yang's current state told the blue hedgehog everything. He looked in sympathy as he walked over and put his hand on Yang's shoulder as she continued to cry and they comforted her as best as they could. Even Sienna looked in sympathy towards them before she looked back in the direction towards the cliff where the disabled Colossus was, as well as Cordovan's dead body. Something was telling her that things were going to get even messier now. The Bronwyn tribe's main camp was built within one of the many mountains that occupied the Mystralian territory, specifically within a mountain chain that consisted of well over a dozen mountains that were all twisted together. The mountains themselves were so twisted that it was impossible for most people to climb, and even the Grimm would have trouble with it. The tribe itself remained in a spot that seemed nestled in between 2 or even 3 mountains, the land itself being flattened and cleared for such a large base, but not done naturally. No, this piece of earth was forged and erected with the use of a certain magic power, one of 4 sources of magic power that were considered siblings to each other. And it was that very same power that helped clear away a vast majority of the Grimm within the mountain trail, making it relatively safe for the tribe to make a home here. The base was surrounded large black and red metallic spikes like a fence that was well over 50 feet tall and surrounded the entire camp, though the fence line itself also appeared to be in the shape of a bird with its wings open. 4 watchtowers were placed at certain locations around the barrier and were constantly manned, with a main gate being at the spot that looked like the bird's rear feathers from an aerial view. Within the base's perimeter were various buildings that served as storage for weapons, dust, food, and other similar supplies. There were housing facilities as well for the over 100 members of the tribe itself, along with about a dozen different airships, half of them being of Mistral design, the other half being that from Atlas. Though one ship stuck out the most, and that was the Babylon Rogues airship that remained parked in the middle. There was also a large main tower that was at the rear of the camp near where the head of the bird perimeter would be. All the members of the tribe were minding their own business, whether it be maintenance work for their weapons or vehicles, sparring with one another, or just casually hanging out. This included 3 of the 4 winds, Sieg, Heracles, and Vernal, as they all waited with anxious expressions near the main tower. A red portal then opened up in front of them as the Babylon rogues all flew out on their gears, and Raven stepped out beside them just as the portal closed. "Well, how'd it go?" Sieg questioned. "We got it," Raven said. "One of these so-called Chaos Emeralds." "Show them," she said to Jet, who glared at her and looked like he was refusing to hand it over, but she glared back. "Don't make me tell you again." "Fine." He threw the green emerald to Vernal, who was quick to catch it as she and those around her looked at it with awe. "Wow, it's beautiful," Vernal muttered. "Way prettier than any dust crystals we've seen," Heracles commented before handing it to Raven herself. "So, I take it the Babylon rogues live up to their reputation." Sieg teased the trio of thieves. "Fast as the wind, master thieves who are never caught, I believe those were the words you told us, right?" He leaned in close to the trio. "Sure, except for the fact that the lady we were robbing was a psycho with a giant robot that almost killed us all," Jet exclaimed. "Wait, what?" Heracles questioned as he and his comrades looked to their leader. "The whole thing was running smoothly, at first," Raven explained. "But Cordovan, in her prideful wisdom, pulled out the Colossus and escalated the situation more than we expected. Oh, don't leave out the fact that Sonic and his new sidekicks were there, including that Sienna Con lady you told us about," Waves said. "Say what? You ran into Sienna?" Sieg exclaimed. "Yes, she's apparently with the hedgehog it seems," Raven muttered. "But these new sidekicks of his," Vernal looked to the rogues again as Raven eyed her warningly. "Did one of them happen to have long blonde hair, and another have silver eyes?" "Oh, yeah, they did," Storm confirmed, much to Raven's irritation. "That blonde girl could throw a punch, too. Her eyes even glowed like Raven's here." He pointed to her, as she rubbed her hand down her face. "Okay. You 3 can go, we need to have a word with Raven." Heracles said to the rogues as he and his comrades led their leader into the central tower to speak in private. How long exactly are we planning on staying here, Jet? Wave questioned. I can shut down this whole base easily enough, and we could escape in less than a second. And I can punch 'em all as I do. Storm pounded his fist into his palm. We'll stay as long as I say, Jet stated as he pulled his teammates in close so that none of the tribesmen could hear him. Raven hasn't told us everything, she's hiding some pretty important details from us. And I'm pretty sure that blonde girl was her daughter. Huh, ya know, her red eyes did look like Raven's, Storm noted. So, we're gonna find out what exactly Raven is hiding and see what we can use from that. Jet said. Why didn't you tell Sonic before? Wave asked. 'Cause I don't wanna have him bail me out when I can do it myself. Jet stated. So, stick to the plan. Lay low, gather intel, and we'll work our way from there. And if we play our cards right, we might even be running this joint by the time we're done. Ooh, that sounds fun. Storm said excitably. And it's probably the best we can do anyway. Alright, Wave accepted as she stared up the tower. I get the feeling Raven's hiding something of a secret weapon too, and it's not that Chaos Emerald. You saw your daughter and her sister. Heracles questioned as he and his teammates followed Raven up the stairs and into the main observatory chamber, which was also Raven's private quarters, of the main tower. Yes, Raven hissed that last part out. Why not bring them here? Vernal asked. Same with Sienna. Because they were too close to the hedgehog and his team. Raven answered. And is that a bad thing? Sieg wondered. This is the guy that might actually do what Ozpin couldn't, and get rid of Salem. Why not just bring them here so we can work with them and actually get it done? Except he just proved that he's no different from Ozpin. Raven exclaimed as she turned around, surprising them. He knows that girl's silver eyes put a target on her back, but he's letting her jump in the middle of the fray. And she's not even a full-fledged huntress yet. Maybe it would be easier for him to keep an eye on her and better protect her. Vernal assumed. If he wanted that, he could have left her in Yong'an Vale, which is now completely grim-free, with their father. Raven replied. At least, he didn't want them being huntresses in the first place. But no, he's dropping them right in the middle of this damn war, the absolute worst place for either of them to be. So why not bring them here? Heracles questioned. You can do it right now. Just open a portal, grab Yong and her sister, and problem solved. They're too close. And that blue hedgehog is too fast for me. Raven stated. Are you saying he could actually beat you? Sieg asked. Even as the Spring Maiden. Raven didn't quite answer right away as she briefly recalled her battle against Shadow at Beacon and how quickly he disabled her. While this Sonic's fighting style and methods were different, he seemed just as powerful enough that it could rival hers. It would be an uphill battle, Raven muttered. But maybe with this, she held the green Chaos Emerald in her hands. You're not planning on fighting him, are you? Heracles narrowed his eyes. As a last resort, Raven stated, if there are no other options. That wasn't the plan, and you don't even know how to use it. Sieg pointed out. Not yet. That's the reason we're keeping the Babylon rogues here. They know how these emeralds work. Raven recalled their plan. And once we learn how to harness its power, we'll sneak into Haven, open the vault and destroy the relic that lies underneath. Even though Ozpin said he tried. Vernal wondered. I know how you always say that he's a liar, but I don't think he'd lie about something like that. You told us that he said how he tried to use the relic of destruction to destroy the other relics but couldn't. He didn't have this. Raven gestured to the green emerald again. And if these gemstones can really do half the things the rogues told us they could do, then maybe. Alright, even if that's the case, you know having that is going to just bring Salem and her partner to our doorstep. Heracles pointed out. Our base may be hidden, but I don't think it'll last forever. Would be easier to have a certain blue hedgehog on our side, but we all know the real reason you don't want him here. 'Cause he'll bring your daughter and her sister and that will. What? Raven turned to him warningly as her eyes glowed. That will what? Heracles. Vernal backed away in surprise as Sieg stood in front of her protectively while the largest man present stared down at his leader with a glare. But his expression softened before responding. My daughter's gone, he began. Do you know what that's like? For your child to be taken from you. Or worse, for you to be responsible for it. Now Raven's eyes softened. Come on, you know that wasn't your fault. Even if it wasn't, that doesn't make it hurt any less, even after all these years. Heracles continued. She's gone, but your child isn't. She's here, and you have a chance to have that connection with her, but every time you walk away, you're only hurting your own chances. Yes, Adam went off the rails, and yes, we all know what happened to April, that caused Raven to look away. But I can tell you, that if something does happen to her, it won't matter whose fault it is, it will create an emptiness that will stay with you forever. Let that roam around in your head for a while. With that, Heracles turned around to walk out the door and descended back down the steps. Vernal looked to her older half-sister, who had turned away, and seemed hesitant to say anything. You have something to say, Vernal, spit it out. Raven told her, as she still didn't face her. Sieg even gave a nod to the girl before she spoke. You know I'm always on your side. I trust you with my life, but some of the choices you're making right, I don't know if I can agree with them. She's not wrong, Sieg admitted. All your criticism towards Ozpin, and you're doing the same kind of thing he would right now. I got a feeling of what happened, but I need to know for sure. Did you kill Cordovan? With a grunt, Raven gave her answer. They tried to reason with her, but she would have killed them. I didn't have a choice. Even if you didn't, that's still going to cause us problems down the line, with both Lionheart and Ironwood. Sieg said. If we actually brought Sonic on board, we would have at least had a better standing than what we may get later on. And with the way things are unfolding, we can't stay neutral anymore. Sooner or later, we are going to have to pick a side. And I trust you, Raven. After what you did for me, I'll always trust you and have your back, but you really need to think about what we do next, cause there's a lot of people in our care who could suffer for that. Raven paused once more, still not facing her subordinates, and gave a reply. Reach out to our contact in Mistral. Find out what's going on with malachite. Sure, no problem. Sieg nodded as he left next. Vernal was about to join him, but still had one thing to say. I know I'm only your sister, not your daughter, but you still did a good job with me. She told her. So, give yourself some credit. I think you'd do a good job with Yang, maybe even that RWBY girl too. You were friends with her mom, right? Just, give yourself a chance. That was all she said before leaving too. And like that, she was all alone. But the words her fellow Four Winds told her rang in her head as she looked at the Chaos Emerald in her hand once again before putting it away and moved to her bed. She reached underneath her mattress and pulled out something that always caused a hole to form in her stomach. It was a photo of Team STRQ. The same one her brother had. She looked at it with a sad expression as she saw the face of not only her twin brother, but also her ex-husband and her surrogate sister. She had seen this picture several times before over the years and couldn't find it within herself to throw it away. And yet, for some reason, it felt heavier looking at it. Before she even realized it, tears were flowing out of her eyes. Damn it. The city of Kuchinishi was one of the largest settlements in Mistral, one that was settled on top of a mountain. For a long time, it was widely known as the City of Thieves. But following a gang war against the criminal organization known as the Wave, with the Huntsman team known as Team SAFR being the primary party to push them back, the city looked like it was undergoing change for the better. After the battle, Huntsmen came in to help re-establish order. Most low-level criminals occupying the city abandoned it, while the more dangerous ones were arrested or killed in the conflict. Only one party managed to make it out of the incident unscathed, and that was the Black Sheep Syndicate. They had largely stayed out of the conflict and mostly kept to their own, sparing them any violence or aggression. And following the arrival of Huntsmen to retake the city, the Black Sheep actually cooperated to help restore order. Even if the Black Sheep was considered a crime syndicate, there was hardly any real evidence to have the Huntsmen convict and arrest them, and even then, the Black Sheep was what one could consider a conservative syndicate, in that they made no real efforts to grab onto more power and launch any violent takeovers or unnecessary wars. They were content with what they had. One could make the argument that they were rather civilized, even, especially with their leader. Baw's personal airship had arrived in the upper cliffs, the highest point in the mountains, where the Black Sheep estate was housed. The ship landed on a clearing just outside the large estate, which looked like a two-story Chinese mansion. Once it landed, all the Black Sheep bodyguards who attended the summit at the Jade Palace exited first, followed by Baw himself. Before he made his way to his home, however, he took a moment to look out in the distance, to where he could see the lights of Kuchinishi down below, which honestly made him smile. The city looked like it was back up on its feet and the people below seemed to be doing well, which was just fine for him. The head of the Black Sheep Syndicate was a man who was satisfied with what he had, and that was a thriving and competent organization being run by the well-provided-for family that was his own. His daughter, his son-in-law, and their 2 grandchildren, both were in their early teens and were even aspiring to be huntsmen when they grew up. And Ba was fine with that, even if it meant not being part of the syndicate. So long as his family was happy, then so was he. Ba and his guards walked to the estate as he opened the doors. "I have returned, my family." However, what he saw made him gasp in horror as his guards were immediately on edge. Everyone in the main hall of the mansion, from all the enforcers stationed there, to even his own family, they all laid dead across the floor, some even smashed into the walls which were riddled with holes and stained with blood. His daughter, his son-in-law, and both of his grandchildren. All of them lay in a puddle of their mixed blood within the center of the hallway. And hovering in the center of it all was Metal Sonic, whose right hand was converted into a blade, while he held Crescent Rose in his left hand, both his own blade and the scythe blade of the stolen weapon dripped with blood. The killer robot then turned his gaze towards the head Ba, causing the old man's face to turn pale. Immediately his guards were in front of him as they drew their weapons and guns, while one pulled him outside. "Sir, we have to get you out of here." He was pulled outside as the door was slammed shut and the guards all opened fire before Metal charged at them. The sounds of gunfire and sword slices could be heard from outside as the one guard tried to help his leader back to the airship. "My family," Ba muttered as tears formed in his eyes. "How could this? I'm sorry, sir, but right now, we need to get you too." An explosion ripped behind them, knocking them to the ground before something small and fast zoomed past them. Metal Sonic flew straight to the airship and delivered a powerful upward slice from Crescent Rose to tear the ship in half completely. He quickly converted the stolen weapon to its gun mode and shoot the sole surviving guard 3 times before he keeled over dead. And before Ba could react, Metal was already on him, seizing him by the throat as he pulled him up, the old crime lord looking into the murderous gaze of the robot that slaughtered his whole family and all his guards. Despite the clear shock he was in, Ba recognized this robot from the meeting with Malachite and Vermilion. "Why?" he muttered. "Nothing personal, Ba," Vermilion said through the comms built into Metal Sonic, no doubt seeing all of this through Metal himself. "But we can't afford any loose ends here. You murdered my entire family," Ba exclaimed. "If I'm being honest, they were all weak." Vermilion began. "The Black Sheep might be among the oldest syndicate in Mistral, but it's gotten complacent." "Weak? You're even willing to cooperate with Huntsman if it means maintain this weak order that Remnant tries to maintain. That's not strength at all. And weakness needs to be cut out like an infection before it can spread. But don't worry, we'll make sure your resources are put to good use. Take what you want," Ba glared at him hatefully. "But, in the end, you will choke, and my only regret is that I won't see it for myself. But I'll keep a spot saved for you, in hell. I've heard enough. Finish him," Vermilion ordered. Metal Sonic threw Ba up into the air and as he came back down, Metal swung Crescent Rose upward to slice through and kill Ba right then and there, his body falling on the ground behind him as blood continued to spill. The robotic doppelganger looked to the scythe blade in his hands as it continued to drip with blood. If he could smile, he would. He'd actually come to admire this weapon, it's a shame that it was being used by such a weak child. But he would make far better use of it himself. After all, a scythe is the perfect weapon for a harbinger of death such as himself. City of Mistral, Jade Palace. Well done. Vermilion congratulated as he saw the end result through his scroll. Only for him to be pulled by his shoulder by a very angry Hazel. "You just massacred an innocent family. Oh please, nobody in Mistral is truly innocent," Vermilion dismissed. Boss said he wouldn't interfere. Hazel argued. "We couldn't take the chance." Vermilion countered. "The Black Sheep had too many resources that could be used against us if he decided to no longer stay neutral. So, you killed everyone in his family. Even his grandchildren," Hazel exclaimed. "His family was weak," Vermilion spat. "And if there's one thing I can't stand, it's weakness. I'm not weak." Hazel grabbed Vermilion by his throat. "Why don't I show you?" Vermilion wasn't the least bit fazed as he stared the large man in the eyes without a hint of fear, even behind his boar mask. Do it. Make a move. Boys, boys. Malachite stepped forward alongside her daughters with Neo and Mimic behind them. We're all on the same side, now. So, let's play nice. Yes we are. Tyrion stepped up as well, dragging a member spider, the one that he observed with suspicion at the end of the recent meeting, behind him. Said member had his legs sliced apart to keep from running before he was thrown to the ground in front of them all. But he isn't. He showed the scroll that the supposed member of Spider had, and that scroll had the insignia of a black bird on it, an insignia that all of them recognized. He's one of Raven's. Vermilion saw as he broke off from Hazel's grasp. I had a feeling this one wasn't a team player, so I decided to nip that little bud before it became a problem. Tyrion snickered. Not bad, bug. Malachite complimented as she held her fan and put it under the spy's chin. A naughty little bird just got caught up in my web. You'll get nothing from me. The spy spat at Malachite's face, prompting her daughters to move in, but their mother held her hand out to keep them back. Somebody needs to learn some manners. She then stomped on the spy's injured leg, causing him to grunt in pain while Hazel winced. Despite that, the spy smirked. Is that all you got? Ooh, a tough guy. Tyrion snickered as he waved his scorpion tail over the spy's face. My favorite. Down, bug. Malachite told him. This flying rat made his way into my web, so I'll be handling this. Girls. Yes, mama. Melanie and Miltia asked. Seal up this boy's wounds, I don't want him bleeding out on me. She instructed. Then take him home and make him nice and comfortable. I'll be talking with him soon enough. Yes, mama. Miltia replied as she and her sister took the man by his arms to drag him back inside the palace. A word of advice, Melanie said to the spy. Try to cooperate with mama. She's not someone you want to make angry. I'll let you know if I find anything from him. We might even find out where little Raven is hiding. Malachite told the others. But back to business, you say this Sonic fellow is a threat to my operations, right? And to our own. Vermilion confirmed as he walked past Hazel, purposely pushing past his shoulder, much to his indignation. Which is why we agreed to this alliance. Yeah, but I'd very much like to see what he can do myself, just so I know what I'm dealing with. Malachite offered. The data we provided you isn't enough. Hazel questioned. I prefer to see things with my own eyes. Malachite answered. That said, I would be stupid to send my own little spiders against him all on their own. So here's my proposal. All of you join a group of my own hand-selected fighters and engage in a little spar. Ooh, now that sounds exciting. Tyrion giggled. I'm fine with it. Vermilion accepted. Hold on, I thought we all agreed that engaging Sonic in the open would be too risky. Hazel countered his own associates, pulling them aside to speak with them privately. We do have other priorities. That's why we have the robot, right? Vermilion countered. It is true. Tyrion agreed. Our queen had ordered it, and we all know that the hedgehog is traveling with another primary target of our own. If we can use this to bring the child to her, then I'd say we go for it. And I want to see what this Sonic can do myself. Vermilion answered. That way, if he escapes, we know how to handle him next time. It's too risky, especially since we don't have any of the Chaos Emeralds. Hazel argued. The hedgehog has one. Tyrion replied. If we're lucky, we can take it ourselves. Salem ordered us not to engage him directly. Hazel insisted. Not unless we speak with her first. Tyrion countered. We'll contact our queen after this, and she will inform us what to do. So, we'll play with Malachite for now, and this will help further push Spider and her other resources to us to use in destroying Mistral and getting what we need here. Vermilion replied. Of course, if you have a problem with any of this, we can take it up with Salem directly. I'm sure she'd be very interested to hear what you have to say. Hazel glared but saw that he was outvoted here. Though it was true that they would have to contact Salem first before proceeding to engage Sonic. Maybe he could reason with her to take a more cautious approach. After all, she underestimated Sonic before and now knows to take him seriously. Salem may be a ruthless monster, but she's not stupid. Fine, Hazel said as they broke off to speak with Malachite again. Who do you have in mind to join us? Malachite smiled. Little Neo here and Mimic, for one. She gestured to the two shapeshifters behind her. They both have their own scores to settle, as I told you. Welcome to the team, you two. Tyrion chuckled. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do. I don't really do teams. Mimic replied. Tried it once before, didn't like it. But if it'll get Sonic and his buddies off my back, then I guess I can play along. Neo looked questionable at this group herself. All of them looked sketchy, especially the man in the boar mask and the scorpion faunus. She knew she couldn't trust any of them, but that was fine. If it meant getting closer to her revenge on Kiro, she'll do it. Anything to avenge her Roman. I also have a very skilled huntsman in my organization, one of the best in the kingdom. Malachite added. He'll join you as well. Good. Anyone else? Vermilion asked. Recently, 2 individuals were brought into the city's prison. I thought they were faunus at first, but after meeting Mimic and getting to know this Sonic fellow, I think it's safe to assume they're from the same place. Malachite replied. They also say they fought him and lost and want payback. So, I bailed them out and brought them in. Isn't that right, boys? She called out to the Jade Palace, where 2 certain figures stood from the window of one of the upper floors. That's our cue, the shorter one said as he stood alongside his larger brother before they both jumped down. You better be humble, the larger one said as they both landed on the ground dramatically. You're in the presence of Rough and Tumble. They both said as Tumble brandished his fists and flexed his muscles while Rough took a more dramatic pose with his hands pointing outward. Hazel blinked in surprise, Tyrion raised a curious eyebrow, and Vermilion just looked annoyed. One looked towards Malachite, Neo, and Mimic, all 3 rolling their eyes, indicated that this was a frequent occurrence for them. Did they always do that? Hazel questioned. Yep. Malachite pinched the bridge between her eyes. But they're violent and stupid. Even blunt objects can be useful. So long as they serve our purpose, I'm okay with it. Vermilion